class that I'm worried about. The middle class is slipped away, okay? Now, what you can do to help the middle class, something really simple, might cost you, is a Project Oasis, I call it, which is the parks in this town are the first place that a middle-class, hardworking family go to on a weekend because they can't go on vacation, they can't go very far. Go down to the parks, enjoy themselves. Nathan, wearing blue tissues today. Nathan does a hell of a job. What he needs is more money. What he needs is more people to take care of the parks. We have to create that kind of environment in all parks. And someone gave me a list of how many parks are. I forget that lady's name, she's up here, but about 100 parks. And it's the first place that a person wants to go to now. I brought up for middle class, it's slipping away. The middle class, the backbone of this country. The middle class was started by my grandpa around 1899 when he was working to America, working for $1 a day. He says, the hell with this. The rich getting rich and the poor. There's nothing for us. Let's rebel. They did. They stopped working and they created unions and started to get it right. So take care of those parks. Nathan is a guy that needs your support. He needs your money. He needs it back. And so Mark, the guy that does Meals on Wheels, we need to get seniors 2 meals a day, not just one. If you can support that. Mark is cooking, he's cooking food right here in Reno. He's done a great job. It's people like that and Jerry Miff Sud that want to be proactive and work with you. You're doing a great job. We support you. Let's work together.
All right, well said, Mr. Mifsud.
Mark Kimbrough, followed by Marsh Stevenson, followed by Les Mix.
Anyone will never give up on? My phone number's on that.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kimbrough. I'm here to speak on an item that's on your consent agenda, but I guess by process, this is my only opportunity.
And there's a second comment on the consent too, but please, I think it's
Oh,
worth
great.
it.
I want to give you history about that consent item about the Truckee Mess Trails, the work that was done with that. I was invited to a meeting in Mike Kazimierski's office, who used to run EDUM, which probably most of you know who Mike is. And myself and a person from Forest Service and some from BLM came into his office, and I came into his office to look up on the wall. He's got like 6 goals for EDON. One of them is a trail plan. And that's just phenomenal that somebody in that career, economic development, is talking about a trail plan for this community. And what he did, he brought us together to see how can we make this happen? How do we trail plan? And had some experience, so I took the lead to help write there's 2 sets of plans, so the first plan's active. So when all these folks got together, we started doing the whole collaboration together. Thanks to Mike Kazimierski's vision, that came nationally known in the state outdoor recreation departments, which Nevada now is, and they went to meetings, found that EDON has money for trails, which is just phenomenal. So because of that template plus his willingness to pay, we move forward, and this is a grassroots effort. We had all the agencies, all the trail groups. What are one of the features on this plan that connect communities? Trails. And then one of the challenges was you've got 6 jurisdictions. To write a plan that jurisdictions would approve is pretty difficult sometimes. So and Reno has been a great supporter from the beginning, been active participant. We had public surveys, we did just the normal process that any branch of government would do. We did to get to the point of developing this plan. So grassroots development, the same thing happened. That's why I was brought into this project, did the same thing in Queen City. It passed. It's now part of the government regulations and business way to do business with trails. So that's what happened here in Tremendo. So now we have a plan that brings together jurisdictions. Not all can approve it because the federal government won't approve things like that. They're not going to say federal government approves, but they make commits to be part of it. And one of the first things that happened was that the Forest Service was very active because they're worried about developments around the cities and counties that stop access to the public lands. So they're very active from the beginning with this process. So I just wanted to say, give you some, to let you know, a lot of work, a lot of time. COVID came in and blew it up. I had to cough for a year and a half, but then we came to finish and then did another plan. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimbo. And as you know, we've known each other for a very long time, and I just very grateful for your work after you left the state with Parks. Continue this work. And I'm looking forward to discussing that item, and I just wanted to comment that, as you know, it was able to give some council funds to continue the work that you started along the Virginia Range, and so that work's underway, but I understand it won't be formally discussed today, only conceptually. Thanks for being here. Madam Clerk?
Marshall Stevens, followed by Leslie Mix, followed by Lawrence McNutt.
Good morning, Madam Chair, by Zoom, and the rest of the City Council. My name is Marshall Stevenson, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I've dedicated my career in the entertainment industry in Reno since 1998. I've had the pleasure of entertaining your parents, many of your kids, in operating dance clubs such as Paul Revere's Kicks, Dick Clark's American Bandstand Club, for the last 16 years, Tom Lounge. I purchased Mike last year. I will highlight all of these venues persisted being fully compliant with city regulations. I've maintained a solid, friendly relationship with law enforcement. I consider them an ally in keeping the peace. I take pride in operating my business, meticulously adhering to all relevant laws, regulations. Additionally, my taxes and licenses are always up to date, reflecting my commitment to the community. Historically, the area surrounding Tom Lounge has been recognized as the entertainment district. It's a lively for fun and nightlife. However, in recent years, we observed a significant change with the proliferation of Indian gaming throughout the United States, causing many of Reno's casinos to go under. Some of these casinos, such as the Condoc and the Flamingo Hilton, as well as others, have been and are currently cross-purposed to now have residences. The transition raises critical questions about how we can preserve a vibrant atmosphere of our entertainment district while being considerate of the needs of new residents. To foster a positive relationship with my neighbors, I have proactively reached out to the property owners in the vicinity. I am dedicated to ensuring that we all coexist fully. I'm in constant contact with two gentlemen at the Montage. They communicate with the folks at the Riverwalk and the Arlington Towers. I think we have a pretty good relationship. I invested over $1,000 in the last year alone in tools such as a second interior rear door, buffer noise emanating my facility. Over the last several years, we've committed $100,000 in noise reduction enhancements. I want to be a good neighbor. We're here today, also at recent city council meetings, complaining about noise emanating from bars, clubs, and people on the street, motorcycles, car radios, etc. I'm asking you to consider the long-standing presence of business nightlife that contributed to our community. I'm not in favor of changing the current noise ordinance.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you.
I appreciate your commentary.
Leslie Mick, followed by Lawrence McNutt, followed by Father Chuck Duarte.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, Vice Mayor Dewar, and council members. I am here to respectfully ask you to deny the Bella Vista 2 development. Last summer, I watched, because of Bella Vista's actions, I watched them, after having called the Department of Agriculture, round up wild horses that had been matched on the range. Now, I'm going to tell you that I don't represent anybody but myself. I belong to nonprofit. I'm simply a community member that cares about this community. When I watched it go down, it occurred to me that the voice that isn't being heard on these issues is the community voice. So I will start today, and by being a part of that community voice. So when those animals were rounded up, the issue was that Bella Vista had placed a bunch of boulders that could only be removed by machinery, but the horses came back to the only water horse that they had. I was down there that day, it was about 100 degrees. Now, the end result of this is 24 horses being removed range, being put into the state, and a nonprofit having to rescue them. Between the city and the nonprofit, as far as I can figure, an excess of $100,000 has been put into this alone. The issue comes down to access to water for wildlife and wild horses, and mitigation of wildlife corridors, and the wildlife corridor will absolutely be impacted with the Bella Vista subdivision. So the request is that you deny it. Right now, it's and/or. It doesn't go through. My request will be an and. There's got to be a plan in place and followed on to protect wildlife development comes through. I'm appalled at the amount of public money that had paid out to date in interest of private enterprise on this issue. It's not up to us to line profits. As private developments to gain the most financially, I would like them to be required to protect wildlife impacted by their development, including wild horses, and be required to fund appropriate solutions. Now, you can either put some sort of assessment on each home that's going to be developed so that the city manage those wild corridors, or require that a developer maintain a wildlife corridor so wild horses and wildlife that enjoy our community are also able to access life-saving water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leslie. It's to hear from a community member on the issue. Thank you.
Lawrence McNutt, followed by Father Duarte, followed by William Toll via Zoom.
Just work, or?
Yeah, just put it up there. They'll.
I think I got it in the right place. All right. Hello, I'm Lawrence McNutt. I think I know everyone. Over at River Inn up on 4th Street, and this is really just an informational visit. I want to share with you, we've worked quite a bit.
Can you just pause? Madam Clerk, can you make sure the overhead's working? Okay.
All I'm putting on the overhead is I think you have in front of you. I handed papers out, so it was like that. Yeah. So just.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I want to make sure.
No, that's fine.
Usually it happens a little quicker, so. Okay. You continue, please.
Very good. Lawrence McNutt with Recurrence. We own the River Inn on 4th Street. We have been there 4 years now. We are working diligently, investing literally hundreds of thousands of dollars a year into cleaning the property up, moving things forward. We saw an opportunity a bit ago, actually about 2 years ago at the Carcione Ranch. We've submitted an unsolicited bid to the county to participate with portions of our property as the trailhead. Trust, the county, the city, BLR Forestry Service will have us sign in, and also many nonprofits that we seem to have been missed about. This is not about whining folks, it's about me letting you guys know we want to participate in the community. And we'll keep moving things forward, our own or with participation. But you see opportunities for us to participate. This is the Truckee River Access Park, which I don't know if it is showing there. That's what we're calling the project. It was actually one of the original names of the project back in 1980 when we built the big building there today. We said that's a great name. What we've been doing is we've been reaching out to different fishing groups, community members, art members. You may see that we have begun our large art displays, and we're going to get a walking art display at the end of the property that's moving along now, finally. And then we've also been reaching out to a lot of the Fleischman group guides to have become part of their just their stopovers and so forth. Just things that we're not asking for money. You know, we did propose to the county that they shift some of their money to us. We put about another $1.5 million in to create a trailhead, a safe trailhead across the crossing. We don't feel that's going to out for their budgets, but thought we'd put it out anyhow. So that's what I want to say. I'll invite you guys to join us, make recommendations. I'll be here for a long time. I'm here full-time now, just finished my move last weekend, so you'll see me more regularly. That's it, thank you very much.
Mr. McNutt, thanks for being here. I did have a chance to tour your property, I think it was a year ago,
or
and
so.
it is really beautiful. So I appreciate what you're trying to do here.
Absolutely, we'll bring it
Okay,
back.
all
Thank
right,
you, everybody.
thank you.
Father Chuck Duarte, followed by William Mantle via Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Wonderful to see all of you. God bless you for your work. I'm Father Chuck Durante. I'm the rector in Thomas Aquinas Cathedral downtown on 2nd Millington. Mr. Thon Tron, developer, was here today on the mod. Met with me and some of my staff about the proposal to her and another developer to reconfigure Stevenson Street. I'm addressing this now because of my schedule. I'm not sure I'll be able to get back when heard, but it's item C.3 on your agenda. The plan is to really turn the parallel parking into perpendicular parking and take Stevenson a one-way street. Understanding from Tron is that the only way offer them to make this happen as far is by abandonment of this street by the city of Reno. I'm not sure why that's the case. Effectively transferring ownership, obviously, the property from the city to the developer. My parish community would be in favor of that, and so I have proposed an abandonment. However, I'm not opposed to a reconfiguration as proposed, so as long as it still remains property of the citizens. Again, I know in 1891, as I was in here, I didn't know it would be that far back. I've shared this position and comments with Leah Piccoli, who's Associate City Planner. Access to a through street at Stevenson is important to avoid the alleyway, which is between us and the mod, which already has a fair amount of traffic because of the cathedral, the Academy of Literature, the Honors Academy, right, and the lawyer's office. So we want to make that doesn't, but I think you can live with one-way street there. I think that's fine. City sold, as you remember, I approached this before, the public parking on Second Street. So parking is all the more needed in the downtown area. It's unclear how many parking spaces will be created. There seems to be some mistake in the summary, it says 68, but everything else says 44. In talking to Ms. Trump, she says 3 of those would be main public parking. The current proposal doesn't say that, it's 22. I don't know if it hasn't been updated perhaps. But everywhere else, it seems in those 40s number. There are 30 spaces now. Parallel, it says something like 11 or meter, but really there's 30. So we'd like to keep at least 30 of that in order to be neighbors. We're not opposed to cooperating in that way. We would not want abandonment because it's city property. But the other ways, I'm really excited they can improve it and so forth. But we would really like to see 30 spaces retain public use. The QR code reference, I'm not sure how that's going to work. So if I can get back, I'm curious to hear about it. But the 30 other spaces and not an abandonment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you coming out this morning.
Of course.
Madam Vice Mayor, final commenter today, William Mantle, Zoom.
Hi, Council. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, my first comment is William Mantle for the record. First comment is on item C1 for the Bella Vista revision. I am in opposition of this change. I think that reducing the amount of non-residential space by around 61,000 square feet, purposes that were originally committed to mixed-use, commercial, and non-residential purposes, is wrong, because that's what the plan was sold on, and that's what the people who bought into this community expected. They thought that there was more mixed-use development, other amenities, or non-housing that went into that area. And you already heard a previous speaker also discuss issues with wildlife, so I'm not going to go there. But adding extra 34 homes when individuals who enjoy that area could have more amenities, I think we should give more credence to the individuals who already bought in and to the City Council and Planning Commission who already decided to vote yes on this with original plan. Further, since 2016, the state of Nevada has spent $1.13 billion on stadiums, not including other ancillary costs that come with them. And it's shown to my attention that the GSR is now seeking potentially public financing for its proposed arena. And I am heavily against any such public financing because if it's going to be a successful private venture, they can find a way on private funding for such a venture. In June 15, 2024, an article came out which has a quote of, economists long ago concluded subsidizing pro sports isn't worth the cost. Decades of research have concluded a pro sports franchise doesn't boost the local economy much, if any, because it mostly captures existing spending from other places in the same community. A near unanimous consensus exists that pro sport financing is unnecessary from the public view. With us meeting our affordable housing needs today, approximately by 2106, year 2106, I don't know how we can spend money on something like an arena when we are nowhere near meeting the needs of our public with our tax dollars. I appreciate your time. Have a Wednesday. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mantle. Let me ask, as the mayor gets settled, our next agenda item is approval of the agenda. And I know that there's the agenda, there's also the way in which the agenda will be printed. And staff have proposed a very different orientation and organization of the agenda, very different. And so I'm wondering if we could have our interim or acting city manager, Jackie Bryant, go over the agenda and how you see this laying out for us today.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dewar. We have an incredibly heavy agenda today, and we also have some time-certain items to accommodate some individuals who are here. So, to start with, Council, there will be no lunch break today. The food, starting right there.
That bad start.
That's a bad start. However, the food will be available beginning at noon, and members can rotate out to eat for the public. There's a monitor for Council to observe what is happening in the back while they are able to eat during this, what is going to be a very long day. We will start item D, Delta 3, the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority and local agreement. We'll follow that with item D, Delta 8. Then we will move to our finance items, D1, followed by consent. Items B for approval and hold consent. After that, We will back to the D items, D4, 5, and 6, CHA, and that will not be heard before 2. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but that's what we have indicated to CHA. Subsequently, we'll open up the redevelopment authority items, not before 3 p.m. Following RDA, we will move back to C Charlie and public hearings and the agenda. The clerk has the schedule between the two of us. We will remind council and the public where we are throughout the day.
Thank you. Let me ask a question. My agenda, like you might have skipped something, skipped over it. After D1, you said we go to consent agenda, but my calendar, it was, we would go to D2 and E1, which is bond refinancing solution.
That's correct, D1, D2, and E1. You're
Okay,
correct.
all right.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure. And then when you said D4 and D6, CHA, but then you said open RDA, not before 3, and then it looks like we also went back to D7 as well, RDA items. So I just want to make sure you get all the D items before the C items, essentially. And they're intermixed, looks like.
They are mixed depending on schedules.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Is there anything you want to remove from the agenda?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right.
I wish there were.
Okay. The only part I didn't like, not even a 15-minute break, but we'll have to live with that.
I'll move to approve the
yeah,
agenda
please.
with the voting proviso for the mayor.
Second. Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Aye. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to A5, approval of the minutes for September 19th, 2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item D3, bid 3.
Jump around for a minute.
Hold on, sorry.
Hi, good morning, Cochran. How are you?
Excellent. Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, Dave, Reno Fire Chief. I'm going to wait for the presentation to come up, and then we'll get going. Looking forward to this. While we're waiting, I would like to point out that we have an interlocal agreement with the airport on the agenda, and we have the members of the Airport Board of Trustees here, including Chair Cunningham. We have Courtney Young, look away so I don't miss anybody. Richard J. Joel Graves, Kitty John, of course, is already recognized. Over here, we have CEO Darren Griffin and Chris Chison. We have various airport staff. We have Battalion Chief Sean Holbrook, Dan Tapia, Casey McComb from the Lake Group. And I point all that out by virtue of this has been a very collaborative, constructive effort by everybody in this space. So we're very excited about it. Do I need to do anything? Okay. While we're pulling the presentation up, I'll just let you know, we're going to talk about a number of different things, kind of a retrospective, what we did today, what we're doing today, and what we're doing tomorrow to improve real service in the area, fire service in the area. Again, I'll reiterate, it's me, I'm from the Reno Fire Department speaking, but there are a lot of groups, including SPAR, including the county, various departments involved in this and moving the ball forward. And what you hear is about a lot of things that we're doing to improve that service. Just as a note, the only action item today is the interlocal agreement at the airport. But I want questions on any and all topics that I raised. I look forward to that. So we're ready to go. Okay. Is that the way to look? Okay, we're going to go with it. So then we're going to talk about, of course, initially point out that they're in alignment with our strategic plan, public safety, of course, that's the thing that we do, that we care about deeply. And then fiscal sustainability. You're going to hear about a lot of different things that we have done, are doing, and at the end of the day, these are all cost neutral to the city. And I think that's important because there's a lot of options, a lot of moving parts. They're all positive, but they're not going to impact the existing city that we're using, existing personnel, existing funds, and there's a little nuance to the interlocal agreement, but I'll talk that when we get to it. So just a brief recap, previous council direction on this, back in July 2022, there was a joint meeting, this was Reno Parks and the county, and the language you see there is direct quote from the motion that was approved by all three jurisdictions, and that was the outcome of fire, emergency medical, and dispatch services, focused primarily on fire, and of course why I'm here. We took that and looked at what are we really trying to solve, what are the goals we're trying to accomplish, and I won't read them to you. You can see there, right in blue, those boxes. Those all boil down to one fact, user experience. How can we make this best for the user experience? Now, when you dial 911, by definition, there's an emergency. So it's not a pleasant experience, but what can we as emergency service providers, as responders do to make that experience as efficient and effective as possible? So that was kind of the overarching theme, the overarching goal. There we go. Second call action was just a couple months ago in August of 24. That was to look at identifying any mechanism for regulation. That's been on the agenda, on the to-do list for a while. We've been working on it, and I'll talk more about that as we get toward the end of the presentation. So first, of course, our focus is always on community safety. The mantra that we like to live by in the Reno Fire Department, and part of our strategic plan is that, getting the right resources, the right call at the right time. That feeds to that user experience, making it the best experience possible, making it as effective as possible for the user, the customer that we serve. I mentioned the concept of what we did yesterday, today, tomorrow. All right, there you see what we have done. The yesterday is an MOU, the Truck Meadows Rescue Department. I'll talk more about that. What we're doing today is approving the interlocal agreement, or putting for your approval, the interlocal agreement with the port. That's the yellow box in the middle. And then we're going to talk at the end about fire opportunities, what we've been working on, what we'll continue to work on, and then CAD implementation, which I know you're all aware of, but I want to give you an update on how that is going and we are with that. All right, the first topic, auto aid memorandum of understanding with Truckee Meadows Fire District. What we've done is agreed that between the two departments, between Truckee Meadows and Reno, we respond automatically the closest resource available to all calls. We've had an existing auto aid agreement in place for fire responses only. We've expanded that to all responses, and we've expanded the geographic area where we will respond. And what that does two things. It improves response because the goal is to get the closest resource to respond to that call automatically without the need for a request. It's going to happen dispatch. Now, do we expect that to happen seamlessly on day one when we turn this on? No, there's going to be bumps, there's going to be issues. But our commitment is to identify those and find solutions and not to throw our hands up and say, can't do it, it's not working. We're going to work toward that goal. And really, it's a regionalization. This is not regionalization we'll talk about later. There's in that direction, but I'll get to a position where we can regionalize. We've already made progress in that direction. I'd like to point out on the map there, as an example. So, Truckee Meadows Station you see, and the Reno Fire Station you see in blue, that's Truckee Station 33, Reno Fire Station 12. They're both in the city. The gray area is in the city. But the county has jurisdiction off to the right, I apologize, off to the right, which would be to the east of Station 12. Well, we all intuitively recognize Station 33, I've passed in 12, the jurisdiction is not the most efficient way to business. This agreement is going to try to solve, is going towards solving that. Conversely, at some point between those stations, we can all recognize Truckee Meadows is going to be closer to the end in Reno Station 12, even though in the city. But we want to take advantage of that and have them respond as close as possible. And then the other improvement this will provide is resource allocation. When you look at all the stations writ large throughout the region, there's a lot of the type of situation where there's Reno close to county jurisdiction, county close to Reno jurisdiction. We're going to take advantage of those so that maybe the second, third engine, rather than a county engine from the place, we send Reno engine because we're next, we're closer, and take advantage of that depth of resources that we can provide through the departments. Now, here's the jewel for today, the big guy. We've been talking to the airport, labor, with a lot of people about an interlocal agreement to provide fire service to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. What we're seeing, the airport is seeing, is both in and around air property. It's not just airport, though we all know there's a giant remodel. Doesn't even need to be enough of a word what's going on at airport, but a huge remodel that is going to expand and improve everything that's going on at the airport. We have off-airport properties that are developed with warehouses that you've seen down south of the airport. Opportunities for that instead, the state airport. And I would make this point that this airport is included in all of this, so a quad effort to address all the needs of the airport. And rather than relying on a mutual aid agreement, again, we have to make that request. You have to ask for somebody. We are now going to combine our resources so that there's a seamless response. Again, right call, resource to the right call at the time. Do you need one in? We can send. Do you need 5 in? We can set 2 and be able to do it mostly through our dispatch. So what does the agreement do? It transitions all things for service, fire operations, prevention, and dispatch to Reno. We have been dispatching for them for a while now, but we'll continue doing that. We'll continue to provide fire prevention services, and then, of course, we'll provide emergency operation services. We're going to transition the airport fire employees to the city. That's the firefighters, the line personnel, including the battalion chiefs. If the agreement is approved by this council, we will have 6 months to work on a handover plan. In honesty and transparency, we've already started to work on that because we are very excited about this. We want to make sure this happens as effectively, efficiently as possible. The agreement is for a 5-year term with the automatic 5-year renewal. I mentioned why it matters. It does provide for seamless response to the airport and the airport, the surrounding air properties, provides a greater depth of resources in the area. The other thing that goes under the radar a little bit is the fact that, when there is an aircraft emergency, it's always on the airport. In fact, most of the time, it's not on the airport. So we are going to have cross-training going in this direction, airport personnel being trained to operate in Reno fire stations, Reno personnel being trained to operate on the airport, which gives us a greater depth of experience and training to provide the most effective response to aircraft emergencies on or off the airport. And at the end of the day, what it does with the fire departments, provide the highest level of public safety, which is always our goal. So who is responsible for what? The airport will provide us access to the station. So we will be using the station, the airport exists currently. We'll have that Reno fire employees, which are the current airport employees, which we will be absorbing. The airport will continue to maintain that facility, but we're not going to own the facility. We're just going to provide fire service. The airport continues to own their firefighting vehicles, and they will pay for replacements of those when and if it's necessary. And there is a date to the communication system for dispatch that is necessary with already a work in progress so that we can dispatch as effectively as possible. Of course, what are we going to provide as well? We're going to provide all this fire protection I mentioned, not only to the airport, but to the Reno State Airport up north. We will train our people to the level required by the FAA, because I've learned through this process that the FAA, by and large, is really the driving force on what service we provide and how paid for, which is an important piece that I'll come next. We have been providing instruction and inspection services for airport facilities, the commercial facilities on airport and on surrounding properties. We'll continue to do that, including providing the regular inspections of those properties, just as we do in the city of Reno, through our fire prevention division. And then I mentioned that we've also been providing dispatch services that will continue to do that. Again, that we have that dispatch of the right resource to the right call at the right time. The financial implications. The agreement provides that we will provide the airport with an annual budget or an annual plan, and that's for budgeting, so they can see what expectation is, they can set budget accordingly. And this is the cost nuance that I want to point out. These are pass-through costs to the airport. So we're taking on their 24 personnel. We are going to pass through costs to the airport. We'll pay the actual costs of those personnel that are working at airport. So it'll be cost neutral to the city. So even though it sounds like 24 personnel, how are we going to pay them? The airport's going to put them because recognize that's part of the deal. They recognize that that's the need to have. They're getting the integral benefit of having the resources that deal more than 10 people in the Reno department can also add to that mix. And then we will create, we're in the process of creating and we'll done a process to cover those expenses. We'll zoom up at the end of the year. Again, I'll touch back to the FAA. The FAA checks the airport, and Darren and Chris can confirm. I've had a crash course. They tell the airport what they spend, how to spend it, where they can spend it. So we need to make sure that we're in compliance with that. We recognize that obligation on behalf of the city and the Reno Fire Department, and so that we will be tracking those. We will billing monthly. There's prizes at the end there. We're tracking those expenses and revenue, and we'll bring it at the end of the year. And then here is a little bit of, this is really, actually I thought this is kind of what we're doing tomorrow, but this is yesterday, today, and tomorrow, because it's been an ongoing process. I mentioned there was a meeting in 2022 where you gave the direction, look at regional fire, how can we improve it? We've been working on that since. We've had meetings here in the city and across jurisdictions, including Spark and the county. Our team alone, our team at the city, includes, of course, our department, includes the manager's office, includes the finance department, policy and strategy, our economist, our legislative team. So we have a team that has been working on, and we'll continue to work on that. The plan to call another meeting of the jurisdictions, Reno, Sparks, and the county in early 2025 to update where we are at and possibly give further direction. Why this matters, the important part right here is that first sentence, regional collaboration and taking. This is not Reno taking over, not the county taking over. Everybody comes together to work together. Everybody seated at the table, a voice at the table, and has an ability to help what this looks like. At the end of the day, we can reach that regional collaborative approach. I think that is The most important piece there, because like it says at the bottom, fires don't care jurisdictions. They burn where they, so. And the last thing I'll talk about is CAD implementation. Very excited about this. This will be the first time ever that all three jurisdictions, Reno, Sparks, and REMSA, have all been on the same CAD system. One of the things I'm going to do, and I know you asked about it many times, we'll see everybody. We can look at we dispatch, but we'll also, in our fire engine, be able to look at that and say, I can see where all the Reno are, but I can also Sparks is here, and the K is up north. REMSA has these units deployed. That will all be visible through the CAD system. It's been almost 30 project. The initial estimate was 27. It is on schedule, it's on budget and on schedule. I mean, you really can't ask for more than that. There are about 12 now. The go-live date for the CAD is September of this year, so it's a little under 12 months. And that is going to give us one of the tools that we desperately need to get to that regional goal that we're working toward. The dispatch is dispatch is the CAD to kind of manage everything that goes on, and consolidated dispatch is a critical piece, essential piece, I'd say, of a regional approach fire service. So we're hoping to, well, not hoping, we're targeting the go-live date for September of next year, and that will give, like I said, that vital tool to continue the ball forward. So that's what we've done. That's what we're doing today, and that's what we have planned for tomorrow. With that, I have a proposal for the one action item, but I will welcome questions on any things I discussed. So,
All right, thank you. Fantastic presentation. I appreciate it.
yeah, happy to be here.
Job well done. All right, Councilmember Martinez, any questions?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. I just want to thank everybody being here and for working together. I think as I was being the local admin, I noticed how much checks and balances and back and forth collaboration there is in those opportunities that are built in. You know, so if the invoices exceed a certain amount, the already have the ability to request a meeting and come to the city, look at those numbers and suggest. So I just want to call it out and make sure to point and highlight what you mentioned. You're right, how collaborative this effort has been, and how it makes our joint hours work together a little bit closer and being able to provide that service. So I appreciate you highlighting how effective it has been and how much work it takes to be here. And that you noticed, right, with all folks here in our change today, you can see how many folks have been involved in the process, and I'm sure many more that we're able to make today have been within the process. I think in terms of questions I have, I keep reading something about handover day. Just wondering if you know when that is, or is it dependent on the action that we today?
It's not, writ large, it is dependent on the action that you take today because we need you to approve this ILA, but we are already working on that process. And it is to get too deep into it. How do we put HR with the service to absorb those employees? What does that look like? Where do they fit into our system? Where do they fit into the collective bargaining agreement? Those type of things. And talked about all these issues, but we can't cross these or dot the I's until we have authority to actually bring them as our employees. And I will tell you, again, getting ahead of the game, but we've already been to their stations. We've been looking at their apparatus to outfit it so that it matches our apparatus. We're just doing a lot of that work to transition them into the Reno department, including our staffing model that we use every day. I'll just talk about that briefly because initially the idea was, this will be quite a challenge. Like, how are we going to staff the fire department? But Reno, the Port Fire Department. We, the Reno Fire Department, do that every day. We staff our own stations. We staff single medic program, which is slightly different in a different way. And we'll staff airport department slightly different in a different, because of the qualifications we need for the people there. So working on all those pieces. And then once we bring them on, there'll be a cross-training that will, like I mentioned when I spoke, training them to Reno stations, training our personnel to win their stations. So we're giving our 6 months to accomplish the handover. Optimistic, I don't think it'll take nearly that long. Okay. I hate to put it out there and then be wrong, but
no,
rather than later.
I was just curious, the thought processes over there. I only have 10 seconds, but in the next round, I'll ask you a couple more questions, maybe a little more in the weeds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Couple things. Check the box. Public safety, number one concern. This checks the box, right?
Absolutely.
Better service. Customer experience, this checks the box, right?
Absolutely.
The third thing, I'm going to have you say it again, cost neutral. There's no cost to the city for employees or benefits or equipment, right? This is cost neutral agreement.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought it up, and that's why I brought it up earlier. I want all to know right out off the bat that this is costful.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. The other thing I want to talk about is future. You mentioned that who we have on board. Who do we need on board for true regional services? What's the steps?
I think the next step is two pieces. Getting that ad, because that's critical, that technology piece. Because right now, for example, with EM being on a different system through REMSA and us on a different system, we can't see each other and literally have to communicate picking up the phone.
Right.
Not cell phones, but being on CAD will erase those, our dispatcher calls them pain points of transfer of communication, transfer of information. We'll be see that all in one system. Second piece is we're in agreement on how we're going to work collaboratively within that system. We, for example, are on the same system as the county, but we dispatch for us and they dispatch for them, and there is a lag. There's one of those pain points where if we need the county, still a process we have to go through. We can't just grab a county apparatus or county resource, dispatch to our call. And I'll give you an example where that does happen in South Nevada with Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, and Clark County. Their dispatch system, same thing, they have a CAD, they can see all the resources, and if they need resources, they go, I'm going to take Shivi, Manager Bryant, Councilmember Taylor, and now we own those for that incident until they're released, regardless of jurisdiction they are owned by.
So correct me if I'm wrong, when we looked at our budget, one of our goals, and then also bill draft request, was to actually work towards a true regional approach to public safety in this space. So we are actively working towards that. Valuation. This is an automatic 5-year agreement process. What happens after every year? So there's going to be some lessons learned, possibly. What is the review process for that?
If everything's going well, which is fully my expectation, it just automatically renews for an additional 5 years. I think the safeguard that Councilmember Martinez mentioned about the true-up, the check-ins, the monthly billings even, make sure that, in my mind, that makes sure that we don't too far behind.
Checks and balances there.
Right.
Okay.
You don't get 12 months into it.
Madam Mayor, if I can just quickly, there's one that I don't see out there. That's J.W. Hodge. J.W., you've been instrumental in making this happen. So
Trying to hide.
I know he's trying to hide, but he has worked extremely hard, him and his team, and much thanks, much appreciation. We are indebted to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I would have called him out. He isn't like that, and I work with him, so. Yeah, right?
Usually that we don't.
Right.
We know we work with you.
There, exactly.
All right. Councilor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Kern, thank you so much for the update. I will start with maybe slide 5. As I see it, there's both a presentation aspect of your slide that's talking about we've done, what we're here to do, which we'll take a vote on shortly, and then some future opportunities. So I want to ask about them in that order.
Sure.
So the first one is the auto aid mutual memorandum of understanding. And is auto and mutual aid the same to you?
They're not, and we've all mutual aid, but mutual aid means we have to ask. So if we recognize a need, we have to tell dispatch, please get us to the closest nose station. And they would do the same thing. Automatic takes that ask out of it.
Right, we've always had mutual aid, or for a very long period of time,
Yes.
we've had mutual aid. And so I had the opportunity to review the memorandum, and of course, it's written for people in position. It speaks to a lot of things like districts, types of fallouts that happen, all of those things. And ultimately want to make sure that the public understands what we have accomplished with the memorandum. I think that your firefighters and your agency and Truckee Meadows Fire, their firefighter are doing incredible work in this community. There's not a day that goes by that we don't think are lucky stars, so to speak, the work that they're doing. Of course, fires happen, emergencies happen. I'm not a person who's angry at a firefighter. So I absolutely think that's important. What our folks want to know, though, in the community is they want to know, call 911, the person to come fast and be the closest resource. And so is it your commitment today that these mutual and auto aid agreements create the conditions under which it happens?
It is, and that you're spot on the way you described that. As quick as possible with the closest resource possible. Using that combined depth of resources will help accomplish that.
And for auto aid, I called out by districts. Does that mean there are districts in town where there is not auto aid?
Not if it would benefit auto aid, let me put it that way. So if any district would benefit from auto aid, it is included in this agreement.
Because when I read the agreement, it says District 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 19. I don't always know what that means, right? I know if you showed me on an app what it would mean. I vaguely know that 19 might be Somerset.
Yes, right.
And so, again, what I'm ultimately trying to focus on in this round of questioning is simply that after a long time of working on this, after a long time of having some back and forth between different agencies, we are now at the point where we can really truly say to our community, we have made it so that when you call 911, the first, fastest, closest resource that is appropriate for your emergency is going to come.
That is correct.
Thank you so much, Chief.
And I'll just add one quick example of what you asked. So we're sitting there, as we stand here in District 1. No need for automatic here because I have 2, 5, 3, 4, 7 surrounding. Those are all the stations. They're all going to come. So I don't need to burden Sparks.
And no DM station is adjacent, right? So I understand what you're saying in that regard.
Conversely, there in the edges and Hidden Valley, Reno stations are closer. You TM station first, but Reno stations could back them up, so they would get automatic aid.
Thank you so much. I'll have questions in the second round.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, hey, thank you. To me, this is an incredible, exciting day for our community and fire in particular. There's so much to comment on, so I'll just start where Ms. Reese left off. I want to make sure on the auto aid that relates to medical as well as fire. Is that true?
Yes, all call types. I think we exclude some like public assistance, non-emergencies. So all emergency types are included.
So that hadn't been the case, right?
Correct.
On medical in particular. I mean, even when we signed other agreements, it didn't cover medical. So is this one specifically call out medical? That's a change?
It doesn't call it out, except in the sense it doesn't call medical specifically, it incorporates the emergency calls, emergency calls.
And then, so it doesn't have to be conversation. You used the example of Hidden Valley. You said, PM stations closer, we back them up. But do we back them automatically, or they have to be called? Do you have to be called?
Well, be called in the sense that the call is transferred to us from TM, but that won't happen automatically with dispatch. The fire department don't make that request.
Oh, and then on to this interlocal, just wanted to ask. So I had a kind of a rare, unique experience, personal experience, where once I was on a flight and I left out coming to Reno, and when I was loading luggage up on the rack, the flight attendant was doing something similar, and we banged heads, and I ended up with a concussion. I was going up, she'd come down, and so my concussion reaction was I started just crying. I couldn't stop for 8 hours. I wasn't under control. And so they moved me around, they moved me to first class, they had me breathe in a bag, all this. But meanwhile, Reno, they called some paramedics, which is why I'm asking about medical. And when I arrived, I was off at first, and there were paramedics that met me, examined me for concussion, which I did have. I didn't have to go to the hospital right at that moment. My question is, there's within the airport, example, there's on airport-owned properties, which are up and down Terminal Way and other places, and you mentioned said. So let's say it's a fire or medical emergency at an airport-owned property, but not in airport. Would everybody respond, or priority for you?
So for the airport properties, the closest apparatus will respond. And for example, in Terminal Way, that could be our Station 21, which is over at the GSR, not the airport fire department. But over in Riley, behind the airport, the response from the airport fire station might be quicker. So you'd have them respond.
But who decides all this?
Dispatch automatically. Yeah.
I love that. And then would airport firefighters respond outside the airport, the ones that are stationed in the area?
There could, and this is the great reasons why the resources is important. I might use my example. They had a fire on Riley. So they're going to be closer.
Fire where? I'm sorry.
On Riley, which is off Moana, kind of be airport fire station. They would be close. They could respond immediately. But it's very important that with the airport index, and I think you're familiar with that term.
Index?
Index.
I'm not familiar with the term.
So I won't try to get into the weeds on that, but they need to be able to provide fire service to the airport in order to continue to operate. So we need 24/7, 365 to have that capacity in place.
Okay.
So if we were to respond an apparatus off the airport, we could immediately backfill to make sure that the airport can continue to operate.
And the dispatch people, like air traffic control,
Automatically.
are doing all of this. Right. Well,
Air traffic control, our dispatch.
I said like air traffic.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The dispatch,
Yeah.
air traffic control are coordinating all these resources.
Right.
All right, thank you. I'll have more when we go to the second round. Thanks so much. I'm very excited.
Thank you. Councilwoman Eber, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for everything that the firefighters do. I think that, we have arguably some of the best firefighters in the country. Have some busiest stations too, and a lot of the statements, questions I had asked. But I just want to say I'm so impressed what you guys do. I had a chance to go to the dispatch center, JW, and watch what these systems do. And there was a lot of, I'll just call it multitasking that needs to happen across the different systems. And I think it's going to be so helpful for everyone to have everything on the same system. And I think that, our level of service only go up, and we're starting at basically the best. So I'm really looking forward to this, and hopefully, getting one step closer to regionalization. And just thank you again for everything you guys do.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciate your comment.
Thank you, Councilwoman Eber. Okay, sending it back to you, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Mayor. Appreciate it. I think the two last questions that I know you mentioned, aid being provided off premises for the airport, and the route is Riley. And that's pretty narrow. I was wondering, if you envision this happening frequently? Obviously, I know people drive safe, and we're going to take our precautions with all children and families that are traveling through that street. But with it being so narrow and folks parking on both sides of the street, I just want to express those concerns and share what's on the record.
And I don't know the exact volume in that area. I don't anticipate it happening frequently. But if, again, there was an incident a couple years ago now where there was a fire on Riley, and that station would have been closer, so yes, we would definitely respond to an emergency. I'd like to add, because I want to show that Chris hears this, the FAA requirements, we can't send airport resources to Reno responses and use FAA to pay for that. So that would be part of the true-up. We did do that. I mentioned we're going to backfill, we're going to ensure that department is staffed, that station is staffed, but we're going to true up that number at the end to account for any change of resources, either the airport and came into Reno or came from Reno to the airport.
That I was envisioning more likely happening, right?
It's
Resources
definitely
from
more
Reno
likely.
going into the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I read something about self-insurance costs as well. I don't know, is that also something that the city is covering or something that is going to get thrown in there with the trip and the cost for the authority?
It could really be part of the trip if there was an issue. But the airport has their insurance, we have ours, and we would, I guess the insurance piece would be responsible for your own.
Okay, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Taylor? Nothing. Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to ask now about the interlocal Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. It's a great opportunity. I think all the parties have come together to provide the best way forward. What I want to ask about is safety for our personnel, both folks who were absorbed newly in and existing folks. There was a time where the concern was largely about if there was an airplane fire, that type of fuel that's involved in that is very different than what a firefighter encounters when trying to knock down a fire. And so I just want to ask is, have we thought through all the elements that are required to keep all of our people safe? We have to respond to that type of emergency. Because we also have a National Guard armory on the airport authority too, and have their own fire suppression apparatus and equipment. So just, can you just speak so that we're broadly aware of, obviously, I'm telling you something you don't know, but I would make sure that we're having a conversation, the public is aware of the safety elements of how to keep our firefighters safe when they encounter those kind of risks.
Yeah, absolutely. So the training that we're going, and I mentioned the training to get into more detail, the training required is air rescue firefighting training. So that's specific to airports and craft. Some of our people already have, frankly, because we've had people from the National Air Guard. We'll be providing that training for people who work at the airport so that they're fully trained to needed to operate safely on the airport, just like we'll be training any air personnel who are in Reno Fire Station to utilize our apparatus, drive our apparatus, and that's looking to the road. That's not going to happen.
So it's an element of cross-training. I think that answers my question. Now, the Reno Tahoe Airport is undergoing a massive transformational renovation. It's awesome. Can't wait to hear about it. What about the Stead Airport, Reno Stead Airport? Will these agreements collectively apply up north of us as well?
Absolutely, 100% to the Stead Airport, and I don't think there might be a bit up there in a bit. Any development on the airport property surrounding the airport will be encompassed in this agreement as
And
well.
do they fire station personnel instead at that airport?
We will do that through our Station 9, which is just off the airport.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of course, up there and adjacent, we're about to have a lot of discussion about development along that area, whether it's the Dermody developments that are coming in there. And so these are all going to be applicable in that general vicinity as well?
Exactly. That includes our fire prevention too, because we're going to be inspecting those properties that are constructed. And once they're occupied, our fire inspectors go in to make sure they're safely built, constructed, and occupied.
Well, it sounds like all the questions I have been answered and certainly have not created in you an area where you hadn't already thought about it. Thank you for being paired. Appreciate the thought that's gone in and your leadership, Chief.
Yeah, so some years ago, I received some letters about fire response at the airport. There's a lot of concern. Some were from fire personnel that worked at the airport. Others were external. One of the issues that came up at that time, and I want to understand how this might change, was that, to my knowledge today, there's not really a 911 system at the airport. So, for example, my example with need paramedic, well, they're playing pilot called ahead. I don't know how it happened in the background. But today, being in airports is very stressful for people. People leaving, people are crying, people are arriving. There's joy, there's despair, there's everything. And often it does lead to medical emergencies. And I want to understand, let's say today in the new world, that, or even in today's world, if you're having a heart attack, let's say you're getting ready to go on the plane, not on the plane, and you need medical response, what happens today?
Today, and it's been going on for approximately a year, I have the exact frame wrong. We've been dispatching for all calls at the airport, including medicals, which is critical because get into the airport dispatch system prior to that, but the dispatch system has access, again, I keep saying the depth of resource, it's critical that you have depth of resources.
Right.
So they know who's available, they can send them immediately. If they're not available, they can get next.
That's today.
That's today.
So what would change with this? Anything?
No, we're incorporating, the dispatch services we've been providing have been incorporated into this agreement. So we're continuing to do
Because
that.
my understanding was that they would have the airport operator page
Before
fire
dispatch,
source.
that was the case.
That was the case.
Yes, but it's no longer the case.
As of today, it's already been changed?
Yes.
Okay. So then lastly, I just want to, then I think this marries up with this ad implementation. I think this is linchpin to all of this, and you said on here that the data conversion's complete out of today, and that in a year is when you plan to go live with that. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And so once that's in place, how will that change, let's say, in 911 or any kind of response?
And again, part of what we're working on regional, we will all be able to see the same resources. We need to work on those collaborative agreements in order to dispatch across jurisdictional boundaries. I mentioned, don't care about jurisdiction, really neither do medical emergencies.
Okay. Let me ask, so say today they're responding to a attack, and it's people that are stationed in the airport today that are responding, right?
Yes.
Does REMS go there?
As the transport agent, they would go.
They would meet paramedics like at the front and transfer them over for transport?
Yes.
Okay. That will stay the same?
Yep.
Who is responding inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
The current airport firefighters provide paramedic level service. That will continue. REMSA has been the transport agency. That will continue well.
Okay, but REMSA would not go and meet the patient at gate B2, right?
They could possibly.
They could?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The airport firefighters are closed. That's why usually.
All right, let me just say, good work to all, phenomenal. I'm so appreciative of the airport, your work, and our firefighters having the vision to do this, to actually be making it happen on watch. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, sorry, just a second. So actually, I did have some questions, and thank you, Councilmember Reese, for triggering the point. With the potential new lithium factory happening at the said airport, is there specific training that needs to happen for that type of fire? Because I know that those could be especially toxic and dangerous. And I know the airport is kind of their own authority in some regards with what they allow to happen there. Is there any specific training that our firefighters will need to get in order to address fires at a facility like that? I know it's really something new to the city of Reno, and I think that it potentially something very dangerous. So have you guys had any discussions about that? I'm just kind of curious what the firefighters are thinking about that.
So this is a combination of training and tool. We have certainly awareness of threats that are out there, whether it's on a low level like the electric car batteries or higher level like a factory. But the other tool piece of that, and I've been in communication with a local company who has developed extinguishing agent that addresses those type of fires. So we're looking into providing that for our members, for all members, for the department as needed. And that would actually be a target area if such a factory would go in Stead Airport at Station 9. We could equip them with those tools.
Okay, and then part B of that is, do we have any plans or procedures for containment of those types of fire? I don't know what you would call them, ways that we put fires out, because I know that we have PFAS contamination, and a lot of it is due to foam that was used previously in firefighting to put fires out for electrical fires, and now a year later we find out it's very harmful to the environment and to possibly people. The EPA is still trying to establish what is considered dangerous with that, but is there any precautions regarding containment of anything that is used to put out lithium-based fires?
So you asked that question because the extinguishing agent that I described actually is PFAS-free. So
Okay.
it encapsulates the fire and is PFAS.
Yeah, my concern is, it might be something that is, we just don't know yet, that might be considered toxic in the future. So I would be interested in making sure that anything is used is not then released into soil or the air, the surrounding area, that anything that's used would be, cleaned up and not kind of released into the surrounding environment.
Very good, thank you.
Great questions, Councilwoman Ebert. Just to piggyback off of that, Chief, do you currently have that substance you referred to?
We don't have it yet. I met with Jesse a month ago.
Okay.
And we're going to set a demonstration. I was for a couple of weeks, so we're going to set up a demonstration and then figure out how best to play it.
Yeah, I would love to make sure that you get that on extinguishers in there with that substance.
Very good.
Yeah,
Good.
so thank you.
That's
I really
excellent.
appreciate that you're paying attention.
Yeah.
I've been following those very tragic fires.
Yep.
And just real quick, I don't know, my time was up, but also wanted to talk about some issues that were happening out in Ward 4. There was some calls that happened, and I think there's some delay, possibly response time, not necessarily on City of Reno's part, but maybe between transfers of calls to the appropriate people that needed to respond. And I'm not going to get into the specifics of that just for people's privacy, but I also wanted to say thank you to JW and Reno Fire working out a plan to better address that and reduce call times in Ward 4 to areas that might be county but surrounded by City of Reno. So thank you guys for that additional layer of protection for Ward residents as well. So thank you.
JW, you want to say a few words?
You know, JW, getting ready to call up next, so you might well just do the walk of shame. Come on up. That's what we call it when you come to the dais. It's the walk of shame. We know you don't want to. He's
Now he's
very
going to take it out on me. So.
He's very humble. But if we say a few words, let me just, first of all, I want to thank my council. I think you asked some very thoughtful questions. I can't even begin to tell you sort of the history, where this all started. This has been a decade in the making. Actually, we did a deep dive on regional fire services. One of the areas that was incredibly concerning were some practices at the airport. I think it's stark to say, even the dispatch, I can't remember, this is how bad it was, that I couldn't even remember the 911 number, like 233 or something. Darren, that was before your time, thank goodness. He can't remember either.
Right.
But that's stark it was. I have to tell you, unfortunately, fire for me is, it's always personal.
I know.
A little bit.
Yes.
Just a little. And I don't think people understand the magnitude unless it's happened to them. And that's great. I don't want it to happen to anyone else. And that's why we worked so hard over a decade. It's been highly, highly political, which absolutely should never be the case. We have too many territorial wars that puts people's lives in jeopardy. And that is just absolutely unacceptable. It's funny, in the press you see these other shiny objects that, the stories are told. But actually, these are the most significant, the most important. They keep people safe. They keep people alive. They keep families together. I would be remiss. This is something that we worked so incredibly hard on over a decade. We're still not there yet in the region, but this is absolutely a tremendous and honorable start on every level. So I have to say this never, ever would have happened if it wasn't for the commissioners at the Reno Airport and the firefighters at Reno Airport, Casey McComb, Tapia, our wonderful commissioners that serve us at the city of Reno. We actually have, and I'm so proud that she's Courtney here. She's commissioner for Wash County. So I just want to call all of you out personally. Chair Jay, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Joel Grace, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chair Cunningham, Jennifer Cunningham, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Courtney, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Commissioner Jung, you're hiding over there, I think, behind. We have to call her out. Once a commissioner, always a commissioner, so that means we can blame you for eternity, right? But, actually, I wanted to call her up, and I know, again, walk of shame, I want to come here and do it, but you, anyone, know better than anyone else because you served in the county commission for so long, and it was something that there was a lot of resistance to make this airport safer, which absolutely is unacceptable and tragic. I want to say thank you to Darren for your leadership, and Chris, thank you so much. I know some of these conversations have not been easy than heated. I was in a room where I wasn't proud of the way that I've acted. I want to apologize for that. But I think at the end of the day, this speaks volumes to who we are as a community coming together and really, truly, it's what you say, it's what you do. There's a lot of things we say in politics that are absolute bullshit. Sorry, did I say my out loud voice?
Almost.
So on behalf of the entire city of Reno and our residents, thank you to all of you from the bottom of my heart, because our airport deserves the very, very best. And you know me, I'm out there, I'm the big champion for what we do, and I'm very competitive. I like us to be absolute very, very best. I get really competitive and crazy, and I absolutely believe this airport is the best airport in the entire country. I've been to a lot of airports, I'm sure Darren has, and so don't hate me on that. But I would just say, I just truly cannot thank you, and our citizens should feel wonderful every day entering that airport, knowing that they are served by the very best in this region. And not to say, I mean, Truckee Mose is just as talented, wonderful. I'm grateful that all of our guys work together from, airport fire, because Casey McComb's back there. I'll have you to get up and just a few words. He hates that. Like, I don't want to do that. But the only reason I really wanted you to do that, because you are on the airport side, I'd love to hear from your perspective why you think this is so critical for the region. He dressed up too for all of us. I know, I didn't plan on speaking, but just because I think you know it so well and personally, from your perspective, because obviously you guys are the ones doing the work. You guys are risking your lives every single day for all us. So I would love to know from your perspective on the fire, on the airport fire side, because my guys, they're wonderful, and they'll say we can do anything, and they can. At the same time, I think you guys can do anything too. But why is the relationship so critical?
No, first of all, thank you, Mayor, Council, Casey McCone, Air Fire, for the record. Chief Cochran did a great job explaining it. There's a lot of good questions also. There's a lot to this, so it's expected there'll be a lot of questions. A lot of the issues weren't in malice of any way. It was just a very rapidly growing airport, a rapidly growing city. The area has changed a lot over the last 10 years. Some of those changes that were not only happening within the city, were happening at the airport, being communications, the software that we use, they weren't talking to each other. So even though we're trying to dispatch each other appropriately, it wasn't happening in efficient, and we knew we could do better. So with your help, with the trustees, Mr. Griffin, and with 7th getting together and discussing potential ways to move forward, we're able to identify, and that took a long time, and then start to repair those issues that we were having for communications. That's our number one, basically directed from you, was to fix this communication piece, and was to identify the training aspect, and what's going to make it a lot better and a lot safer, not only the firefighters, but the public, to get that training together, make sure that when we respond, we're responding and we work together a little bit more efficient. That's what we've been working on over the last year, and it helped a lot. And the next piece was just organically to become one agency and make sure that when those resources are needed to, say, offload passengers from an aircraft, we don't have the resources to do that right now. Now we will, because of the city. We have ladder trucks or apparatus personnel to get in there and help with those types of emergencies. And it's really, I guess, a big deal, the fact that all the government agencies that got together and everybody that got together to make sure that this happened is a really big deal. And it took a lot. And I can't express my thank you to everyone involved. And it just thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, JW, where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, now he's trying to hide in the back. So I have to call JW because I think absolutely drove you crazy. Because when you came on at City, because you have such a strong background in public safety on the REMSA side, and you have seen sort of the devastation of when things, don't really work well. And you said, I'm absolutely committed to this. I know every single day you came to work, this was so, I don't even know how to say it, but I know you've been living, eating, breathing, and sleeping this entire initiative. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, but I would love to talk a little bit about, how far you've come.
Thank you, Mayor. J.W. Hodge, for the record. I would say, to reiterate what you've said today, it's really the people that are all sitting behind today that have made this happen. Yes, I've parts of it, but none of it would happen without people coming together in a room, identifying what needs to get better. And I think this is the beginning of what we can do in the region to continuously push forward. Chief Cochran said today there's plenty of initiatives still ahead of us, including the regional CAD and work to do regionally. But this is just one shining example of when you bring a group of people together, you can actually make a one system even more efficient for the community. So thank you for your leadership. Thanks for counseling us the latitude to do good work. And thank you for letting us continue that work in the future.
Well, thank you so much. We're so grateful. I really am. Thank you. Because a million other things going on, and you just were so focused. I couldn't have done it without you. So I wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. But all of you sitting there, this airport mission, you guys were the ones that got it done. I've heard for so long. In fact, I'm a little bummed. You'll have to tell them that I'm sorry I missed them. But Art, Sean, I want to send the big kudos, thank you, and just let them know how appreciative we are. And Courtney, this is a prime example of Courtney sitting right here saying, I know I represent the county, but I'm here today in support because it's all of us working together collaboratively. And you need to know your praises were absolutely recognized by the entire fire department. They were incredibly grateful, and we all are too. So I want to highlight that because typically you don't see this. We are territorial. region that we've got to stop, because now we are growing so fast that that's only going to hurt us. And people put out narratives out there, that are absolutely ridiculous. Oh, this is a union. Oh, this is a political thing. This is far right, far left. I hear that in public comment. Lots of conspiracies out there, folks. This is not one. But I can't tell you how grateful I am. I know there are people that their lives will be saved because of this. So thank you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. So, all right. We're not going to get emotional. I guess you guys probably have a lot to get to in your busy lives, but we're grateful for your community service on every level. So thank you. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, the entire airport commissioners. I know you have, Darren, you have a team here too in the back that are sitting here quiet, but with some smiles, and I know that makes a difference too. I want to say thank Darren. You had to put up with a lot. Laughing. He knows I'm right. And Chris too. Like we had some meetings were difficult, and just, I thank you for your leadership. It really says a lot about you and character. So thank you. All right. With being said, I would love to be able to make the motion. Do you want to pull that back? I just want to make sure. I move to approve the interlocal agreement for fire service between the City of Reno on behalf of the Reno Fire Department and the Reno Tow Airport Authority. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And it's amazing. All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on to item D8, David 8, which is a presentation.
All right. Sort of continuing on with airport conversations. And do you have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We don't have any public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Right. Mr. Griffin, we're so excited that you're here. We're looking forward to your updates. I know it's been a while, so we're going to continue to keep inviting you back to keep us informed. You guys have a lot of exciting things that are happening, that have happened. We want to be able to rooting for you and highlighting the good work that you do. And especially because you have a exciting expansion taking place. And so we want to be able to support you in any way we can, but I wanted the council to hear from you directly to talk about all the wonderful things you're doing. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, council members, Manager Darren Griffin, for the record, President and CEO of the Reno Tow Airport Authority. Very much appreciate the invitation. It has too long. We will fix that going forward. There's a lot going on at the airport. Very excited to share with you some updates, but also I just also want to express my thanks for what just happened. The leadership from this council and you, Sheevy, and our team worked together. A special thank you to Chief Cochran and Chris Jensen, who really formed a collaborative culture and allowed us to do something that hasn't been done before. So it's a proud day for me as well of all of us, and to be able to move forward. Excited to just run through some things going on at the airport. I know how busy your day is. I'm going to go as quick as I possibly can here, update you on some things happening at Reno and the Stead Airport. I'll update you on the capital program, or Reno is called that. We've got some exciting developments in our program and things happening in the community. Then, of course, your questions. Do my best to absolutely answer all of those. I won't walk you through who we are. You know who we are very well. I'm very pleased to acknowledge the 5 airport trustees that are in the audience today. Thanks to them for being here. This is a board that is by state statute supposed to meet once a month and talk about airport and set policy and authorize me to send money. Last fiscal year, they had 19 times formally and dozens of times in committees trying to advance the work of the airport authority. When you have a $1 billion capital program, it feels like there is one big decision after another. So I'm extremely grateful to them, their leadership, and to you for putting great leaders on the airport board. At this moment in time, we really need that. I'll start the update by just refreshing our recent economic impact study. We updated this last year. It had been about 5 years since we took a look at what the airports impact economically in the region. There's a lot of great data on this slide. That what I like to really pull out is more and more people arriving to the region by air, that it's a quick and easy way to get here from so many locations. Every time a 737 lands, it's worth about $130,000 in economic impact. And we try to take our eye off the importance of air travel to our region, the economic impact that every single airplane landing here actually has. And so we kind of put that economic impact into 2 different ways of how we think about the airport. First, in the aqua green color there is operating airfield, and that heavily regulated runways, taxiway, parking aprons for the aircraft utilize RNO. And then now the blue all around it is all the land that is being developed that we just really had a great discussion around why do we need better fire protection because of all the tenants that you see listed there. It's everything from what you experience in the terminal building area to our business aviation side of the airport, as well as aeronautical activities and air cargo, all of the above happening on all that blue land. And to the two areas of the airport really drive that economic impact. The really exciting news is that aqua green part has led to some fantastic service results this last summer. You probably saw our media release on how strong it really was, but we were almost double digits every month. About a 10% overall increase in passengers in the summer of 2024 versus summer 2023. That was largely due to the airlines adding 90,000 additional seats this summer, or about 1,000 seats a day. Why did they do that? Because we are performing really well in national airspace system. Airlines look at airports and what they're generating in revenue and profit, which of course is the business that they're in, is to try and generate profits on every city pair that they fly. We are doing really well here, and so we warrant additional service, got that, and we're very proud of our region for really stepping up and utilizing a lot of that. 80% load factor across all of those additional seats, June, July, and August. We have 9% additional seats this fall, and based on numbers I'm seeing coming out of September, and literally we look at them on a daily basis, October is going really well too. Last year we had 4.6 million total passengers, so that's all arriving and departing ticketed passengers. This year we're on track for 4.8 million. And as we think about the airport and the growth happening in our community at the airport, we know at the end of this decade, in early 2030s, we will pass 5 million people utilizing the airport. And again, those are just ticketed passengers, not all the meter greeters. And it feels busy at the airport. It really is busier than it's been in 20 years. And that's really exciting and keeps really busy. And on the other side is that land development that we've been talking about. As the airport property is put into productive use, the most recent success story there is Airway Commerce Center, located just south of the airfield, opened a few months ago. That was a partnership with the Tolls Development Company, and really a 30-year-long success story of an airport slowly converting land that the FAA viewed as very incompatible, so close to the runway, so loud there for the airplane noise. And acquiring the land and slowly redeveloping it in a really difficult place to develop land at all because of federal guidelines, noise restrictions. So really pleased with the development that was put together there. Very much appreciate partnership with this council and city staff on 500 new trees and 1,500 shrubs and perennials that have to follow a very strict FAA guidelines on what's compatible with aircraft. So we successfully did all of that. The greenscape there looks tremendous and a great success story of how to redevelop airport land. Switching to the north to the State Airport, I know you're all familiar with that airport. We have almost 200 based aircraft. Runway and taxiways are there for utilization of all aviation sources. Of course, air races were a really part of the State Airport, which ended last year. And it was great to send them off of the air show this year, and they're off to Roswell. And now we really are beginning to see some successes in the land at the Stead Airport. The airport owns about 3,000 developable acres. And you all are probably familiar with our partnership with Dermody Properties, which is now entering phase 2 is under lease. Phase 1 is under construction. There's actually buildings going right now on phase 1. And that is a slow growth approach to build as the market demands and to build in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding region. Last week, obviously the big announcement for Lighton, who we were getting to know in just the last couple of months. We're proud to partner with EDON, with the Governor's Office of Economic Development, with Dermody Properties to land a battery gigafactory, the first of its kind, on the property at the airport. A lot of questions were asked here earlier, asking a lot of those questions. This was an announcement. There's a long journey ahead for all of us to bring this to fruition, but we're proud to work with that team. And of course, you are the permitting authority, and everything that's approved up will come before the city of Reno, and we're working closely with everybody involved and you to make sure that what's built up there is something that benefits the entire region. But we are excited that the land that our board had a vision for 10 years ago and entering into master development agreement really started to produce a result like that. The Stead Airport is on the cusp of a master plan update. That's a really important process that every publicly owned airport goes through every 10 to 15 years, and it's been almost 15 years for us. So we are excited in the process right now of selecting a consulting firm that will go through this. A dark blue on the right there, you can see what does a master plan actually do. Start really with the airfield requirements, who's utilizing the airport, How big is it going to be next 10 to 20 years? How much money do we need from the federal government to support it all? Form public outreach committees and stakeholder groups of people that utilize the airport or interested neighbors and citizens. Very transparent process, and the goal is to come out with a 20 plan for the airport, updated. It looked at everything on our property and also acknowledges where we impact others, where we need to work with many other agency and community members to make ourselves a good neighbor. Ultimately, the bottom bullet there, an airport layout plan, is actually an official document approved by the FAA, and that is a deliverable that we have to give to the FAA. They pay for most of this master plan process. The future of RNO, as we've probably heard that tagline, we mean that many different ways, and first and foremost, we mean it in regards to air service. And everywhere I go, I'm always asked about this. There's no community that our size has enough air service that, as it believes it should. We are always working service as a team sport, working with the RCVA, we're working with EDON, the Reno Service Corporation, to market our region to all the airlines. We have 10 airlines today. There's really only about 15 domestic U.S. carriers, and honestly, that number continues to dwindle down. And this week we're hearing that Spirit and Frontier are talking about a merger again. So the number will likely continue to reduce down. Airlines struggle to be profitable. For us, everything in blue on the map is a daily route that you all utilize and will have great access to Southern California, the Pacific Northwest, the Desert Southwest. The yellow are those seasonal routes, which we had all of those this summer. Some of them come back in the wintertime. And our goal is always to turn yellow lines, blue lines. A couple things I want to highlight is Atlanta restarted. They're being gone for a few years on June 7th. It's off to a really great start. That's daily red-eye, soon-to-be morning service to Atlanta, to obviously the busiest airport in the world as a statistical fact. And so our access to Atlanta is huge. The first time ever, Alaska Airlines is going to start a nonstop to San Diego. San Diego is a great market for us. Really strong performance for Southwest Airlines. We've never had a second airline on it. We're excited for that start in December. Alaska is also starting Los Angeles again. They've been in and out with a lot of LAX service, sometimes too much, sometimes not enough. But we always appreciate an airline like Alaska in enriching their investment in a market. And also worth noting is Austin, which we had with American. They left the market. Southwest immediately backfilled that beginning next March, and that will go into the summer. And Austin is one of those key growth markets that we really want to hope to hang on to. Everybody always wants to know, what are you trying to get that you don't have today? And first, we don't want to lose anything. It's the first rule of air service is don't lose anything that you have, because then you expend energy trying to get back. So everything that we have today, we want to hang on and grow. More service to the hubs, of course, Salt Lake City and LA, Denver, Dallas, all those hub airports are really important. The dots in red are the ones that we targeted as the markets that we really think make a lot of sense for North Nevada. The battery belt, the lithium loop, call it where we want. It's being noticed by the airlines. And we are in active conversations with our partners about Charlotte. Nashville especially is a really hot topic right now. Orlando, leisure travel, or Disney World, and all of the two-way traffic that represents. Hawaii. We get asked about. That is our number one unserved destination. We have enough people coming to the airport, getting on a plane to Hawaii every day to fill a plane. The problem is we don't all go to the same island. And so the challenge there is attract an airline that's willing to fly the nonstop. We are in active conversation in Hawaii as well, and honestly feel like it's just a matter of time. A new Hawaiian-Alaska merger creates opportunity. Southwest is waiting on airplanes that would fly the route. We are a high, hot destination. Hawaii is a long stage length, so it takes the right airplane to fly it as well. So there's a number of things out there that are going to break our way. One of them, eventually, we will have that route. But all of that is what we're always looking for. And like I said, it is a team sport. It's important we are talking to airlines, that we talk as a region, we talk as a community. And they have probably 200 airports talking to them all the time, trying to achieve more service. It's additional service, the 20-year highs in passengers that really leads us to the more RO infrastructure program. It's been mentioned several times today, and we live this every day of trying to really expand, modernize our airport while never closing. And it is a challenge feat. And everything there in dark blue project in some stage at the airport right now. And I'll just quickly run you through where we're at on the various projects. So first, the ones we've gotten done. The ticketing expansion, really proud of how that turned out, a 10,000 square foot addition to front of the front door of the airport, if you will. Lighter, brighter restrooms, reduced congestion. It was about $35 million on time, on budget, opened in April. 3 weeks ago, we opened the Loop Road, which really is just a reconstruction of aging infrastructure and bringing it up to today's codes and today's standards in terms of safety for customers crossing the busy road, safety for the building itself, adding bollard to protect the building from vehicle-borne threats. We added canopies out there just to improve the customer experience a little bit. It rains, it snows, it's cold, it's hot, just to make people's experience through the front door of the airport as good as we possibly can. All told, it's about a $50 million investment that is good to have this done. These are the hardest places to work in an airport besides checkpoint. You can't ever close the front door to the airport. Really grateful. Last 2 years of challenging to get through all of this, but it also allowed our team to really exercise those project muscles because we have bigger ones coming. You are all, I'm sure, familiar with our parking challenges, and that continues on even today. Every day we are close to being out of parking. The Ground Transportation Center is a public-private partnership because we simply don't have funding to fund a $300 million rental car and ground transportation center. But we executed that financial transaction in May. They're in design right now, and some early enabling projects have begun to build a facility that will be 3 times the size of what we have today. And the rental car experience there is not great. A lot of people are running like to use the skip counter technology and use the app, and it's almost impossible to do that in the existing rental car infrastructure. The benefit for us is that they will all move out of existing parking garage, and we will reclaim 600 spaces there that we really badly need today, honestly, for general custom parking in front of the airport. We are ourselves moving out of the terminal building. The best way to expand terminal building is to get out of it if you don't service that has to be in there. We need to be close by, but our administrative functions don't actually need to be inside the terminal building itself. And so we are in design right now in a building that will be just south of the terminal building in what's called Yellow Lot today. That will move us out of mezzanine, all airport administrative functions. It will move our police department off of the existing lower level concourse B into a true police station. And you'll see that as you come around the corner. And what that does is free up all of our space for TSA, for customer-facing amenities. As you go through security and you come up the escalator, the wall on your right, the wall to boardroom. And so we know we're opening up space that could be used for a variety of customer amenities or tenants that are in the airport that just need more space. And the lounge is an example. It is grossly undersized, and we don't have a place to put a big lounge until we get out of the way and we get to work on the biggest project of all, which is brand new concourses. Concourses A and B. I'm sure you're familiar with this. We are between 30 and 60% design on both of them right now, and this will transform the experience at the airport. It's 100% gate replacement, a project that most airports don't undertake. It's a huge lift for our organization. What do we end up with? It is 24 brand new gates that are sized to handle large aircraft. The 737 MAX 10, you go to the MAX class, good and bad. Eventually, all of the MAX airplanes will be in service. MAX 10 has 210 people. The concourses that used today were built for the 737-100, which handles 120 people back then. The rooms are half the size of what they should be, and that's what we all experience. Often when you arrive at the airport, you can't find a place to sit because the room is just simply too small for that. We'll double the size, all the hold rooms. We'll upgauge every gate so that MAX 10 can park anywhere. We'll also be able to handle 757s, and in larger aircraft on our ad hoc basis, we routinely get those. More light, more seating. We're really reimagining the gaming experience that happens inside the concourses, the food and beverage experience, and really creating that sense of place, the east-facing views at the airport. It's a generational leap forward and an incredible project to be part of, and an incredible lift for sure. And we have an army of people working on that. While we're doing all of these projects, we're still operating, and that is probably the biggest challenge, to maintain an operating airport 365, 24/7, with record numbers of passengers, the busiest 20 years, like we talked about, the ongoing parking challenges. Of course, weather. We get occasional blizzard in northern Nevada, and we know how important it is that the airport be open and operating. Last year, through different blizzards, we made 80% of our flight schedule. There are lots of delays, but the point, can you get there to get back? Undid mandates are heavily regulated by the FAA, the Transportation Security Administration, Customs and Protection, you name the federal agency, and it feels like airports get a lot of regulation there. We get undid mandates. We've had 2 of them this year that really require us to staff differently and to fund things that we didn't plan on funding. It's just the business of airports. We know it changes constantly across the country. The biggest one on this list is runway construction, and this was a 3-year saga that the mayor have talked about. I'm sure many of you are aware that we reconstructed our main runway in summer of '21. Almost immediately after it opened, we began noticing failures of the runway. That has led to the last 3 years of temporary repairs, negotiating with Granite Construction. I'm very pleased to report that the runway has been repaired. It's in kind of the final stage right now. We're getting to repaint it. We'll open to full normal operations November 15th-ish. It's been an incredible saga. All credit to Reno construction. Projects sometimes don't go the way you like them to. Runway projects are especially scrutinized, and that it always has to be safe. The safety standard never changes out there. We went to really extraordinary efforts to keep that runway safe or to close it if we felt it wasn't safe. The repair looks fantastic. It's permanent. It'll be long-lasting. It's all federal requirements. It's been scrutinized by every concrete expert on the West Coast, I think. So we're glad to have that behind us soon, but it really requires a balancing job to deal with all of that. Along with rising construction costs, we're all dealing with, and passenger impacts. And that even though we're under construction, we want everybody to enjoy their airport experience. We want people to feel proud of their airport. We want people to look forward to the experience that will come. I'm often asked, is it going to be different? Because I love the airport. We love how convenient it is, the tenants from car to gate. I can't promise that, but we are going to make it a much better airport, modernize it, but we are still going to have that experience where it is easy to get through. We are not going to lose that, but I think we're all going to enjoy the experience even more than we do today. When we say $1 billion, we mean it. And we don't have $1 billion. Like I said, the $209 million Ground Transportation Center is a public-private partnership. We are an investor in that at a low level, but that's primarily funded by private equity and borrowed money from the developer. The first projects are in the books. The and authority headquarters are around $70 million. Two new concourses were $570 million for the first 2 years. We're now working through a cost increase that's going to put it in the mid-sixes. We are working very hard to compete with a lot of other airports' federal funding, hoping to fund about 10% of this program through the FAA or other affiliated federal grant programs. It's competitive. There are other airports our size all trying to build. Spokane, Colorado Springs, Tucson, you name it. Everybody wants money from the federal government. So we are working hard on it. We were debt-free until August, and in August, we took down our first $288 million bond issue to fund what's on the list here outside the GTC, but primarily New Concourse A. We will back in 26 and then 28 with additional debt issuances. And we are working very close with the airlines. We can't do the concourse project without airline support. They literally have a voting right on budget increases and contract expenditures. And we have a great, phenomenal relationship with the airlines. Thanks to everybody in the community that make them feel welcome with Mayor Sheevy. Every time we have them in town, we appreciate the support we get to make them feel welcome, how important they are to what we're doing. They are supportive. They're telling us to keep going. They see a long-term good investment here, and it is time to renew this infrastructure. So we're appreciative of that. I'm going to go through everything on this, but of course, a bill like this is a huge opportunity to leap forward from a sustainability perspective. Every project has a sustainability lens that we've got. We are going to have a new central utility plant beginning next summer that'll be hybrid electric with a geothermal exchange. In terms of the airport consumes in water and energy and the reduction of the carbon footprint, it's not even comparable to what we have today. And that's simply because we're building new with today's building materials and technology. We're focused on ourselves, but also trying to help the airlines. When you arrive and park, they now have the ability to plug into the building, keep the airplane cool, heated through electric generators there that allow them to turn the airplane engines off faster. That reduces the carbon footprint. That is largely funded by the FAA as well. This is something they're trying to get all airports to do, and we're proud that this is part of what we're already doing. We're retrofitting existing gates, and then we'll keep that technology to the new gates to get greener, faster. Art is a part of what you're doing here. When we build new, it's an opportunity to leap forward in terms of the look and feel of space. Our board passed a public art resolution 3 years ago, 1%. I know the city committed more than that a long time ago, and we're catching up to some degree. But we also have tremendous opportunity to leap forward in terms of the experience when it comes to art. 1% of $1 billion is a big art program, and we can't do that alone. We are a transportation authority, not fine art experts. And so we have an amazing art committee led by our chair, Jennifer Cunningham, when the list of people that you see there is just the who's who of fine art experts in our region. And they really helped form and create what you saw on the last slide, the 150-foot-long repeated refrain art piece in the ticketing hall was the work of this committee. And I've never seen anything else like that in any other airport. And there will be more like that in our future. But we know how important the sense of place is, diversity, the people that present Northern Nevada, and how important art is, and we're excited to leap forward in that space. And of course, we know we are not an island. We are actively working across a lot of fronts with a lot of different partners. And we need everybody's help to advance a mission of this size, to advance a capital program of this size, to work together on air service, business development, land development, and also at the national level, work with other airports to try and advance public policy around airports that improve the customer experience. We have tremendous support from every level of elected official, starting with this body all the way up to our senators and congressmen, and we're just very, very thankful and appreciative of the support they're getting and the partnership we get to try and advance this mission and advance aviation in northern Nevada. And we know, especially Reno, but also Stead Airport, are places where people want to interact with the experience. And so we try and and take that role as much as we can, and whether inaugural flight celebrations or live music performances during our town, you'll see those artists in the terminal building. We hosted Girls in Aviation this summer up at the Stead Airport with hundreds of young girls interested in careers in aviation. Of course, Operation Santa Claus in partnership with the Children's Cabinet and taking 25 families and create an richer Christmas experience for them. Bernan, I don't need to talk about this much, I'm sure. It's our busiest week of the year at the airport. There's no close second. We work very closely with the Burning Man organization. They are phenomenal. We love working with them. They really help get prepared for the arrival. Almost 100 bus trips directly from RNO straight out to the playa. Lots of close coordination there. Even close coordination on the buses that come back and the state of customers that are getting off buses. And we work closely in providing shower facilities, resting facilities, bags for them to kind of put themselves back together before they re-enter the aviation process to make their trip home also enjoyable and not miserable for them or anybody around them. And of honor flights. We're so proud of the honor flight take place here. It's special everywhere it happens when the World War II and Korea, Vietnam, and Iraq war veterans get together. As a veteran, I'm very proud of a role in this and something to certainly continue. Lastly, a big thank you to this body and to every City of Reno employee who is helping us in some way, whether it is the projects that are happening, the art and culture. I got to mention Ben Berner, your arts and culture manager, is on our committee, and Trustee Jim leads our sustainability committee. So your appointees, your employees, everybody's working together to help advance this mission, air service, tours, and of course, public safety, which we can all agree on. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your partnership. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you so much. That was fantastic. I love you. There were so many questions in there, and I was like, okay, I get to check off. That's how good you are. I don't ask that. I don't ask that. So excellent job. Thank you so much, which is really exciting. And I was there 3 days ago, and the ticket count looks incredible. So it's so beautiful, and I love that. I'm so elated to see art. And I remember when Commissioner Faraz on there, he was a big proponent of the art as well. But you go to any major airport, one of the things that stands out bar none is artwork. Yep. And so I love to see that we operate like a small airport. I think we produce very big. So it just is very cool to see that. So thank you. I think you did a phenomenal job. I do want to point out, because I'm so sorry that I completely forgot until you showed me the slides, and I didn't mean to, but I think I was getting wrapped up in the emotion of the item beforehand. But I need to recognize Kramer, who is also on your board, and you have Carol Chapman on board. And I want to say thank you specifically to them. I do want to point out, though, our appointees, so everyone knows, I try to always really dial in on the way they appoint someone and what they bring to the table. For instance, Jay brings finance, Grace brings construction, all them construction expertise and management. Jennifer Kingham brings tourism experience. Kitty Jung brings government affairs and historical knowledge of all those governmental policies that can be so challenging. And so I do recognize everyone that's on the board. And Courtney, if we could adopt you, I'd totally happy to do that too. But no, everyone's really wonderful. But I wanted to point that out. And I also did want to point out that and I believe he was your chair at one time, was Commissioner Ferraza, who was a huge part of how we ended up getting into the fire negotiations and conversations. I feel terrible that I did not mention her, but she wasn't sitting here, so I completely got in the moment. But I do need to recognize those other commissioners that did have really dug in and done. And here's the thing that people know. Airport is the most difficult board to serve on because it really takes a lot of your time. And you don't really get much in return except for, you don't, right? It really is community service that the commissioners do on your board. And the fact that they're here to supporting you speaks a lot about how they feel about you. We get lucky, get one or two that show up. And so today, because they came in support, it says a lot. So just know that I'm very impressed with the work that they're doing. But I want to mention that because I'm sorry I forgot about Em and Carol.
Of course.
All right, I'm going to send it over to Councilman Mike Martinez, he's not here. Guess I'm not going to do that. Councilwoman Taylor.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Griffin. I'll brief. I think we hit the jackpot with your hiring for a year ago now. I had the privilege of knowing Chris Bart and Marilee for many years. I have had a history of having represented the airport in various capacities over the course of my legal career, and it's really been incredible to watch leadership. So kudos to you. Congratulations to the incredible work you're doing. I know that the important question each of us ask you is about the air service, and I'll just pause to say I know a lot of it's out of our control, right? As airlines and airline industry changes, collapses, mergers happen, there's unwind in the middle of them, all sorts of things are happening. I will say that I use the airport with some frequency. It's my favorite airport in the world. I always love traveling in and out. Mostly I like the back home part, but the one flight that you identify here that you're hoping is, I guess it's currently seasonal, but we're hoping for expansion. The JetBlue flight in and out of New York City is incredibly important for so many reasons. I certainly, JetBlue has its own problems as an airline is having. I wonder what you can do. Just the further we can get to the East Coast, it opens up a lot of opportunities because we don't currently get to Austin. We can't currently get to D.C. easily. Sometimes our employees, when we're traveling back to DC, for example, have to leave a day or two early. They have to take, I think one time, one of our employees took 6 connections to get to DC. These are just not good things. But what can you say about the getting a New York piece?
Sure. And thank you for the question. And JetBlue, as we understand it, will be back this winter to serve the ski market, and then hopefully back again in spring and summer. But it has been a struggle for them. The route has been that profitable. We could have debate on the type of aircraft, but we don't get to run the airline. Ultimately, they're putting the airplanes where they think they're going to make most money. To your point, Jet specifically has some financial challenges. And so we're always thinking and working with ask of how do we support them when they come back and what's the backup plan? That if for some reason that flight doesn't materialize or there's a merger or an acquisition of some kind, we think we are a New York market, that there's at least 5 day a week to have the New York stop. We have to have strong Boston numbers, maybe not quite strong enough, but strong Boston numbers, and I would say Washington, D.C. Those are the 3 we're really focused on, getting New York back and Washington, D.C. And I think National Airport is a challenge because of the slot, but Dulles is very much obviously a strong United hub, and it's a conversation that's had with United. So we hear you, we hope to get them back, and we think we have to keep working. Some of it is we're just getting large enough now to where they can put enough people on the airplanes to really generate yield that they need. The growth that's happening support that long, thin route, whether New York or D.C. It's easy to do L.A., Chicago, we're really well served, but that long, thin route, it's expensive to the airline, and they have to make a certain price point. So I'm generally optimistic based on our growth here. I'm not optimistic or pessimistic around JetBlue. We're working with them, but like you said, a lot of this is beyond our control, and we just have to see how the street shakes out to some extent. Yeah, yes, sir.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you again so much for being there. And I just wanted to say I'm extremely grateful that your board has showed up to support you. It's been an amazing airport day, right? Improvements in the fire service, improvements in you laid out a tremendous amount of billions of dollars of improvements that come. I just wanted to ask one quick question. I know you covered it, and it had to do with the rental cars. I wasn't really clear. So is the goal to move out of the parking garage and your area north up terminal? Is that the idea?
That is the idea. You'll walk a baggage right out the end door there. It's about a 600-foot walk around the curve, and then that will be the new rental car and ground transportation there. So Uber, Lyft, casinos, everybody will be picking up there. So we're pushing it a little bit off, but it's still a walkable distance. There'll be a covered walkway there to protect people from the elements. You'll still drop off right at the building. That gets 100% of the rental car returns off our airport loop mode. The safety improvement there is unquantifiable because rental drivers are not looking at you, the pedestrian. They're looking at the sign trying to figure out where I park this car.
Now, would you pick up a car out there too?
You will. So they'll wash, fuel, clean the cars. You'll walk out there, pick the car up, and of course, within the facility, you will be able to use the app technology. We'll literally find people now right to the row where you keep the car that you want.
And do you think they'll have shuttles also? Because there's plenty of people that I've flown with that cannot walk 100 feet, never mind.
Absolutely.
600.
We are in discussions with the developer on what sort of ADA, accommodations where there'll be. What's a scooter that will ride or somebody to push you out there. But we have to account for that, absolutely.
Well, maybe just those smaller little buses. The reason I say is some people have a lot of luggage.
True, absolutely.
And they can't really, without a luggage card or something, they're going to allow those cars property. Can't really pay all that luggage. 600 feet is almost a quarter mile. I mean, not quite, but it's over an 8 mile, and that's still a slug for people luggage, whether it's skis come going or whatever it is. Even people coming for conferences that bringing those displays, you know what I mean? Like, use your imagination. But I really do think we should think about some kind of motorized, not just a personal cart, but some kind of little bus or something. Snow, there's rain.
Right.
I understand it'll be covered, but
Okay.
those are some
Thank you.
suggestions. Again, wonderful day for the airport. Thank you so much for
you.
being here today.
All right, Councilwoman Niebuhr, nice to see you.
So I'm actually the council member, the liaison to the board, so I heard a lot of this along the way. So great presentation today. And also I want to say great job with the air show out in my ward a few weeks ago. It was great. I've had a lot of community feedback about that. There's a lot of sadness about losing their races, and I understand that. But I just wanted to thank you for the air show. It was very well received, and there's a lot of hope that we can make that an annual thing that happens out there. I know that there's a conflict next year, it won't be able to happen, but if there's any way that we could bring that or something similar to State Airport annually, it'd be really appreciated, particularly by the Ward 4 constituents. So thank you for that. And I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Sure, yeah. First, it was great to see you. Thanks for coming and joining us for the air show. And I have heard some of that sentiment, the desire for some sort of annual event out there. We have not begun that discussion with Reno Air Race Association. I know now they really want to focus on the 2025 air racing in Roswell, New Mexico. And I think after they get that under the belt, maybe back to talk to us. We certainly see benefits of putting aviation, period. And an air show is a great way to do that is much less impactful than air racing was. So we will be open to that discussion. At the end of the day, it takes an organization like the Air Racing Association put on an event. I mean, it's tens of thousands of people, and you saw all the logistics that go into that.
Yeah.
I mean, we love showcasing that airport. Something like that, you can really do at a commercial airport like Reno
Yeah.
International, so it does have to be an airport like Stead Airport.
It was great, and I don't know for sure, but I heard that Saturday was sold out, so like people really want to go to things like that. There's definitely a market for events like that, so I hope that we can continue to bring things like that here. But yeah, again, I'm already kind of aware of the things in our presentation, and great job on that, and also, you know, just kind of echo what everyone else already said. I love the art. I've always really enjoyed the flooring, specifically by Baggage Clay Fish in there, and my kids really like too, but I'm just looking forward to see how the redesign look. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, and also to Councilor Dewar's point, maybe we could just get like a shuttle, does a loop. You know,
Sure.
just
No.
just fine.
Point well taken,
Does
absolutely.
a route through,
We'll
you know.
Take a harder look at that.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Mariah. Thank you Aaron, for being here, providing the update. I was back listening to your presentation, so I appreciate all the info. I just want to say I appreciate how good of a neighbor you are for folks in Ward 3 in particular. I know folks have different needs and requests and sometimes complaints, and I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Rick Miller for always providing important information for folks who have some of those noise complaints. Is there and willing to respond. He's been very speedy with his responses and very thorough with that. So I appreciate all the efforts that you all put together, not just to provide these great services for our region, but considerate of the neighborhood that you're around, being good neighbors in Ward 3. So I appreciate that.
Well, and thank you for your engagement on the issues. We know we impact our neighbors, and an airport has to try its best to be a good neighbor itself. That includes working with our tenants. I know you get copied on, several of you, on emails from the neighbors on our springs, and have active and ongoing conversations, and the flight training that is activating those complaints, not only the Southwest Airlines or the larger airplanes, it's smaller stuff that's flying lower. We will always be engaged in that. That is our responsibility as an airport sponsor to work with the FAA, the tower, the tenants, and neighbors, and to be that focal point. But thank you for being willing to listen and engage as needed. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
All right. Just reiterate, because I think put this in your presentation, ground transportation center, when will that start?
The enabling work is already in progress. They're at about 90% design. Next year, they will really start working on the site itself.
Okay.
It's a big build. It won't open, Mayor, until like 2028, as we're hearing right now. I always feel like conservative on these schedules, and when a private developer is doing it,
Yeah.
you know, once they start spending their own funds, they'll want to move
Sure.
even faster. So we're working closely with them, but sooner the better. We need the parking relief today.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're not kidding. And then how many gates did you say will be added?
So we have 23 gates today. 22 and a half based on their usability. We'll have 24 full-service, what we call Group 3 gates, and that's the gates that can handle that larger class of aircraft. So it's not a huge increase in gate count, it's the gate capacity of each of the gates that's so important. And capacity inside the building. This is one of the reasons the airlines are most engaged in this, is they hear from their customers, us, of how people don't like that experience very much. It's too crowded.
Sure, okay. And then one of the things I want to thank for doing is working on the wayfinding signs with RTC. I know there's a big working group that's working on that, so thank you for addressing that. I know there's a lot going on, and I tend to always focus on air service, pay very close attention to what's happening at risk and all of those things, because those are, large economies of, it affects our economy in such a large way. And so I just, keep your eye on that, on the prize there. I know you have other, efforts sort of in that space, but some of those are so critical because we've lost, those seasonal flights like Austin, and is Austin back?
Austin will be back on Southwest, and hopefully it'll stick.
Okay, that would be amazing. And then what about Boise?
Nothing in the pipeline for Boise right now. That is a conversation we've had with Alaska, having it with Frontier as well, and Frontier is not in the market right now, but just because an airline isn't currently serving us doesn't mean we're not talking to them about routes like Boise.
So much of that is very relationship-based. You always have to be sort of squeaky wheel gets the grease. So
yes, exactly.
The only thing, and I would, I know, we're in transition with this construction, and so sometimes we can, sort of focus on those things. Look at this construction, and so I know it's not that easy to navigate. So, I don't, and I tend to be very critical. I'm critical of myself and everyone around. And I think part of it is probably my job is I hear negative every single day in my inbox or whatever. It's just sort of, how people operate, unfortunately. People like to talk, there's a statistic, 250 times more about the bad than they do the good. So I want to focus on good, but I do want to say one area that I think where I've seen it really could sort of come back. That could have been because of COVID and some of those things. But we used to celebrate every time we would get flights. And now sometimes I don't even know what flight we're getting. We used to have, press conference on them from JetBlue to others, just super, they might not seem like a big deal, but where we could actually engage with the community a little bit more on some of those wins that we do get. Particularly, I think those flights are so important because then it really opens up the community's eyes that we have this new flight, right? And people never really know unless we're getting sort of PR side on those flights. That's one area where I would say I've noticed I would love to bring back so much more of that because I don't, like I said, I always what flights we had and those kinds of things. So if you could bring those back in a big way so we can celebrate them would be amazing. But I think you're getting so much right. So I hate to be critical, but at this time, flights.
Well, thank you, Ms. Shavy, for the feedback, and I appreciate the positive feedback. I also am the sort of person always wants to know what can I be doing better, what can I do better? So I hear you loud and clear. We will do better on that. We will really try and, we haven't additionally celebrated season routes because you're always wondering whether it's going to be back. To your point, if you do celebrate it, more people know about it, and then maybe it does. So we will be redoubling efforts, especially now that we're done the construction at the front door to the airport where it was hard to even just get people through.
It really was, sure.
The last 2 years have been rough in that regard. But we're clear of all that now. So you have my commitment that we will up our game in that front and anything else that anybody would like to see as an improvement. Please, my board, as you can tell, very engaged, very supportive. You talk to me, talk to them. We are here to serve the community in any way that we can, and we're honored to do so.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to wrap up this round. I know we have one more, but I want to get going because it's such a thick agenda. But anyway, thank you so much, Darren, for being here.
Thank you,
And we'll send you another invite, or you come back anytime you want.
Will do, absolutely.
All right, and I want to thank you to the entire airport board. You guys are amazing. I appreciate your community service like you have no idea. So all of them, I said, do you guys want to come? None of them want to come up and speak, so I'm going to respect that. So except for one other person, Casey McComb, do you want to come up? No? No? Or, he just really wanted to thank some past commissioners that were involved. You did? Oh, that was very nice. I know they tell you never to thank everyone because you'll always forget someone. Then you'll feel terrible. But just for the record, just really quickly on the record. His face is red now.
Yeah, for the record, Casey McComb. I just wanted to say thank you that these conversations are hard enough as it is, but it's really hard to be the first one bringing these conversations up, and Jess Braza did that. And it wasn't easy, and I just wanted to thank you to Jeff for that, so.
And she was
thanks.
our commissioner for 8 years
Our
on board.
trustee at the- yeah, so I just
And she's a
wanna
big fan of yours, Erin.
Yeah,
She
is,
really, yeah,
absolutely.
she's a big fan.
Yeah, she is.
So I think today is a testament of what can be accomplished, and also when you have a strong board that actually is incredibly knowledgeable and caring.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you for the
good
opportunity to say
job,
thank you,
everyone.
and thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks, you guys. All right, go work. I know you want to go there so bad you can't see. You want it in here all day. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you. Can we go to consent?
No, Madam Mayor, we're moving to item D1, which are budget item.
I like to get some consent agenda items out of the way, because we probably have staff here that can go back to work. So I would ask, I want to do that first, and then we'll get the budget items going. So with that being said.
Madam Mayor, my
Yeah.
understanding there's some conflict with moving the consent agenda up, and so we need to go in this order specifically to ensure that the items approved and to do some of the others.
Okay.
Well, could we just pull the trash cans?
Yeah.
Could we just pull the trash cans?
Yeah, why don't we do that, pull 13, and I pull B11. So with that being said, Councilman Martinez, any items you want to pull?
From you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Taylor.
I have a disclosure, I believe, for 9.
Okay, I'll come back. Councilman Reese? No. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, B11, B13, we're going to pull, and B16 and B7.
So it was, why did I have B9?
She said she said disclosure for.
Okay, I got that. Okay, B11.
B11,
Yeah.
B15 was the one we're talking about. B16, B17.
Okay. Councilman Burt?
Yeah, I have B4, 13 was already pulled, B18, B20, and 21.
All right, may I get a motion to approve all other items?
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we'll go back to those. Thought we had someone, we have, Madam Clerk, you also take sort of a room check, who's here for what items, so I make sure that they can get them out of the room.
Yep.
And I believe Mr. Jay's here, but but anyway, I don't see him. Okay. That being said, you're going to have her to what item, City Manager?
Do you want to do B4? Do you want all consent or go back to the?
No, we're going to be here for a long with the.
Yes, I thought so. D1. Back now. D1.
All right, let's head D1. Any comment, Madam Clerk, on item 1?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment on item D1.
Okay. Vicky, hi. Floor's yours, take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance for record. I have a very brief financial update for you, which will be preceding the augmentation that's before you today for actual action. And so I will be presenting the financial update piece of it, and then I will turn over to Lindsay Hatfield to do the augmentation piece of it.
Okay.
I have 12 slides that are very brief, and I will stop at the end of that for questions, and then once I'm done with that, I will turn it to Lindsay.
Okay,
So,
sounds good.
all right, let's get started. So this item is in alignment with the strategic plan for fiscal sustainability. We don't normally come back with a financial update every year with the quarterly augmentations, but this is something we're going to do this year just because our finances are still showing a very flat budget for our CTAS, which is really important for us. So I want to keep council abreast of what's going on and advised where we're seeing things come in as the year progresses. So I think it's really important. This is just a quick disclaimer here to say that all the fiscal year 24 information, which is last year information that you see, is preliminary. We are still working on the audit with auditors. We're still doing some entries to clean a few things as we do reconciliations. I'm not aware of anything materially outstanding, so these numbers are good. There may be a change here or there, but overall I believe the numbers don't have any material impacts that will be going forward. The annual comprehensive financial report, which will be audited, that audit report of the financials will be presented to council in December. That's our normal process. We finish it about November, and then we bring it back to you in December with those final numbers. So for the general fund, looking back at last year, what happened with revenues as far as how those came in. This is just a quick brief slide to show you. Property taxes, the blue bar is your budget number where we had budget, and the green bar is actual where we actually came in. So property taxes, franchise fees, and charges for services all came in a little bit higher above budget than we anticipated. you can see that consolidated taxes came in less. They've actually kind of flattened even more than what we thought when we built the budget. And so it's really important to make you as council aware of that. In total, when you look at total revenues, we came in 1.2% above budget. Still very good, still exactly where we want to be. When we look at the expenses we have salary and wages and benefits. Both of those typically come in a little bit under budget, and typically because of vacancies during the year. So someone leaves, getting a new person in, you have a time period where you don't have someone in that position, so you have a little bit of savings. So in total expenditure, we came in about 1.6% below budget, which again is very good. It's exactly where we want to be. What does this mean as far as where we're at? So if we're 1.2% above budget, that's about $3.5 million. And if we're 1.6 below budget, that's about $5 million. In total, we have about $8.5 million in savings, whether it's from revenues or expenses. We have about $8.5 million in savings. And so this is a space where we talked about when we were building the budget. I anticipated we'd have about $10 million that could be used for one-time stuff. Actually turns out it's about 8.5, and that's because, again, that flattening of CTAX. CTAX still has not recovered. It's still very flat as we move forward. But there are $8.5 million in excess funds here. During the budget process, labor negotiations were going on with all 10 labor groups. Those were not finalized until after we adopted the budget. We did make allocations in the budget based on what we anticipated how those agreements would come out during that time. Those agreements actually came out higher than what we anticipated during budget, and the excess above what we anticipated is this $7.9 million you see on here. The $7.9 million to fund the class compensation implementation of that study that council approved, and also the collective bargaining changes that occurred for the current year. So $7.9 million we need from that $8 million that we have to cover those costs. And this is part of the conversations that we've had as collective bargaining agreements came forward. So we don't have any excess from last year toward any one-time projects. Everything that we have is going to have to go toward the contracts and doing that class implementation. What does this mean for fiscal year 25 and beyond? It means that we're using the excess funds that we had from last year to pay the current year expenses. And so we have an unbalanced budget. We have no opportunity for one-time funding this, and we're still anticipating really slow revenue growth and increasing labor costs as we move forward. So really what the message here is it's a reset. We need a reset of what we're thinking as far as what is normal and normal growth under normal circumstances. And so that's the space where we're going to live for a while. Look at CTAX, and this really kind of outlines that normal growth that I'm talking about and a reset that we're talking about here. Average growth over the last 20 years for CTAX. CTAX, again, is the largest revenue source that we have in the general fund. The average growth is 4.2%. Typically, we'll see normal circumstances between 4 and 6% growth for CTAX. That's pretty much it. You can see in years 21, 22, we really had those high years, 19%, 10%, and that was the influx of all that stimulus money during COVID. That is not normal for what we do. So when I talk about we need to reset on what our expectations are going forward and how to get back to balanced budget, this is where it begins, because we were really high in those years and had a lot of excess, but that's not money that we will have continuing to build on. So look at year-over-year change. After that big high, it actually declined 1%. That was the flattening of the budget. It just flattened out at that point. And then last year, we only had 3% growth. So that's why it was less than what we had for the budget. When you get property tax is actually doing very well. You see the average growth over the 20-plus years is 4.5% growth over those years. You'll see the recession years in red there, and as you go out in the outer years from about 2019 and moving forward, see we got growth of between 7 and 9% overall going forward. And really, the reason you see those pretty consistent there is because we're hitting the tax cap. In Nevada, we have that tax cap, and taxes on property taxes capped at a certain level. We're really not going to see the growth we'll see of numbers like this would be if we saw a real boom in new construction in the area. So lots of new construction, you could see a much higher percentage. But otherwise, with us at that tax cap, you're really not going to see more than 7 or 8% for property tax. Still really good for us, but it's not going to be a booming level. So what does this mean as we look out for that 10-year forecast? What this means when we look at our fund balance. So fund balance is basically our savings account. So the money that we have in the bank, we pay our bills on, that's the money we have sitting there to pay bills and move forward with. And so the fund balance, we built the budget, this is what the forecast is like. This is the forecast that I before you when we adopted the budget. We want to maintain somewhere around 15%. 15% about 2 months of operating expense. It allows us to be able to pay our bills and not have to stall on paying bills or ask for property payments sooner or do other things. We can pay things as they come due because property taxes and quarterly, our payments for revenues don't come in on schedule at the same time that payments are due. So we have to have that balance of the fund balance to do that. And with this schedule here, you can see that maintain about 50% going out, and then you see growth in the out years based on this model. This model doesn't include any additions in staffing because we don't really have an idea of what that would look like in the future, but we can model out what we currently have and the things we know in the future, like PERS increases or things that potentially can occur, we build that in. Where you see that growth out there in the 20 and 20%, really that just means there's excess capacity in those years, so there could be growth out in those years of staffing or capital projects or other things. This was the budgeted model. Once you factor in the updated model with labor costs, with the augmentation that is going forward with you today, what ends up happening, if we spent the budget, we got exact revenues and the exact expenses in the model, the only thing changed in here is updating the labor costs. This is what we look like going forward. And in fiscal 27, we did 3%. We're required by state law to be at 4% fund balance minimum. We would never really want to be because we couldn't pay our bills when they come in and come due. We couldn't do that at that point. It would be half a month of operating expenses. It's a significant impact going forward. There are some choices that will have to be made. There's some decisions as far as when can we get back to a balanced budget? Are we going to have a balanced budget again? Those are the things that we're looking at. The reason we do this modeling is so that we know ahead of time that we have a lot of work to do to get to where we need to be. Is that normally how it would look? Probably not, but that would be the extreme. We're bringing in the exact revenues and spending them exactly. That was the extreme. Really, we know that we typically have about 3% savings each year in budget. Whether that's revenues or expenses, we have about 3%. If we were to use that, we currently are this year using $8 million to fund last year to fund the current year. If we use the savings from prior year to continue to do that and anticipate it at 3%, this is what the model would look like, changing other items in there. And it works. It's not the best because you can see in some of the years we get down the 10% range. Still not 2% of operating expenses there, and we would really like to get that 15% mark. The other thing here is none of these years would be balanced budgets, because we would be having to use prior year savings to pay the current year, anticipating going forward. And so that's not the goal. The goal of this is just to show you that this is what would happen if we don't start making some choices, revisit some numbers, and really reset our expectations, what we can afford based on what those numbers are going to like coming forward, because we won't have the access that we had during times of COVID. So this is the end of my slides here. A lot of information there. This is slide 12, so I'm glad to take any questions at the point.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. A lot of information. I'll probably do a couple rounds. So it looks like our total labor negotiations were about $9 million over budget from what I'm...
Yes, between all the funds.
So between all the funds.
And the general fund was this side here, 7.9.
7.9.
Yes.
What do we need? What's a dollar amount to get us to a balanced budget?
In the current year, for general fund, we would need $8 million.
$8 million.
Yes.
So we're
$8 million short. And so if you look this slide here, these out years, why it gets compounding and it gets worse, that fund balance just declines really quickly, because in 25, if we need $8 million, 26, that number becomes $13 million, and in 27, the number becomes $16 million. It continues to compound.
How did we get here? What things did we do to get in this position, and how do we not repeat that? And what are, there's like 3 parts to the question, and what can we do? What are some recommendations to come up with this $8 million? And then a second part to that, I have to go twice, is if we had COVID money, could COVID money be used to replace this $8 million if we had it?
Well, let's see if I can get to all your questions here. I might not get them all, I can write them down. Well, first of all, 8 million we have covered in this current year.
But not next
Because we're going
year.
to use last year's savings that we knew we were going to have savings. We talked about it during negotiations in closed session about how we can afford this, and as we came up with the contracts, we talked about again. That's the only money we have this current year to fix that at this point, is to move forward, use those savings and fix that. Things that we can do for moving forward are look at positions as they become vacant. Are there positions that we want to repurpose to something else? We want to change things, we do them. Not adding any new positions throughout the year, so it gives us that baseline to really reset.
We
as
did add
build
new
the budget.
positions from
Last year.
last year. Is that included in these costs
Yes.
already? So it's part of the $8 million that we're short.
It's included as far as the budget that you
But
adopted.
not next year, we'll have our costs.
Next year, we didn't anticipate any new positions as far as this milling. So new positions going forward. We have to get back to space where we're back in balance again.
Okay. Just to back off of that, so new positions came in, and I wonder, what analysis do we do on those new positions? Because one of the things where you do have cost control are how many positions that you bring on. And, you know, so what does that look like? And how do you sort of check and balance there to know, hey, are we too heavy in this department? Are we not heavy enough in this department? Or, you know, because sometimes I do think it is the department that sort of, you know, is vocal, that tends to, we're like, oh, we got to focus on them, we got to focus on them, but there's a lot. So, and it's been really hard because I don't think we ever really came back from whenever we let go those positions in 2008, 8 and 9. So we've been trying to play catch up, and the other thing that I think that also happens is everyone is experiencing it, and look, even every state going from like the minimum wage to, you know, those requirements, and then you've got inflation that happens. And now more than ever, people are having a really difficult time trying to make ends meet. And whereas you know, one time people thought, oh, $25 an hour is a lot of money. No, that is nothing. You can barely survive that. And even still, our minimum wage doesn't get that point. So what do we look for? And also, I know it looks like, oh, you know, we're balanced, but also at the same time, you have to weigh in those factors that we don't have any control over. So talk a little, PERS, those types of things. So talk a little bit about that.
Sure. When we build the budget, we build it based on what we know at the time. And as I mentioned at the time, labor negotiations were in process at the time. And we did build in what we thought was a reasonable amount for labor negotiations. And what actually came forward was much larger than what we anticipated when we built the budget. We built the budget based on 4.2%, and the labor agreements came in at 9.5% in general. More than double. So that's the real factor here that has caused discrepancy. There are a few things that, you know, are fact outside of control, like other contracts while you're in negotiation, other contracts at other agencies being closed and changed during the time you're in negotiation. So it has an impact in negotiations that we don't see until after the fact. So
because you have to be competitive.
Correct.
Because here's why, what people don't understand, because they're hearing the conversation thinking differently. But here's why you have to be competitive. Can you imagine you lost most of your workforce tomorrow because you weren't paying? I know as a small business, I have to be competitive with Tesla, and I hire first-time job seekers, right? These are, you know, kids that are 16, and I still have to compete with the Teslas and the Cubas and things like that. So I think people need to understand you have to be competitive in the market if you want to attract and maintain a healthy workforce. You know, there are factors too where you attract really talented people. So you hope that you have things that make quality of life better, like childcare, like those things, right? So I think people look at this on a surface level. It's a much more complex
It is,
situation.
and it's the same that we talk about when we do the budget. We're service agency, so we get more than 80% of the workforce, 80% of the budget in the general fund is people.
Yeah.
So when those costs are, the growth in those costs exceeds the growth in the revenue, that's what's actually creating this.
Okay. Councilman Reese, anything?
Well, I want to say thank you, Ms. Van Buren. I think you know that I have a high degree of trust in the financial forecast that you do. And so it's good for us to not always paint the rosiest picture. We want the accurate picture. And I think that's part of what happens, and you have to be adult in the room, right? So thank you for that. I also think, you know, I don't suggest or believe that your forecast is like the sky is falling. I think it's just a period of time where we have to be honest about the growth in the way in which our revenue is derived. And so I've been proud of our balanced budget the last several years. I understand that isn't necessarily something you can do every year. I suppose that would be a starting point for our question today is, how do we make sure that we are meeting the absolute best practices for a municipality of our size, given our revenue stream? Is there anything that you're seeing where we're sort of off course, or you should stay the course? We've done well to get where we are. Bond rating high. We've done great to reduce our debt. I mean, what can you tell me about that?
Sure. Well, we've done well to where we are, get to that balanced budget area. We're doing really well. It's not uncommon for agents to have a balanced budget because a lot of times agents choose to use your savings to fund capital programs each year. So in theory, it's still an unbalanced budget, but they're using it for one-time money. In this case, we're not, but we're recognizing when we went into it, we're going to have a space where we have to figure it out as we move forward. Working with the manager's office, we have a lot of ideas on things that we can do, that we can look at. This bill does include in fiscal year 27 the anticipation of the fire station debt, going for a bond to do that. So I didn't change any of those factors that I know council wants, things that you want here. But this is a starting point to let you know we have a lot of work to do. The site is not filling like you mentioned, but if you don't recognize where we are and where we want to get to, you can't get there. So it's a space that's a little challenging, but we can get there.
And let me ask, I assume that we are not alone, meaning I look at our partner in the city of Washoe County, the state, and I see very similar forecastings and revisions going on. So it's not like we're the outlier and somehow you've missed the mark in how we are handling our finances. How are we looking relative to our peer agencies and communities?
I know they're having some changes as well, because they're seeing the same flattening revenues. You know, the interest rates were held high for a pretty long time to try to get inflation down. It still feels like inflation is high to me, but the numbers are saying it's down to around 2.5%. Still feel a little high when I go shopping, but that's what they're telling us. So based on more interest rate declines coming, we anticipate that people will start moving, selling their house, moving to another house, some remodels, starting to spend again. During the summer, we normally see a lot of home improvement spend. Really didn't see that this year. People staying in their house, not doing remodels, not spending, and so people don't spend, we don't get sales tax.
And I may, Madam Vice Mayor, just one last question, just
Sure.
simply that. I make an assumption because you do come back to us with augmentation quarterly, and then this one is a little out of order, you said at the beginning. I guess the point is, if the numbers improve dramatically in favor, we'll be having that conversation as well.
Sure hope so. We'll have a conversation, we'll see what it is.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I just have a few follow-ups. Thank you for being here. And I really appreciate the effort that you're doing in front of augmentation to give us fiscal transparency. I think it's very important that we're all very aware of where we stand. Each time we go to do something, we need snapshots. So I'm glad you're changing the process this year. I wanted to ask about slide 6, which is, it shows, you said we were going to have 10 million. Instead, we're going to have 8.5 million.
Yes.
So what does this mean? Do we have 8.5 million? Where would that money go? What's your thinking?
We have 8.5 million in excess. That was the 10 million we initially talked about being available for one-time funding type.
So one of those one-time funding, I thought you mentioned later, was the fire station. Was that
No.
Okay, that's a separate, that's an RDA.
That is, yes, that's
RDA.
correct.
So have we talked about this 8.5 million, and do you have proposals on that?
Yes, this is coming forward next with the augmentation. That's again of it to fund the class and comp, the collective bargaining.
And we'll have 500,000 left in this.
Maybe, because we haven't finalized the book yet. So
When will you finalize the books?
November, and then we bring back the final audit to you in December. So right now, I'm comfortable that we can move 8 million, but we are still doing some reconciliations to find something's moved here, and it should have been counted this year versus last. If they move a couple things, it might change the numbers a little bit, but we're right at 8 million.
Okay. We should, once that's done, we should have 500,000. Or roughly.
Roughly,
yes. And then, last meeting, there was a lot of discussion, and it's on our meeting later today on about soccer field and the ARPA. And the recommendation, I think from Mr. J, I was online, was to move forward with bonding to build that. How is that possible? I mean, you said we'll have a lot of discussions.
There are a lot of decisions to be made here, because I don't anticipate we'll get back a balanced budget in the next 2 or 3 years even. We're not in a space, we're gonna have to really, sharpen pencils and really go down to every budget dollar and really revisit everything. to bring the best options forward to you at
So,
council.
for example, so when would that happen in this process?
As far as spreading it
Sharpening the
and
pencils, talking about.
we're starting it right now. We're talking to the manager's office and
When
now
will we
until
as council weigh in?
as we move the budget process. So probably mid-year, we'll come back at mid-year with, which will be early January, we'll come back with the second quarter augmentation.
Okay.
I will let you know where the revenue are coming in at that point because I need 6 month data points, current year revenue, see how we're trending.
Yeah.
And in that time, we're working on what solutions and things we can come up with for savings, changes, other things.
But I'll end on this. I just want to make sure when you come back, if that's mid-year, that you bring back all the proposals that have been on the table, whether it is fire station out of, the RDA, because we still have to think about that. If RDA is generating money, but it's going to something else, or it could be used to pay for some infrastructure and other city programs appropriate to that area, that's something we need to understand. If we're talking about soccer fields or we're talking about, all the projects that we've talked about, I want to make sure it's all on the table so we understand what we're choosing and what we're leaving behind. And the plan is maybe in 3 years when we get back to a balanced budget. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right, let me go over to Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, so I do have some questions. How many new positions did we make in last fiscal year? Do you know that?
It was 32,
32 positions?
31.
31. Do we have like a dollar amount of what that is, like how much of an impact that had on that million?
I think it was about 4 million.
Okay, so it's.
But off the top of my head, I don't have that. And that's not something that we can cut positions at this point because those positions were approved and filled or they're processed to be filled. That has been anticipated and all that. We hadn't anticipated any change in staffing in this that I'm showing you because this is our starting point to talk about. There are lots of things we can do and we just need to really do the work, put the work and bring it back to you.
Okay, so how much of unexpected cost went to the labor contracts? Like how much over?
In the general fund, $7.9 million over.
Okay.
Or total
Funds,
or over?
9 million. over.
9 million over, plus the 4 million for new positions as well, approximately. You don't know
Well,
specifics, but that's okay.
4 million was already included in the budget.
Okay.
So we're only looking at the average on the contracts is 7.9 million, and that's what we need.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I just follow up? I want to make sure I understand before we go on further. I thought you said you had budgeted 4.2 million for the contracts.
4.2%.
Okay, 4.2, okay, and then it came in at 9.5.
9.5.
So then
general.
that translates into dollars. What was 4.2?
I think it was around 9 million.
Okay,
and it
so we
came
budgeted
at
9,
Yes,
came at
18.
8. Okay, that helps. And that's missing $7.98 million. And so that's what, we're okay this year, and I've told people that are in the labor unions, like, we're okay this year, but next year's gonna be really tight. So before I follow that, let me.
Wait, I did, so, and how long are the contracts for? Are we gonna have to renegotiate with any group again next?
Most of the contracts are 2 and 3 years. IAFF fire contract was 1 year. So
Okay.
that will reopen soon. All of the contracts have an opener to reopen if PERS increases. And we
Okay.
have a PERS increase coming in July 1. We don't know what that will be. We know it's going to increase. And the modeling that I, for the 10-year, I build in increases for PERS and workers' comp and risk. All the things that we know are going to increase. I may not know the exact amount. We can get very close with our modeling.
So we could potentially have another significant increase as soon as July 1st of next year?
Yes, we
PERS
will.
increase?
We will have PERS increase July 1st.
Yeah, but you said that also can trigger a renegotiation period as well?
All the contracts have an opener in them that says if PERS increases, that they can be open for discussion on the PERS.
Okay, so this is what we have right now, but it could be even more, above the PERS increases in July. We might be negotiating again in July.
Well, the contracts already have increases built in, the multi-years. They already have increases in. It's just a reopener. It doesn't necessarily mean that you as the city have to make any, it means we're going to come back to the table and have talks again. It's a reopener. It doesn't necessarily mean anything's going to change, but those conversations have to occur.
Okay, but there's a risk for that?
It's a
It could-
potential, yes.
Let
Okay.
me hold here, and we'll come back on to, and let me go to Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks, Madam Vice Mayor. Thanks, Madam Buren, for the presentation. I think I only have one question. When we were discussing the American Rescue Plan applications, part of it was held back for fiscal relief From what I remember, can you remind me the amount?
Yes, it was believe it was about $5.1 million is what we took for revenue replacement, and that occurred in last fiscal year. We actually used those funds to finish the Public Safety Center and the Moana Springs School because the furniture and fixtures and some other items that came up there at the end had some additional costs there, and those funds were split to finish those projects.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Councilmember Taylor, you said you had a lot of questions.
Well, I think I just need some clarification because simple as I'm possibly, I don't see us having any money left over or any other pot of money coming July 1. It looks like, if I'm reading this, the 10 to 13 possible $1 million shortfall when we go to do the budget. So,
That is correct.
so can you say that in a way that maybe I can understand it very plainly?
Sure.
July,
Sure.
what happens on July 1?
On July 1, if we don't come up with a plan and we don't do our jobs, which I'm very confident we can figure this out. It's a known thing, but we can figure it out. It may not happen instantly, but we need buy-in to move forward, not only from me, but from staff as well, to come together and make this work. But the thing is, July 1, if we do nothing, we'll be 13 million in the hole,
So
starting
I
the
guess
budget.
in the meantime, what I would be looking for is when you talk about a reset and things, ideas from you, because you are super talented, very intelligent in space, and the city managers, I need ideas from you guys of how we can get that reset that doesn't include
Absolutely.
any other spending. That's
Absolutely.
the
And
space that I'm in.
There are some short-term things we can do, and there's some long-term things, and we will look at all of those things and factor them into our model as we move out. But those are the things we're working on now, and we're going to work on these until we start working on the budget workshops and things that come forward. And at that time, we'll have more ideas on where the revenues are going. As they decrease the interest rate, maybe we'll see that tax picks up a little bit. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we're in a bigger hole. But we are actively working on this and working with the manager on how to bridge the gap and how long it's going to take us to do that.
Okay, so if I could, like my personal checkbook, I mean, right now, I'm not going to spend any money. I don't have money for projects or anything. I'm in a holding pattern, cautiously optimistic, but very cautious.
Yes, that is the reset.
Okay.
We need to stand still and figure this out.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. Thank you to you and your team. I know it wasn't the best presentation that you ever had to give.
What did you say, a best presentation?
The best news.
Great. So, Mr. Reese, you have no other comment, you said. I'm going to jump over to Ms. Ebert, come back. You don't have anything. I just want to thank you again for the fiscal discipline. It's important. I spent the first 8 years approximately on city council with very tight belts. All we did, pay debt. Every time, single dollar, and this is for my colleagues that are newer, of you, every single dollar that came forward or freed up, we made a decision to pay down some debt. I mean, it happened over and over until we had paid down something on the order of $200 million of debt by 2018. And I know, because we talked about it a lot, that exact number. That was from our high. And I think that I do have confidence in your ability because we weathered that and we found our way through and we still did some good things. The one thing I would ask, because you made the point that staff is our highest, 80%. This is something brought up years ago, but I think it's worth another look. That is that please make sure going forward in these fiscal times that when we're talking about positions, you bring them to us quarterly. You tell us what a dollar would be, and maybe that will be zero, right? But it could be something that comes up. You tell us what the position is, how much it's expected, and let us vote on that. Because every position, more than anything, point as to the ongoing costs. You know, it's different than shots. So I'm making a request, and I'm hoping to manage the hearing as well.
Sure. All new positions come forward.
Well,
All
often
new
they come
positions.
forward after they have been approved by the manager and virtually hired. And I'm asking for that dynamic change, given our fiscal austerity situation, that you bring us any new positions you want to add quarterly, so that we can look at, understand the financial impact, and make a conscious decision. And you may be trading that off, setting a position, adding a new one, whatever it is. I think that's something we have to take a close look at.
Okay.
So before we close out the item, you have item 2. Is that part of this, or is it?
And I'm just going to turn it over to
Okay.
Lindsay
Great.
when you guys are ready.
Let me ask them, I don't want the mayor to miss her opportunity. We're having part 1 and part 2. Part 1 is we're in some austere time, and starting immediately we're going to work on, but it hits July 1. And so we've had several rounds of lots of inquiry. Didn't know if you had some to ask before we turn part 2 of the presentation, which is about augmentation.
No, I'm paying attention.
Okay, you know questions.
No,
Okay,
that's very wise to see, what positions that we want to bring on, those sort of updates. But then also looking at, but here's my big fear, and everyone on the council has been so supportive of public safety. In a safe city, a prosperous city. And we're still not to where we need to be with our police department. So how do we navigate that? Because part of that too, because Vicki, this is what you're so good at, as you know, those positions keep turning over because we retire, right? So we factor in that, so everyone needs to understand that. So talk to me just a little bit about that, because those are the big ones for me. Public safety is so critical.
Sure, we factor that in. It is a critical space. Our revenues are very locked in. Our major revenue sources are just very locked in. We don't have a lot of control over them because it's at the legislative level. So that's really, unless there's legislative change, we have to learn to live within what we have, and maybe it's more of public safety and less of something else. And what that something else is, I don't know, but we can.
Well, the
definitely
elephant, let's be
look
honest,
at.
the biggest elephant probably in the room is depreciation, right? Because the tax cap, and that we're not able to pay for services like most cities. We're the only state in the country that does, the only one. And so you're capped, guess what? It doesn't pay for services that people, when they go to other cities, that they see, beautiful amenities and those kinds of things. I mean, it's challenging. It's really challenging. That's the elephant no one wants to talk about. It's the political fall. It's really the reality, and probably the biggest reason why we are having this discussion. Would you agree?
I would say it is that, and it's consolidated taxes as well.
Yeah.
Just as those are so volatile.
Yeah. Well, hello, legislature.
I agree.
Well, and to your point, Mayor, it's my understanding that the legislature plans once again try to tackle this, but where
How
we
many
are at the
times?
end of this, and I have no idea.
And then again, politics comes into play, and who gets elected, it's a whole other thing. Anyway, okay, thank you so much.
Well,
all right.
We're going on to part 2 of her presentation.
Part 2. But thank you, Vicki. You're incredibly talented. We're very lucky to have you, so thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lindsay Hatfield, Senior Management Analyst with Finance. Today, following up on I just have the augmentation and revisions coming forward for the first quarter. Other than the labor negotiation implementation, these are standard procedural in nature, but we'll go through them anyway. She's already mentioned the labor negotiation implementation. We're also bringing forward the prior year open purchase orders. So at the end of the fiscal year, we have these contracts open with companies. Maybe we haven't completed services, haven't received the good yet. So to carry those funds forward into this year so we can complete projects and pay those invoices that we owe. There are a few additional unencumbered carry forwards, again, commitments that we've made in the prior year. Budget savings are available for those. And so we're requesting to bring that forward. And then finally, we have a few grants and reimbursements being recognized here. I won't speak much to this. Vicki did a great job with this, but I did want to bring you a little summary by fund of the labor impacts and the source that we're seeing for those. So for the general fund, have this excess beginning fund balance that we discussed. For our proprietary funds, our street fund, that will reduce the ending cash or fund balance. And then in our housing funds, those are entirely funded by grants on a reimbursement basis. We anticipate higher grant revenue to cover the additional costs of those positions. And again, as Vicki said, these amounts are in excess of what was built into the budget. This isn't the total cost of this implementation, it's the additional cost. Changes in the general fund. The open purchase orders, about $3.5 million carrying forward for those open purchase orders, an additional $1.5 million for unencumbered carry forwards, $2 million coming forward grants, and then we're also truing up the G&T revenue that has been to date and transferring that 0.6 over to the capital fund so they can continue to fund the fire apparatus program. Included those grants and reimbursements. I don't have the exact date. I know that the River Flood Management Authority, that a grant has come forward where they are committed to paying 20% of our river range position. So this augmentation would include one new river ranger. That funding would be primarily from that reimbursement that we're getting from the Flood Management Authority. And then the excess loss above what we're getting in from them, Parks committed to use their budget savings to cover that cost. I won't go into too much detail on this either. This is just a summary for you guys on carry forwards by fund, the amount that's included. There is a detailed list included in your attachments, which outlines every purchase order that's come forward, the vendor, and the amount. So there's a lot more detail in your staff report attachments on these. The last thing I have, there are a few fund changes don't kind of fit into the buckets. The first is the contingency allocation for the downtown trash can. So this was brought up at the October 9th meeting as a potential use of contingency funds. We do have $1 million in the general fund budgeted each year for contingency items, and this we can decide to allocate those funds how they see it. Like I said, it was requested the October 9th that be brought back $300,000 for these downtown trash cans. If that's approved today, this body does have to approve it. If it is, we would have $700,000 remaining in contingency for potential use the rest of the year. The last item on here, I have 2 changes of use in our capital improvement plan. Within the capital maintenance fund, I have $100,000 that in our FY23 capital improvement plan, the money was allocated to replace the roof at the Keystone Evidence Facility. Maintenance and operations has come back with the uncertainty over continued use of that facility. They're not asking instead to do some roof patching instead of replace the entire roof and then put the remainder of the funding towards other critical facility maintenance projects. The last changes would be in the sewer fund. In the current year capital improvement plan, there's $1.5 million in the sewer fund allocated for a new equipment storage building at the courtyard. And again, maintenance and ops come back and said, we would rather use that money towards a new satellite facility in the North Valleys. There was $2 million in the current year CIP allocated to that facility. This would bring that total up to $3.5 million. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much. Councilman Martinez, never mind. Councilman Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't know if these questions are going to overlap, but when you show things that are carry forward, there are things that we haven't spent money on yet. If that's what I'm understanding. They were budgeted and they happened for one reason or another, so they're carry forward. Just like $8 million staff savings, they were carried forward. That was part of the savings. Is there anything, am I understanding that carry forward is things that haven't happened yet or budgeted?
Correct, but the difference here is we're carrying forward things we have already committed to spend. We have purchase orders in place with vendors.
Because you know the money, right? I'm coming to say we're going to stop. We're not do that. We're going to take that money and plug a hole.
We have made commitments on funds to vendors through purchase orders. And
so we can't move the money. We can't say we're not going to do this. We're going to take money and okay, well, fine.
We do have to honor those commitments.
My other question is contingency, and maybe this needs to be the consent agenda, but what did we spend in contingency last year, and what was, if we had $1 million, was there money carried forward? What did we end up spending contingency last year?
All of the contingency last year, we had $1 million allocated. It was all assigned to projects that came back on the fourth quarter augmentation. Those funds have not all been spent yet, so that is included in the carry forward items. But it was committed to projects at the end of last year.
What did we use contingency for?
I don't have that list in front of me, but there were a lot of items, but I follow up and
okay, that'll probably be one of my questions moving forward.
Yeah, there was force fencing, security cameras,
neighborhood cleanups.
Okay, so it wasn't necessarily disaster relief or anything, or
It was some of the items you had for council projects on your list.
I think that's all for now. Right now. Thank you,
Madam Mayor. Thanks so much. Can I go to the slide that was the allocations to courtyard, sewer, the roof? I'm not sure I understood the last CIP change of use designation. So can you just walk me through that one more time?
Yes, so in the current year capital improvement plan, there is a $0.5 million allocated for new equipment storage building out at the courtyard. Nance and Ops has asked, instead of putting that building out at the courtyard for that equipment storage, they would instead to add that to the $2 million that they already have allocated in the CIP for this new satellite facility in the North Valleys.
And then in follow-up to my colleague Taylor's question, you responded that some items already have purchase orders. So I'm trying to be very clear. The $1.5 million you've identified here, that's $2 million they're kind of squirreling away till they get enough to make their thing. That is not yet spent or allocated.
No, but that entire 3.5 is part of our current year capital improvement plan.
Which we approved previously.
Yes,
with
with budgeted off.
Yeah, so I don't want to find a point on it, but there's some movement still going on here with numbers. It's ultimately my takeaway from it. I will also say that I don't know where we are yet on the satellite facility idea. We've had some substantive conversation recently, I think, about how we might interact during winter months, storing some equipment in the North Valley to have better coverage there. Is there any updates there yet, or nothing?
Thank you, Brian, interim city manager. So there have been no updates on that. We have purchased the land in the North Valleys in order to improve service, and we haven't been able to make any improvements to it. So this would allow those improvements. But no, we don't have a plan yet with STED.
Yeah, no problem.
Not with the, yes, development.
I just want to make sure that I wasn't missing
You're not.
something about the ways in which these dollars were identified and how they might couple together with the dollars. I support having our folks have Valley's Corp. I believe it's very important because what happens, especially in the winter months, is our employees, many of them live in the North Valleys. They come to the courtyard, so that's a drive that they have to make a very challenging way. They get in a snow plow. They take the snow plow up and they work in the North Valley, and they take the snow plow back to get their own personal car. They take the personal car, and we're spending 3 hours on that roadway. So I want for the folks in the valleys to have more folks on the roads doing the roadway snow removal rather than all of the driving that happens currently. So I'm in support of all things. I just wanted to understand. Thank you so much for the presentation. I don't have concerns about how you have updated us.
Thanks. I also appreciate the update. I think very well done. I did have a quick question, 2 questions on the slide. One is I thought that the Keystone Evidence Facility was moving to the new Public Safety Center. Is that true?
I don't get a firm decision had made on that.
What's
but,
that?
Frank can speak better to that.
Such a big facility.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Good to see you, by the way. We never get to see you
Frank
now.
Guevara,
Good to see you, Frank.
Maintenance Operations Department. So the evidence moved to the new station, but this is forensics location.
Well, it says Evidence Facility Replacement.
We all referred to that as evidence building because that's what it was for many, many years. But evidence moved out, but there's forensics that takes place there where they process the vehicles.
So do we still need to pass the roof? I'm clear.
So that's what this is asking. What Chief Nance graciously decided to do was it's easier when the moved out of the substation at the bowling stadium.
At which, where, at the one that's on the corner bowling stadium?
Correct,
Okay.
yeah. There was, was and whatnot.
Yeah.
The folks moved, then she was able to make that, with our help, we remodeled that area for forensics lab.
Okay.
But that's not big enough to process the vehicles, so that still happened on Keystone.
So is the answer yes?
So the answer, we don't need to replace the roof. It's not gonna be used for all of that for forensics. It's only a portion you can use for forensics.
Well, is the proposal here to patch the roof or move it to something else?
The proposal is to patch the roof and then use the rest of that money in facility maintenance.
So you have enough both?
Correct.
Okay, I was clear because like previous you proposed roofs, there's 2 roofs, but a smaller roof.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the sewer fund, let me make sure, I love the idea of satellite facility, I supported it for public operations. But let me ask, if we don't have the ability to build the building, could we still, in a secure area, store the equipment we were discussing before, like snow plows, trucks, where they check in without having a building or bring a mobile home out there, a modular unit out there?
So the money we have allocated now through the CIP process is to secure the facility and do some of the dirt work and fix some of the drainage. But there's not enough to build a facility to house those sewer trucks and plows.
Do you house them undercover or out?
We house them now at the courtyard cover.
Undercover.
But it's really difficult for those trucks to go up that hill to North Valleys.
So we're not gonna have big trucks there, like the snow plows?
We will when they're housed up there. I mean, they're there now. It's really taxing on that big truck, go back and forth between the courtyard.
Well, right, that's what we're talking
Valleys.
about. So
Yeah.
I wondered sooner rather than later, they could be stored and maybe use a modular building in the interim until we can afford to build the
Right,
whole place.
and that's, we would just focus on the North Valleys, so we get someplace still enough to have those. We'll be able to have enough to build out the north courtyard. We hope to have enough to house some vehicles there.
That would be undercover,
Correct.
like a,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah.
So that is the proposed use, is to provide some kind of awning or shed cover or something for the equipment, and also maybe to have some kind of modular place to get in and warm up and go to the bathroom, stuff like that?
Correct, and also a sand barn. You know, we have a sand barn in
To
the
sort of
yard.
sand,
Yeah.
flooding, okay, got it. All right, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Evers.
Yeah, I have a question. Oh, don't. So, just to go over this in more detail, what is currently stored in North Valleys in regard to winter weather preparedness?
There's nothing right now.
Okay.
It's just a lot.
Okay, and I have gone on a street sweeping ride along, so it's not exactly snowplow. Hopefully, I can get to do a along for that in the
Yeah.
future. But it is a long ride from the storage yard, or whatever it's called now, way up there, and you only have a couple access routes to get in and out. I think I mentioned that a couple times, but you know, if you have to get all the way down there and then get back to the snowplow, it delays everything, and it causes a lot of frustration for people in my ward. So I'm really looking forward to being able to have that kind of equipment up there. I know that, you know, there's some areas that just never get plowed because, you know, there's like different priority zones. So I don't know if that'll maybe make some areas more likely to get plowed because there won't be much time spent on the travel piece going to and from. So I'm hopeful that maybe that can help with some levels of service in Ward 4 as well. You know, to some other people's points about the facility, what is the minimum thing we would have to have happen in order to store things like snowplows in that area, or maybe even street sweepers too, save on some gas, keep things up there so we're not having to put miles on the vehicles and use the fuel, things like that, to back and forth?
I think the minimum size building is 50 by 100, and we need electricity and we need heat.
Okay.
Location.
Okay. And is this kind of going to be included in that expansion of the Risworth treatment plant there, or is that separate?
That's separate.
Okay. Would it be possible to kind of merge those two, or is there some reason it needs to be separate?
I think the reservoir location was that big expansion took up all that land.
Okay, there's no room.
We used to store the sand and salt down there. But
Yeah.
we're no
Okay.
able to do
Okay.
that.
So there's room to just kind of add on extra garage, that facility?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And what kind of timeline do we think we have for this satellite facility?
And capital projects, working with an architect to get through the line right now. I'm not sure where they are.
Okay. So this will provide, will this be funds to actually build it, or is this just to come up with a plan?
We hope so. I guarantee that. Because I don't know all it entails. I know there's security and fencing.
Yeah.
And there's a drainage issue on land.
Okay. What specifically, what location are you looking at this?
So we own the land. It's next to the Amazon Fulfillment Center.
Okay. All right. So that's a good spot for, you know, accessibility to the freeway and kind of centrally located in the North Valleys too. Okay, great.
It's growing a lot out there.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Frank, it's really great to see North Valleys. They're getting, it looks to me like an additional 1.5 million. That's really great. The investment's fantastic. Especially because up there is even more challenging also the way that it's sort of developed too, right?
Right.
So you guys really have tough. I'm so glad to see that. And residents there, but it's going to be, you're excited, like it's excited. It's a thing, yay!
Right, yeah,
But when it shows, you're so happy to have it.
Yeah, because it always on Monday morning.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know, Mr. Owens, I believe, I don't know if he's still with the city of Reno. He
is.
Yeah, he lives out in Ward 4, and, you know, I'm sure he appreciated having equipment closer. And would it also include the snowplows, or could we keep a street sweeper out there? Just like have one of each out there?
Yeah, we want all the equipment that's necessary out there
Awesome.
to stay out there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Are there any further questions? I want to get moving along because we still have a huge day ahead of us. I guess I just need a motion to approve. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. Okay, thanks so much. I think we go to consent, because I think we have people here for consent. So we're going to start with item B9. I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Taylor to give me a disclosure. I need her to give me a disclosure before we go into those items. Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Disclosure for item B9, Madam Mayor, fellow City Council members, Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, B9, I'm disclosing that Jacobs Engineering Group is a current client of my consulting firm, Tailored Solutions. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. I have been advised that I have a substantial and continuing business relationship with Jacobs and therefore committed a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of Jacob. Here, item B9 seeks approval of an amendment to agreement with Jacob Engineering Group to extend pilot assistance services for the Tri Meadow Water Reclamation Facility Mobile Organic Biofilm Pilot Project for additional $42,500 and to extend the contract expiration date for a total agreement amount not to exceed $239,746. As such, I have been advised that independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my current contract with Jacobs. Accordingly, I will not be participating or voting on these items today. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and log on the record the meeting pertaining to these agenda items. Thank you.
I think we're on the wrong agenda.
Madam Mayor,
I know, I just wanted to let her put that on record before we went anywhere.
But
No.
we've already voted on the thing.
yeah, so if we would, there was a,
No, we did not, on item
we
B9, it was
B9.
pulled off during.
this is actually item
for
B7.
B7 and B8.
So this is item B7. So if we could go back, just reconsider item B7, bring it back, that disclosure will apply and that abstention will apply.
Oh, wait, I think we must have had the numbers mixed up.
Yeah.
So it really was 7,
That
we
was
was
bad,
9. Is that what happened? Yeah.
Look, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider item B7 on the agenda.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next.
And that is for the record, so that everybody's on the same page. That was item B7, and Member Tiller provided the disclosure and extensions. Now the council could vote
But
on
she has to
B7,
leave.
and she's not participating in item 7, correct?
Okay.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, I'm going
On,
motion.
oh,
yeah, go ahead.
Motion to item B7.
I
second.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. In the meantime, I have pulled B9, so we does vote on that.
What was it, 9?
9.
Oh, wait a minute. So this for,
The Lower Idle Pond liner
Okay.
administration.
all right. So I had a motion, right, from you?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
And a
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Clerk, are we on item B4, boy 4 at this point?
Item B4. Go ahead, Councilwoman Eater pulled it.
B4?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Eater.
Okay.
So I have a quick presentation on this.
Oh,
If you would like, hi.
yeah, you're not Nathan.
No, I'm not Nathan.
Hi.
But if you have something for Nathan, he's as well. so.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Cool. So I'll run through this quick. For the record, Jonathan Smith, Senior Civil Engineer with the Public Works Department. I have a presentation for the mud and concrete upgrades at Dorothy Linden Park. So it's aligned with strategic plan, for infrastructure, change, and environmental sustainability. Located in Ward 4, sandwiched between Stead Boulevard and Military Road, as shown on this vicinity map. So the existing concrete walkway, stair, and picnic area have significantly deteriorated and reached the end of its typical lifespan. Show cracks, spalling, uneven surfaces, and even putting. This project will remove, replace the existing concrete walkway, pedestrian ramp, and stair with new concrete that complies with current ADA standards. And the image on this slide shows the limits of our project, bounded red. We opened bids last month and advertised last month. If approved, it would go to construction this fall with a winter completion. I recommended motion.
Okay, so thank you for sharing that. I just called it, just kind of give everybody a chance to see what's coming to parks in the North Valleys. I know that the entire city of Reno is kind of behind where we should be with the park acreage, but particularly Ward 4. So we just wanted to give you guys a chance to shine and show what we're doing out there. And we just had that festival event, October 12th. It was a huge success. We had many families show up. It was great. We had face painting, pumpkins for the kids, pumpkin decorating, food trucks, some different booths that came. We had Reno Food Systems that gave out fresh produce that they had grown, and the Reno Senior Advisory Board had a representative out. We had representatives from SAVE. Keep Trucking was beautiful. Come out and just share what they do, and hopefully get some volunteers. And we also had, I'm drawing a blank. Oh, the Rolling Rec came out and had games and stuff for the kids. We had a potato sack race with the firefighters and police. I forget who won, but I almost got trampled. That was a lot of fun. So just wanted to say thank you guys for everything that's going on with parks. And I'm really looking forward to this improvement with the sidewalk. We have this great new play equipment, the ADA accessible. Kids love it. My kids love going there. The equipment was just packed that day. And it'll be great to have the sidewalk be repaired so that it's more actually accessible to get to the equipment. So we're looking forward to these upgrades and hopefully more to come out. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Since there are none, it's really nice to see, millions of dollars being invested out there. Good job, you guys.
Oh,
Okay.
one thing
Can
real
you-
quick. Don't mind showing the diagram again real quick.
This one?
Yeah, so if you notice on the far right, there's another kind of vertical line going through there, just right, kind of next to the parking. That is another area that needs some love. It's an asphalt paved trail, so just to let people know, like, this is a good improvement, things are happening there, but this is an area that still needs attention. I know you guys are working on it, and as we discussed, our budget is limited, but I want people to know that this is, by no means done, so hopefully we can continue to find funding and continue to make the park more beautiful. So thank you.
All right, can you please give me a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Okay, we're going to head into B11, I believe. Councilwoman Dewar pulled this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I pulled this item, which is a Pembroke Flatfields ARPA funding. Our last meeting, and I was unfortunately online for this meeting, talked about that we didn't have enough money to do the big vision, all the fields, and that we were just instead going to spend money on, I think it is design services, and then reallocate that money. So we're doing a two-step here to reallocate the money to a project we didn't talk about but was hold for a minute, B9, the Idlewild Pool rehab. Could you? And so will that be sufficient to cover the whole project? Like, will we be able to achieve the relining?
So the relining is funded partially, I believe it was $1 million of ARPA fund initially from council. Then we had to cover the overages in the cost of our capital maintenance project fund for parks that you allot $100,000 a year, or last year anyway, to that. So this allows us to, by moving the remainder from the design process over to the Idlewild, we remove the capital maintenance, some of the capital maintenance funding out that we can move into more flexible.
So the way you said it sounded like it was,
There
you
is.
said we had to.
No, so there, if we do this, then we can. So,
Okay,
yes,
but this
there
is-
is funding for the Isle Pond project.
Okay, but this 64,800 will go back, replenish that fund.
So the ARPA money was in, and then we can take the cap maintenance funding out
Right.
to move to project.
Okay, so the only other thing I wanted to mention is that at that meeting and discussion, there was a lot of discussion about going out and bonding for Pembroke. And why aren't we doing it? That's sort of an implication, why aren't we already doing it? And so I wanted to make sure, Madam Mayor, I don't think you were in the room on our last conversation, but you probably heard, where we were talking about contingency. We were talking what we can do.
Yeah.
We were talking all this stuff, but I think there's a perception out there that we have money than we do. And there's a perception we should be moving right away with Pembroke, and I don't know what the total dollar, was it 11 million or?
That's why we need to move final design, so we get an accurate number.
But I
Nathan,
also,
the Parks and Rec
I
Director,
actually don't want to approve, I don't want to approve the 385.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I think, I also wonder if Richard J. is in part of those discussions. He came here and said, we don't need to do it to this scale. And until they get in a room, talk about it, and bring it back to council, I think this is too premature, actually. And that's part of the problem, is we continue to move forward with projects that actually the council hasn't voted on a second time. They've already signed and out the door. And I think we have to be very careful of that when we're looking at moving too fast. We can't really do a lift on this entire project. This is going to be it has to be a private and public partnership on this project. And we're already jumping in where you have Mr. J saying, hey, wait a minute. And then I was told, no, we got to do it because we already signed it out the door. And that's not, I don't think that that's right.
Yeah.
I think we have to slow this train down.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if that's true, but that it's sending out the door. But I'm sure it's developed a contract that is on our agenda. My question is, there was an expectation, though, that you're doing a design for a project we don't have money to.
Yes.
There's also a concern, we have to spend our money have to be under contract by December 31, which basically means to back up. And we have to be, most of these contracts now, or I think the last case is first meeting in November, I don't know the exact date, but if we don't do this, I think this money will have to be open to allocation, but have to be under contract immediately, which we don't have.
Excuse me?
Real
quick.
Well, we can bring it back to the next meeting. That gets in front of us and plenty of time to allocate.
I don't know,
Well,
but
let me just make a recommendation. Why don't we can use this
We can
for
use it
something
for
else
trash
for
cans.
trash cans. Thank you. Exactly where I was
I
going.
was getting ready to say that, but I want to keep it in this realm. But whenever there's this, I get that we're restricted by time. Also, don't let people scare you into thinking, oh, got to do right this. Plenty of time to bring it back. As long as allocated, then you're okay. But I really don't want to approve this today.
Okay.
And I would ask that we hold off on at least till this meeting where there's discussion with the private sector to come in and actually do some of the lifting as well. All right, thank you. I have a motion.
Can part of that be to include changing it to the trash cans?
No, so it's not agendized.
No, but I mean on the next.
Right. So wait, it's not agendized. I think we get to that, to talk about, because I have another way to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should at least, Madam Mayor, I've made my point, but maybe I want to speak too.
I'm sorry, I left for 3 minutes. This is the money that we said we were going to use for design of the flat fields, and we knew we'd have the money.
Right.
To build them.
Yes.
But we were going to be able to get the design done because it wasn't going to change, and then we were possibly look for a Parks District public-private partnership. Am I recalling correctly?
Yes.
And now we're not going to move forward with it?
No, here's the problem that you have. We're going to go out there and we're going to design something that we don't have money to finish. The only way that's come across the finish line, Councilman, is if you have a private-public partnership, which you have people yet that want to do. You heard from the last meeting, not this council meeting, the one before, they're concerned about it because they wanted to be part of the process because they wanted to come in and be able to design their own way that would be more cost-effective. This way, we're going to put more of that bill. I don't want to do that until those parties get room together and figure out what it looks like. But we'll tell you, this is where I had concern last time and I wasn't comfortable with approving it. And that's why I want to hold it up and say, wait until we get in the room because I don't think we need to spend this money.
So, Madam Mayor, I know I've offered this from staff, that in order to actually know what it costs, that was the key question I was trying to get to is, are we talking 11 million or 20 million? Or what are we talking about these fields? They told us they have to do the design to do the cost estimate. I'd love just to hear if that's true, not true. Are we at risk of losing dollars? Because I think the mayor's probably right, that, probably a flip of a 2 weeks is not going to be end all, but can we hear from people just to know what we're doing?
Hi, Khalil Wilson, Assistant Director of Public Works for the record. Yeah, we have to get the final design complete so we know what the phase one and the phasing will be for the project. And the intent was to work with a partner for us to go out and fundraise in order for us to be able to get a partner to do this work. We do need to get to a final design. Right now, we have a conceptual design, have it through the conditional use process. We do need to get to that final design stage, so we're ready to go and we're shovel ready. As soon as we have money, pull the trigger and move forward with construction.
And how long does the design stay?
The design will stay good as long as we need it to. I mean, essentially, it'll stay good for years.
Well, except cost increase.
Well, cost will increase, yes, essentially, but we get 6 to 8 months, we can have the design ready to go and have the cost associated with the phase one of the project.
Yeah, and then what happens though if that partner comes in and wants to change that design? And have you brought that partner on this conversation?
So I'll let Nate answer that question.
Nathan, Parks and Recreation Director, the record. Yeah, I wish Rich was still here because we did bring in, spoke with Rich, we spoke with RYSA and a lot of the partner group, the perceived partner groups in town to let know that this is the way we were going. And after talking through it with Richard, my understanding, he's supportive of getting to a final design so we have a real number, because that's one of the challenges, the proposals we received from RYSA.
Thank you. Well, I would just encourage this council, we can hold off for weeks. Yeah. It's going to kill us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that meeting was very impressive. He was really great at rallying the troops, and I can see why he's so effective. But also, like, we are limited by finances, so I think it is wise to kind of hold off and see what kind of partnership we're going to get. And I'm also very excited to get more parks. We need them. We need them everywhere we know. I think it's, we don't have unlimited funds, and we do have practical things that we need right now too. So just wanted to say that.
Okay, thanks. All right, I had a motion. I had a second.
A quick
Go
comment.
ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam. And I appreciate all the dialogue that's happened. I have to sort of some of the comments that were already made and just say that we did use these funds to try to understand what it would take for us to get to the flat field in this space, and holding project, I think, for 2 weeks may be able to flush some of those conversations out. I just think it'll get us anywhere closer to the project if we don't approve these funds. And ensure that we know exactly how much it's going to cost for us to build it. I think some of our partners outside the organization may be more hesitant to come and join us in our progress if they know exactly what they're looking at, what design and the cost for these things will be. So if it is a continuance that we're going to be voting on, I may not be support, but appreciate the commitment and the opportunity.
All right, thank you, and let me just do my experience. Here's what happens. You don't have the money to do it, and you go there. Councilman Delgado's in chamber with us. He can attest this. He sat up here with me for many years. You don't have money to build something. That study sits on a shelf for a very long time, and then several years later, you pull that off this shelf, and it's no longer valid because the cost of everything went up. So that's where we sort of get into trouble is government is very reactive and proactive, and I want to be proactive when it comes to spending money front. After we had a partner that sat here and told us that he didn't believe the cost would be that much, and he's not here today, so I can't ask him, so I feel much better and more comfortable when we're in the room together. That's been my experience when we got there and we're told, we need these studies, we need these studies. You know how many studies we have that sit on the shelf? Councilman Delta, did you have a lot of studies on the shelf? So it's all I'm saying out of experience. I'm just going to ask that all parties get together because it's much better whenever it's collaborative. And that's what I want to see. So I don't want to shove things through just because we can. And I don't think that means that we should. So I'm strongly opposing this. So I have a motion, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on.
I have pulled B13.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it
Councilwoman
was
Dewar.
we had to pull it because we had to have the augmentation. Maybe you don't need discussion. Yeah, but I just do move approve.
I have a
Oh, wait,
motion.
hold on. This is a contingency for the trash cans?
Yes.
Okay, so this is why I wanted to talk about this. I fully support the trash cans. I know that we need them, but I'm a little hesitant about using the specific fund to them because is a contingency fund. This is what we use for emergencies. I know that we had to use some of the fund during Davis Creek fire to get hotel rooms for firefighters. That, of course, is an unforeseen thing that happened. But that's what the town is for emergencies that we need money for. And winter, not even really here yet. I'm concerned about keeping these funds available for things like HESCO barriers or any kind of other flood mitigation things we might need in Ward 4 or Swan Lake or Silver Lake. So just, knowing that our winters have wild cards for the last few years and knowing that there has floods around Swan Lake that the city of Reno had to pay some settlements on, I am not comfortable using this account to pay for trash cans at this time. I would support using it closer to the end of the fiscal year as we did with the horse feeding last fiscal year. If we make it winter and don't need it, that's wonderful. I hope that we don't. But I just really knowing how tight we are budget-wise and we're trying to stay flat, I'm not comfortable using kind of our
Okay.
emergency fund
All right.
now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And because your concern, and I share the same concern, we don't know, things are very unpredictable.
Yeah.
Totally.
And if we have the
So-
opportunity to see other funds and
So that's what I'm thinking here too.
Yeah.
That we have the opportunity to see what that looks like in 2 weeks and that can come back and fill that. So that's with the
can you take the
contingent on the side.
contingency, you take those other funds and put it into the
Whatever we have
contingency?
remained, we could put that over there and that's where, that is a very similar amount.
Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah.
To take
Yes.
our
No,
ARPA
I'm not going to
funds?
ask to continue this. I want to move forward. I'll tell you why. What I'm saying is absolutely sympathize with Councilwoman Eber because I think she makes very, very valid point. This was your recommendation, Councilman Dewar. You strongly wanted to, yes, but that's your recommendation, which I thought it was a good one. And then she brought up, Councilwoman Eber brought up those concerns, which I totally agree with. Which I also understand. Am I correct that there is a remainder of 700? There's a remainder of 750,000, so that's good. And I would say make.
Okay, so we have,
So my
less than
point is
400.
to make sure that that's allocated if we should need it. We also have partners out there whenever it comes to the flooding. So I did ask city manager to look into that and what that entail because I felt your concerns. So I'm going to send it to Jack Wright, our city manager, to talk about that because I did see a memo on it. I want you to know that I hear your concern. So I don't want you to think you're being dismissed, but I'm going to hand it to the manager to explain in that memo what that looked like. So council, I think, feels better about her concerns.
Right, thank you very much, Mayor. With respect to Swan, because it's a Washoe County property, they are responsible for handling HESCO barriers or anything else, and I've been told that they actually have what they need at this point. City of Reno is responsible for Silver Lake. If there were an event where Silver Lake were to overtop then maintenance and operations has HESCO barriers for it. So I understand the concern. I don't think that we actually have a concern about not being able to find HESCO barriers at this point in time. I think we're good for Silver Lake. Washoe County's going to handle Swan Lake.
Do we have records of any costs associated with the previous flooding? Not the settlements, but any of the flooding that happened at Swan Lake or Silver Lake?
If we do, I don't know what those
look back at?
Yeah, I don't know what those costs are.
Okay.
And the other question I would ask, maybe you, Frank, about the HESCO barriers, what do they look like? Like we hold on to them and store them, or that's what we do, right? He's looking around like, I know that it's not probably your area.
I'm not sure,
so-
that's sort of the courtyard, okay, that's.
Right.
No
Yeah,
alleys,
so
yeah.
they're in the valleys
you.
already. We get those on hand already. And I know that we bought a lot more because we were having such severe flooding out there. Matter of fact, you're like the guru. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Good afternoon, Trinka, and Director of Utility Services. So again, Jackie mentioned, we do manage Silver Lake, and the county manages Swan Lake. Swan Lake requires far more HESCO barrier than Silver Lake. We have a flood action plan, it's on our website. We look at it at different elevations. We add a number of HESCO to protect those businesses around Swan Lake. It's not nearly what is needed at Silver Lake, not nearly what is needed at Swan Lake. It's my understanding that the county does have a fair amount of HESCO barriers. I can't speak for Travis and his group. They do know the lead time to obtain additional barriers. They're in communication with that company as we, move into winter. The HESCO barriers we had previously up, I believe, were all disposed or sold or parted out because they had been up so long. I'm quite certain that our Maintenance and Operations Department has some HESCO barriers on hand that have stocked, and if we get to see that we're going to a situation where we need more for Silver Lake, we're ready to order them and have that.
Because that's budgeted,
Yes,
because
correct.
those.
So there is a budget in sewer or whatever, a fund to purchase already? We would not
We have a
rely
service
on.
and supplies budget that we would probably look at.
Okay, so it would
I can't
require
look to
contingency.
Travis' budget, I'm not familiar with that, but
The other thing too that we have is where I sign a federal emergency declaration, and that allows us to trigger federal funds, which we've done for not particularly there, but in other places whenever we need it. So that's the other side that comes in. And unfortunately, we're living in time where, fires and floods and things like that. So hurricanes, obviously not here, but things they're changing. But that's the good news, is I want to let you know, Maintenance and Operations has a budget that they already keep on hand, and then we also can pull the trigger on any, which we do all over the city. Carl's very good about it, calling me, Hillary, get here, sign this, right? Way beforehand. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
But the other good news, if we don't spend that money that we were talking about on the previous item, that's something we could take and put into contingency to back it up to
Can we do
$1
that?
million. Yeah.
Even though it's ARPA funds, we can do that?
Yeah, because you can backfill.
So Vicky's going to have to keep the numbers straight. We've already used $5.1 or $5.2 million towards revenue replacement. With respect to ARPA, there's a certain amount that when used towards revenue replacement, and that's exactly what would be used at this point in time. I think we have wiggle room in that delta between the 5.1 to the max. Vicky's shaking her head yes, so yes, could.
Vicky, for the record.
Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance Record. You can take up to $1 million for
Yeah.
revenue replacement. Those still have to, if we use a revenue replacement, still have to be used for a project or something that still qualifies for ARPA. So we still have to report on.
Yeah.
So when we took the $5.1 million and used it for the facilities for the public safety center and the pool, those projects still qualified as ARPA sends. So if you were to assign more dollars out of it toward it, we would just make that it was on something that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, and not just flooding, just do have concerns, because that is kind of our emergency fund. Again, we used some of it for Davis Creek fire. It wasn't even a City of Reno fire, but we used it to support the firefighters. It's just the end of the school year is a ways off yet, and I'm just a little concerned about the timing of using it. So it sounds like I'm alone in that, but that's my.
I just want to reiterate, so everyone understands, so there's not a story, that we do budget for HESCO barriers, so we'll have those. I want everyone to understand. If we need them, we will have them. So I don't want that to be the narrative that we bought trash cans instead of HESCO barriers.
Yeah, I'm not trying
So
to
I
get a
wanna-
narrative.
I want to make sure
Yeah.
that it's on record, that
Yeah.
everyone understands that. All right, I have a motion.
But I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to, Jackie went over it very quickly. I just wanted to be heard correctly. What do we have in contingency today?
So at the moment, we have $1 million.
$1 million.
If you remove 300,000 trash can, we will have 700,000.
Right.
We did spend money on the fire. However, that money, we've been assured, will be reimbursed by FEMA. We have not drawn down out of contingency yet, pending reimbursement from FEMA.
So that's what I wanted to get clear, is we don't have 700. That's after, if we approve this purchase, then we would, remaining 700. And I also wanted to just make sure that what you just said, was that the fire response was already, we already had an emergency, that you've applied to FEMA for reimbursement, it sounds like, and you're expecting that reimbursement. I think you told us last time it was around $70,000, something like that.
At this point, I don't remember
Yeah.
what number was.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that it looks like as we have emergencies, especially if it's an emergency and we have an emergency declared, we can apply reimbursement, which is not everything falls in that category. So I think this is a great discussion and dialogue. I'm glad to get the extra clarity. We have the full $1 million and we are about a little more over a quarter through the year. Right, well, Madam Mayor, you do have a motion. I just wanted to get that on record, too.
Yeah, and I do bring up a good point. I don't know, because I was just talking to Madam Clerk. You bring up a good point. Oftentimes, my experience is we do go into that contingency for an emergency. That is also reimbursed if we sign that declaration, that federal declaration, so that money comes back. So I know everyone's concerned, but oftentimes that's what it is, which Jackie confirmed on the fire. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Good to get the record clear. I made a motion.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, thanks, everyone. Okay, Madam Clerk, where are we at?
And let me be clear, I didn't make a motion. I think you did, Madam Mayor, on B13. I wanted to.
No.
I made the motion.
Oh, there we go. I
You
made the
seconded, yeah.
B16?
B16, any public comment, Madam?
We have none, Mayor.
Okay, on B16, which I pulled, this is a very positive story that I think deserves a little airtime, and that is that we're getting a grant, and this is due to Frank and the Historic Resources team, over $800,000, $807,000 to work on the California building for an Idlewild Park. And I just want to make note that we had a previous conversation, either 1 or 2 meetings ago,
now.
that we would have to apply for grants on other historic buildings, such as the Lear. I said, well, where are we going to find the money? Well, here's a perfect example. Last time we said we're going to have to look at a combination of monies. Could be federal grants, it could be state grants, it could be private partnership grants. But here's an example we're getting one from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which until this appeared, I didn't know that the source was a federal source, not your usual historic trust source, but another source in the government. So I just thought it's worth talking about and complimenting your work. I don't know if you have anything to say, and.
Yeah,
over
this is Dan, project manager on that.
Yeah,
so.
and are you the one who applied for the grant, or?
We did, yes.
Okay, and do you work with Historic Resources?
We're currently working with Historic Resources and SHPO to get everything approved and done through.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's it. Just want to make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
I guess all in favor.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to have to get up and leave a horrible migraine headache, so I need to get up, and I'm going to send back to you. I will join you when I can.
On Zoom or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just need to.
No problem.
I need to take
Five?
Excedrin.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to navigate what we're doing next.
Okay.
So, and I'll jump on the phone, so at least you have me.
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, I
will.
could
No problem.
pat on to you. Thanks.
And give me just 30 seconds.
Well, Madam Vice Mayor, okay, we'll open item B17, and we do have one counter, Randy Collins.
Okay. And item B17 is about the trails. And I just want to, on this one, we heard the comment earlier today that we heard all work that's been done on the trails plan in concert with Dawn and others, a large group of coordinators. So do you have public comment?
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on, sorry. Wait, we have to
didn't
call
need
meeting.
17?
We don't have 4.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Do you also give her this? Okay, we're just going to be in recess for 5 minutes until we get our quorum back, or until our quorum. We have 4 of us. All right, very good. So item B17, do you have public comment?
Yes, my name is Randy Collins, and I represent myself as a business owner. I have the oldest bike shop in Nevada, and also I'm a trail builder and a trail advocate on a lot of different organizations, the Soul Trail Stewardship, the Tahoe Pyramid Trail, and other umbrella organizations. I just here to give support for the adoption of the Trucking Trails plan that has been through Chuckey Meadows Parks, and that I'd like to endorse that, to put it through the next step. We need this as a plain element for our plans for all various organizations I work for, and it helps to resolve a lot of future problems with developers needing or seeing it's important to have trails through their developments. So it's a big area to say that we want this plan to encompass the whole Chuckey Meadows
Right.
to do. So I'm here in support of that
Excellent.
resolution.
All right, Mr. Collins, thank you so much. And the reason I pulled it as well was we do have some council money in the amount of $70,000 under ARPA that have awarded a long time ago. The staff are working on the missing element of this plan, which is Virginia Range. And at some point, they'll come and report back to us, and we can amend this plan to incorporate that as well, in the future. So that's what I've got. Any further comment or question on it? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve item B17. Right, we have a motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. I think closes out our consent agenda. B18? Oh, sorry.
We have B18 next.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Ebert, B18. Okay, thank you. And just for those in the audience, once we finish our consent agenda, we'll going back to, or we'll be going on, I believe, to the item that our CHA donating on D4 through D6, so people know our map, okay? All right, B18.
Just like to get a presentation.
Hey, good afternoon, Council, Vice Mayor, Interim City Manager. My name is Crystal Dean. I'm the County Manager for the record. This item before you is a standard that comes every year. We need to designate major funds for report in our financial reports, and that's, if you want to get in person. This aligns with our strategic plan. And it's required by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, their statement number 34. And basically, sorry, I'm so nervous. I don't have any water. No, I'm okay.
Okay, I think we make that happen right here.
I'll take your water.
Yeah. Can you say your name again?
It's Crystal Dean.
Crystal, and where do you work?
The finance department.
Right.
I'm the account manager.
County manager, thank you.
All right. This is my first time.
Oh, kudos. So you're having the 5 experience here.
Yes.
Take
Okay.
a drink whenever you need one. You can go slower. We're not going to push you along, okay?
It's better if I get it done quicker, I think.
Okay, go your speed.
All right. So major funds is, you can do a test for it. So it's a mathematical equation that total assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenses. An individual fund need to at least 10% of the corresponding total. So once we run all of the equations, we get a list that if meet both the revenue and the expenditures for the test, 5% and 10%, then they have to be considered a major fund. The general fund will always be a major fund. The council also has the discretion to designate funds, and you would want that for like financial report consistency, or if you think there's something that's particularly of interest to the public, you can designate funds that don't necessarily qualify as a major fund as well. And when we do analysis, we find the same funds as last year. The general fund, the street fund, our sales tax increment, the 2007 bond fund, the capital project funds, the carry sewer, and the building enterprise funds as well. Here is, I can explain to you why you want to designate funds major for report purposes. They basically become their own audit entity, so they have their own materiality thresholds, whereas everything else aggregated and presented together. So.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Good job on your first
You did
time.
great.
Yeah, take
Yeah,
a big breath.
yeah.
So much.
Take another drink of water, and then we're going to come to Councilmember Eby, see if she has any
Yeah,
questions.
no, thank you for the presentation. I just appreciate you doing that because, a lot of stuff is complicated and I really appreciate having all of this said on the record and explained in a way that people can understand it and seeing what the different accounts are. And now this, on video out on YouTube and on city's website with great explanation for how all this works and what the accounts are. And I just appreciate you for doing that. This was really just the purpose of having this available on public record. I know our documents, our reports are accessible, but it's different to hear somebody explain it. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. You did great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. Does anyone else have any questions on this item? All right, Councilmember Ebert, we're looking for.
Yeah, motion approved.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Ebert, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And opposed? Our motion passes unanimous. And thank you so much, Crystal Dean. Kudos.
Thank you very
And we're
much.
moving on to B20, which is about the state and local fiscal recovery funds, SURF, which were allocated, it looked like, these are our specific ones. And then I know that both Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Ebert, the next one, B1, had a little bit of money left over, and so these are being reallocated. Do you have a question on B20?
No, I just kind of wanted to look at them maybe together and just talk about what we're doing.
All right, let me
with
open up
improvements.
B20, B21, and our Parks Director just explain what's happening here.
Sure. Nathan Olliott, Parks and Recreation, for the record. Based on community feedback at Northwest Park, there's been some requests for benches and other amenities added. This was a good amount of money to help some of those smaller improvements in a park that could use a little love. So we're going to put some benches by the playground there so people have a place to sit.
And we're all talking
And
about
right on beautiful shape.
$2,000.
Yes.
And then what about B20?
And then B21, in conjunction with the earlier item, going to put in a bench, some shade on it, so that on the spaces that sit on the southern side, there'll be some shade in the late parts of the day.
And that's at Dorothy McKinley.
Dorothy McKinley
Park.
yes.
Yeah. And just so everyone knows, that's not actually enough for the entire bench, I believe. I'm going to be either funding the rest of it with my discretionary funds or be trying to find somebody interested in donating and helping to fund that. We're trying to bench with some shade over it because there's not really any shade or play equipment there. Some trees, but for parents that are sitting around the park watching their kids, it's nice to have some shade. So I just want to let everybody know the benches are expensive. So thank you.
Very good. Yes, they are expensive. So we're looking for a motion on item B20 and B21 together.
A motion to approve?
Second, all right, we have a motion from Councilmember Ebert, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And I believe now we have closed the consent agenda. And we are going to move on to D4, D5, D6. So D4, these are all in public works. D4 is acceptance donation from the Community Health Alliance, construction cost of $400,000. I understand was a gap amount, and our staff, I'm sure will explain that. D5 was award of a contract, K7 Construction, for the Neal Road facility, which is 4.8 rounding, million dollars. And D6 has to do with the long-term lease agreements. They're so very different, we're going to take them one by one. And if we could start with D4. I'm not going to open them together, they're very different, like one's an award of a contract, one's acceptance of donation, one's a long-term lease.
Mayor Dewar, so they are programmed to be together, and I think George is only going to do one presentation.
Oh, fine, thank you. We'll open all D4, D5, D6 together, but we just do need certain motions.
Very good. Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for the Public Works Department. With me today is Pretty Agent Lori Miles. As shown on this slide, this presentation is for 3 agenda items. They're all kind of woven together. So I'm going to give one presentation, then we've got 3 motions at the end. And what I'll do is I'll go through, highlight each of the agenda items as I go through the presentation to kind of make it clear what we're looking at here. For a quick outline of the format of what to expect for a short presentation, I just wanted to start by reminding council that this project is using American Rescue Plan Act funds, or ARPA funds. What I'll do is I'll do a quick review of the scope, schedule, costs of the project, and we'll review the lease terms. which are spelled out in the previously approved memorandum of understanding with the Health Alliance. And then, like I said, I'll go through each of the motion items at the end.
Okay, and then so the audience knows, once we have the presentation, we're going to do, I'm going to ask for public comment as well, and then we'll have a round of questions. So go ahead.
All right. This project aligns with these strategic plans. And again, this one's a reminder of the ARPA funding timeline. These funds to be allocated by the end of this year and spent by the end of 2026. And this slide right here highlights the Neal Road complex. So this is South Moana Lane, north of McCarran. That highlighted area in orange is the facility in question. That's the property that the Community Health Alliance leased from the city. And that's what we're looking at for the expansion and remodel with this project. Again, this is something that council's seen before. The scope of this project includes expansion of the existing facility. We're looking to add 4,000 square feet. That's what's shown in that blue outlined area to the left there. And the yellow outlined area is the existing facility where we're looking to do a remodel, and that's a 5,120. So when complete, we're going to add a facility that has over 9,000 square feet that serves community down here. What this project will do is it's going to provide added services to this community. Those include a new pharmacy, a new prescription food pantry, new, not at the facility, behavioral services, and also increased SAM and procedure room capacity. So the project schedule, how we here to where we are today, July 31st, we came to council for direction to move forward with bidding the project, and also with the memorandum of understanding and lease sheet for Community Health Alliance. Following, or I guess prior to that, we were working with Tectonic Design Group, really accelerate schedule to complete the design and get into permitting, which is something that we're willing to take up and help us, Community Health Alliance. They completed the design in 6 months and got us in permitting, which was amazing. December 4th, we advertised project bidding. We opened bids October 1st, and today we are asking for award of a construction contract to K7 Construction. So we can get in construction here in January, and we're anticipating an 18-month construction timeframe to get the project complete. The overall project costs for the Neal Road expansion and model. Design fees, we have previously approved. Those were to Tectonic Design Group to complete the design and also provide construction administration services. We also have fixed soft costs, which includes an asbestos survey, which is a health department requirement when we're doing a project like this. Plan room and permitting fees to building department, and also utility fees. That's to get us the updated electricity and gas or sewer that we need for a project like this. So that combined with a construction contract to K7 Construction in the amount of $4,171 or $4,871,900 to a project total of $5,400,000 for the project. And that's a project total including all those items I said. Item D5 is for award that construction contract with K7. Now, some back to item D4. How do we get to item D4, donation from Community Health Alliance? Council approved up to $5 million of ARPA funds for this project. And as per that memorandum of understanding, Community Health Alliance, they agreed to budget or for that overages of $5 million. So for our project, Community Health Alliance has a donation on today's agenda item for $400,000 to cover construction costs above and beyond $5 million. I also want to note that FF&E or fixtures, furniture, equipment costs of $900,000 are included in this project total. And those are project funds that Community Health Alliance is taking on to advance and better this facility for serving the community. I'm going to turn it over to Lori.
Lori Miles, Property Maintenance, Public Works. So lease term, if you remember, the MOU on July 31st had a term sheet and lease incorporated what you guys' direction does to put into the lease, which is 20 years with 2 5-year options to extend. $1 per year rent. CHA is responsible for paying all the utilities, the day-to-day maintenance. The city will take the responsibility for HVAC and roof, which capital improvements, typical with any landlord lease. And this terms is consistent with all the other tenants at the Neal Road campus. If there's any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Lori. So is that the end, or I do have a question for Lori when we come back. Okay.
All right, I have a couple more slides, and we go through each motions, read those, and then we can come back to Q&A and public comment.
Okay.
All right, so for ID4, this is for accepting the donation from Community Health Alliance for construction cost on the Neil Road facility remodel and expansion project in the amount of $400,000. Item D5 is for award of the contract K7 Construction Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $4,871,900 for the Neil Road facility remodel and expansion project, and authorizing to sign the contract. And item E6 is for approval of lease agreement for the Neil Road Family Service Center located at 3915 Neil Road, Nevada, with Community Health Alliance, and authorizing them to sign.
All right.
That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Since normally we would have a public comment, Ed, I'm taking it now, and then I'm going to make some other issue come up and then have council ask questions. Is there any public comment?
Oscar Delgado did sign, but he has stepped out.
Okay.
And we don't have anybody else signed in to speak, but we
Write it
do
now.
have 13 people that have signed in favor of that.
Okay. 13 comments in favor, or we
Yes.
received questions or comments? Okay.
Just in favor.
All right, and then let me call up Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
Well, back to the chambers.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and again, no more council member. I'm tired, you guys do the
Tired
hard
council
work,
member.
you guys carry the heavy lift, and I appreciate so much all of you guys' big service. My apologies for stepping out there for a second. Just wanted to kind of take an opportunity, I'll be the only speaking in public comment this afternoon. I know you have a hefty meeting today, so I respect those days. Hopefully you guys can go out to eat. Just wanted to come up here and commend your team. Amazing team. Thank you to the team. We met weekly every Wednesday at 10 a.m. to go over to make sure we're all on the same page with all things you guys have requested and asked from us. It was not at one point there was never a point where there was tension or disagreement. We were in full line with everything that's asked of us to make sure that we can move and speed this along, of course, due to timelines that you guys have and restrictions for ARPA to make sure these monies are run down as soon as possible. And I think there's also an article that came up, and I think the mayor would appreciate as well, is came across an article that really kind of opens up and brings across the conversation a little more broader than just the Neil Road community, which I know Councilmember Martinez, all of you deeply care about, is that these benefits won't only just benefit the community there directly. There's a wider opportunity here. As a community health center like CHA, for every dollar that's spent, there's reinvestment in the community. So this $5 million is actually going to be a $55 million direct economic impact to the overall economy. This means that, and I know Mayor Sheevy understands this, that when people are healthy, they're more productive. When communities are healthy, kids are going to school. When communities are healthy, businesses thrive because people aren't calling. And so also in addition to that, a number of individuals that we're going to be able to hire on top of that, there's just a ripple effect. And so for people to think that it's just going to be a direct impact on the road, that's not the case. It's going to have a direct impact across the city, also with respect that people hopefully not going to be going to the ER often. And so there's an opportunity there. But more than anything, just want to come here and just thank the city. This is our time around. We follow all of our agreements with all of you. I'm excited to be here and get this thing up and going. Lastly, if you don't mind, tomorrow we're having a groundbreaking. I hope, I know some of you can't get, but we have over 100 people that are RSVP. It's, as you all know, it's an important opportunity for the public to engage, and everyone's excited about it, and I hope I can see your smiley faces.
All right.
Here to just answer any questions you guys may have. Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation for tomorrow. I've already had to register that I had a previous conflict, but I think council member is going to represent us there very capably. But now let me open it up to our council for any comments or questions, and let me start with you, Mr. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you much, Madam Vice Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to again discuss such a great thing that's going to come to the Neil Road area, especially considering how many folks use the facility. I know I've been out talking to community members in that region. They talk about how great of a service is provided by this partner. We have a great leaseholder, someone who's taking care of our facilities, and someone who's willing to come and donate $400,000, make sure that we have the ability to spend these money to bring this expansion out. I think folks are excited about the expansion of behavioral health and making sure that folks have the resources there and that they can walk to that facility and still get those things. And so looking forward to supporting these items that are in place. I know one person who is over our staff side, who I'm going to just shout out quickly, is Ms. Kosmicki, who has always been at the forefront, has helped us meet these deadlines and make sure that we're spending the money in the American Rescue Plan Act in a timely fashion to something they were directly allocated for, which help with health disparities. So appreciative of the council and their support in helping ameliorate some of the disparities that are happening in our neighborhood.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just have a couple questions. On the first $400,000 donation back, what does that actually look like? I think I understand that it's not like we're getting a check for $400,000, right? If you could explain that a little bit. And the second thing is on lease agreement, I'll have a question, the large capital improvements.
So the $400,000 amount, I think if we go back to, let me see what slide it is.
And I
Slide
can
number
maybe
7.
simplify, it's just going back into the project.
So
It's-
these are, the $400,000 is going to cover construction contract cost. So
Okay,
yeah.
so we don't get $400,000 to spend on something else. It's $400,000 that is going back into this project cost.
It is for the award of the contract to
Okay,
7 construction.
That was my question. I just
Very
wanted to
good.
clarify. And the other question is on the large capital improvements. One thing that I had asked in the beginning is that I wanted to make sure that we weren't going to have large capital expense come up. The roof was good, the HVAC was good. Is that still the condition that they're looking at? It's not anticipating a major capital cost with this facility.
Yeah, so on the existing facility, the 1,120 square feet, our own team, the Building Technical Services team, just did a roofing project there. So that roof has been, it has been serviced. It had a layer of sealant placed on top of it, which has come with the warranty. So that roof is good for 15 years plus. The other expansion part of the roof will come with warranty that puts that roof at
We're
a,
not
good
anticipating any major
2,000 years.
capital costs to come
No,
forward.
and then HVAC, with this project, we're looking at a full HVAC, right? So we shouldn't have any items, nothing, looking in our crystal ball, nothing should come up that we have as a major capital expense for this facility.
Thank you, and thank you to the team. Reiterate, I know it was a quick trigger, so thank you for everything you've done.
Let me ask, Madam Mayor, do you want to comment or save you for the end?
No, I want to say, first of all, I want to really commend CA and Councilman Delgado, well, you'll always be Councilman, sorry about that. Because one of the reasons I really was excited to support this project is the mental health component. Because we're so lacking in services and particularly in underserved areas. And over there, maybe, Oscar, I don't know, where is the closest area for healthcare over there? It's far.
Yeah, I mean, other than the hospital.
Yeah.
It's probably the largest.
I'm going to say it's probably the
And I know
most.
some of those services have been, they're going through their different service lines in terms of what they're providing currently.
But there's almost no access over there whatsoever.
No, you're absolutely correct, especially with mental health is a big way across the state, across the country. But it's exactly your point, that much more in our communities.
And by you getting them services in your facility, just everyone needs to remember that also frees up a lot of the backlog that we see in the ERs, where typically the ERs much better, obviously for, heart attacks and those kinds of things. And mental health is big that they tend to typically see so much of that in the ER. So that frees up for other people.
100%. Madam Mayor, you've spoken before, what the great thing about auto is it's an integrated model, where if I go see Dr. Shivi as my primary care and I have a mental health issue taking place, that she can just basically walk across the hallway to a mental health professional versus on a call, go across town, a life in the face as soon as you walk outside, and I probably will see that professional.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that
Yeah.
right there for somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank God I am not a doctor. But what I would say too, I do have to give a huge shout out. You have probably, Oscar, and I'm not kidding, and this is no joke. You probably one of the most talented teams I've ever seen in any organization. From the pharmacy to the marketing, your doctors, is absolutely impressive.
Yeah.
You have a team that bar none is absolutely the best of the best.
We're blessed, and
They're
my
all
team knows
here,
that.
well,
Yeah.
not all, but they're here
Absolutely.
supporting you, and that's a testament to how they feel about you.
Right.
And so, like I said, I really was excited to support this project, particularly because of the mental health aspect.
Yeah, we can do that. So look forward to it.
What time are we doing that tomorrow?
10 a.m. 10 a.m. Some more folks on RCA that they want to try and slip out, they can.
Yeah, then we'll get 10,
if-
10:30.
We'll for you. If that's
Okay.
we'll make
Okay,
that-
there you go.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
our promise.
No, more than happy to do that.
Hey, trust me, I don't mind getting out of that board meeting. So, anyway, that's it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Reese.
Just ever so briefly, I'll just echo many of the comments
Oh,
made by
yeah.
Mr. Martinez. This organization, CHM, means very a great deal to me. It is part of the fabric of our community, and the growth and the trajectory of it from even 10 years ago today is really incredible. It just speaks to an absolute need in this country area of healthcare, but also speaks to all the things that Madam May said about mental health, includes mental health, there's nutritional services, it's connection within the community that allow people to get greater resources even when we don't know what their needs are. And so there'll be so many positive transformational issues with this facility. Of course, I appreciate that it is improving a facility that the city of Reno owns in a park. It's a very important park to the Neal Road community. It's not new construction. I think it's good to have adaptive reuse of existing facilities and expand them because it has greater environmental benefit to us. So I have a fan of the project for, I've been a part of CHAs before I was on this council, always be a fan. Really happy to see us move forward and just finish the last in details and ultimately then to get to where we're going to go. And we may be having a ribbon cutting tomorrow, but I assume we'll also be doing some celebration when it opens. Congratulations, grounds.
Yeah.
Thank you much.
All right, thank you.
What's the cost?
Oh.
I do want to, whenever we're ready, I want to make the motion.
Oh, sure.
Because I think everyone's excited.
Yeah. Well, I just want to echo the positive comments that have been made. Anytime, I know you all know that I was a huge supporter of the hospital that's, as you said, not far northern Nevada. It's called Sierra Medical. My husband just recently had an operation there, first experience, but a really well-run hospital. But they're setting the stage for more really well-run medical facility in the region. I just wanted to give a kudos. When we first talked about this project, we were talking about $9 million. And I think it's down to, did you say 5.4 total? So you got to do a shout out to the cost engineering or the value engineering that was done. And I assume by our team in connection with the design architect. Do you want to speak to that?
1.6, every 0.6. So
Yeah, again, Preston George, Senior Civil Engineer for Public Works. So that cost estimate early on was a very preliminary level cost estimate. But once we brought Tectonic Design Group on board, they really helped us through that value engineering effort and really drilling into the details of the cost estimate and put together a very detailed cost estimate that helped us get to where we are. And their estimate actually was a bit higher than even where our bids came in. I think we had a really good response to the project. We had the contractors interested, we were through bids, and they were all very, very bids, so we're happy about where it ended.
I also want to, the value engineering plus, the original estimates, I think, were somewhat speculative, although they were based on, my knowledge, existing medical facilities under construction today. So I don't fault the original estimates, but it's fantastic. More kudos for being able to figure out a way to save money. So great work. And then finally, Councilmember Ebert.
No, I actually don't have questions at this. Thank you.
Thank you. And did anyone need a second round? I think we're ready for Madam Mayor's motion.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to make that motion. I also really want to come to the city, actually, because whenever you look at this, and it's really important that you have a long-term tenant in buildings, she knows, right? In buildings that are going to be improved whenever the landlord improves them. That's super critical that you have a long-term tenant. And we have a great long-term tenant. The other thing I want to say thank you, Lori, working on this lease, because I know market rates are something of this side of a building would about $15,000 a month. And so she's going like this, yes. And so when you add up, times 12 for a year, and you do 20 years to it, it's at $3.6 million additionally. So I'm really proud that this is where the city has chosen to invest. You want to say something? Go ahead.
You don't mind, I wanted to answer Councilman Taylor. The question is, I literally do have a check for you guys for that 400. So I know you're asking. So
He's over here.
you're going to get this into these hands so we can get things off and going.
Or he's going to write it. Hold on, just write it.
Gas money.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'm glad that anytime we're investing in mental health, I support it wholeheartedly because I believe it's the known crisis in this country for sure. Anyway.
So Madam Mayor, we're looking for 3 separate motions, and the first one is D4.
Okay. I motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Mayor Sheevy and Councilmember Martinez, second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Now we're on to D5, Madam Mayor, if you want to make that one.
Yes, I motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, this time we have a motion from Madam Mayor, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And then finally, Madam Mayor, we have item D6, which is the long-term lease, if you have a motion.
Motion to approve.
All right, And we have a motion from Mayor, second from Councilmember Martinez. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously, all three. Congratulations to all of you. All right, and we're going to turn our attention next to, not before 3, it's 2 minutes to 3. We are going to, are people here for our DA?
No, Madam Vice Mayor, can we go back to item D2 and E1?
We can. I got excited for a minute that I was going to take a 2-minute break.
Nope, we're moving right along. We're going to go to item D2, David 2.
So I think we were going to take D2 and E1 together, right? Okay. So if we could turn our attention to D2, which is about 2024 general obligation bonds, and these are refunding bonds, refinance other bonds. And if we have our finance director with us? We do not. Jackie, would you like to take this item since the our finance director's not with us? This is item D2, unless you want to come back to it.
Let's come back to it.
Okay, that's fine.
It's a simple refinancing of her bond. I'm happy to, she's right, here she comes.
Oh, here she comes. There she goes. Okay. All right, very good. So fill us in on D2 and E1, which we're going to open together.
Okay. Dee Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. This item before you today is simply a refinancing of a current bond that the city has outstanding. This bond, well, this is in line with the strategic plan, fiscal sustainability. This is the 2013 A bonds. These bonds actually refinance the 2002 bonds. So these, originally we had the 2002 bonds for the center. These, the 2013 refinance those. We're coming back to today to ask to refinance them again. The current interest rate on them is between 4% and 5%, and we can get around 3 years and lower. And so there's significant savings for us to refinance these bonds, and it's in the interest income coming forward. If we refinance, it'll be about $280,000 per fiscal year. It actually ends up about $1.6 million, maybe $2 million total over the life of what's left on this, because we have to factor in the cost of the reissuance. Sale resolution allows me, the finance director, to arrange for the issuance of the new bonds, issue them, and pay these off. These bonds do not extend the maturity date of the 2013 bonds, the ones that currently exist. They will still mature in 8 years. So it's strictly just get the lower interest rate.
Now, is that all you have? Can we open
This
for
is
questions?
it. This is the resolution, and then E1 would be the ordinance. That would be the first reading of the ordinance for us to continue to move
I'm
forward.
not going to go down the line. I'm just going to ask folks if they have questions. Anyone? Hey, anyone?
No, not yet.
Okay. So I just want to ask kind of a quick question. The 1.6 million that we gave, where does that go?
Well, these bonds are currently paid from room tax fund that's dedicated. These are red bonds. The room tax funding that is dedicated to pay these bonds, it sits in a different fund. And so the savings on the interest, it would just be variance between what we receive in the revenues. We have in the past, when revenues not come in, if you remember, we've had to supplement because these are backed by CTAX. So what this does is backstop us by decreasing the amount of the payments. In the future, if something happens and tax doesn't come in as well, and it keeps us from having to pull from general fund to backstop it.
Gotcha. But what I'm asking is, we had a conversation quite in depth earlier that we're short on funding in some areas. Does it go back to the general fund, or is this?
No, this is because these funds are paid from the room tax.
Revenue?
Room tax revenue,
So we go
correct.
back to the room tax fund, though. Well, I mean, I don't really care where fund it goes to, frankly, but it's more money.
Well, it keeps from having to stop. Once these funds pay off, we don't get that revenue anymore. So that goes away. So that
The room
revenue,
tax?
the room tax revenue that is dedicated to paying these bonds goes away at the point these bonds are paid off.
So it was a temporary increase in the room tax to pay this project.
It was approved to pay this year.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, your point is that when the bonds go away, we're not going to collect over the surcharge, is that?
No, but what this does is in the future, say we have another COVID or another pain, something happens, and we don't get room tax revenues that can cover these bonds, our payments are lower, so hopefully we can still cover them with the reduced revenues, and we don't have to backstop, because they're general obligation. We're required to pay these where we get enough room to not.
All right, thank you, great answer. Anyone else have any questions on this? All right, I am looking for, I'm going to take separately D1, D2. Okay, so I have a motion from Councilmember Reese, second from Councilmember Taylor on D2. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And then on to E1, look for a motion.
I got to read E1
Yeah, the
first.
ordinance. Yep.
So ordinance introduction, bill number 7277, and ordinance amended authorizing the issuance of City of Reno, Nevada of its general obligation limited tax capital improvement refunding bonds additionally secured by pledge revenues, Series 24, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $26 million for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding obligations to the city and putting of matters relating to.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking for a motion. All right, motion from Councilmember Reese, second from Councilmember Taylor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And I believe now we are on to RDA. We need to open up RDA and items A1 to A5. D7, we do it. Did you D? Yeah, we are. Yeah. And let me get my other agenda. Okay. Do you have some? Mine's tucked away. All right, so we are going to open up, Madam Clerk, the RDA. I'm sorry, the RDA Agency Board Redevelopment, Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024. And if you could please take, we're not repledging, if you could roll, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Calling roll for the Development Agent Board for Wednesday, October 23rd. Council Breckus, absent time. Dorr.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
Here.
Taylor. Reese. Here. Sheevy, absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have quorum of the Development Agency.
And do we have any public comment on the Redevelopment Agency Board?
Just for record keeping, members of the public here have been provided a comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://LINKS:/RENO/COUNCIL10-23. And with that, Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment record.
Oh, and is there any on Zoom?
It's not.
Okay, well, we'll close out public comment at the time, and we'll move to approve of the agenda for development. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Reese, second by Councilmember Martinez. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carried unanimously. And then we're approving the amendments under item A5, and this is August 14, 2024. Can I get a motion, please? All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Taylor, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carried unanimously. And now move on to, we're going to skip, let me just be sure. We're going to open RDA C1, which is award a contract to Professional Asbestos Removal Corporation for abatement of asbestos, and this is in the Reno Police Department, old station. And opening up D7 on regular agenda. And D7, let me go over that really quickly, is basically award of contract to Professional Asbestos Removal Corp. for removal of asbestos in the Reno Department building. So are there any questions? Did you have a short presentation for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, I'm Vice Mayor and councilors. For the record, my name is Cameron Amati, Associate Civil Engineer in the Capital Projects Buildings Group. Today, I have a short presentation that will cover what we are here for today, where we are overall in the Civil Station project schedule, and our next steps for this project.
Okay.
So the Central Station project fits these goals aligned with the city's strategic plan. This is the overall Central Station project schedule that we have shared with council previously. Phase 1 of the project is complete, which consisted of preliminary design facility and the selection construction manager at risk for construction. We are now in Phase 2 in the green, which includes final design, abatement, and demolition of the existing police station. Today, we're here for an award of contract for abatement of asbestos-containing materials in the building. We will return to council for a demolition contract later this winter. This slide photo here shows the new Public Safety Center and its parking lot. As a reminder, the Reno Police Department has moved over to the new Public Safety Center last month. This slide photo here shows the location where the work for this project is being performed, now that the building is vacant at 455 East 2nd Street. The project scope of work includes the abatement and removal of asbestos-containing materials in the building. This work is needed to prepare the site for future building demolition, future site construction of Central Station, and a health code requirement of Washoe County. This slide summarizes the project schedule. May 22nd, Council adopted the RDA 2 budget with $10 million allocated for Central Station. This project was advertised on September 5th. Bids were opened on September 30th, and the yellow highlight item is what we're here for today. Council approved and contract award. Construction will take place over this term. And that concludes my presentation, and I have two motions today.
All right, so we've had your presentation. I believe our next item is to actually open for public comment on this agenda. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment on either of these two items.
Okay. Any comments, questions from, yes, Councilmember Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. This question comes as part of my other question from the RDA. We have specific certain uses that we can allocate money from RDA to use some for design. So I'm wondering if you could help me understand how this cost relates to what is appropriate or is allowed within the RDA funds, similar to the design. And I don't know, Ashley, our AC attorney wants to answer that, or Brian. Basically, what I'm asking is what's the mechanism for approving the funds out of RDA for this use?
Downtown Blight?
Downtown Blight. Brian McCall, Revitalization Manager. So in the goal of removing blight, adaptive reuse for downtown, the funds to make this site shovel-ready to remove any abatements or any hazardous materials on site would be eligible for any property really in the town area. So making it shovel-ready for any future development that could be done on that site.
So it's the blight, the blight is removing the blight, and that's how we make the justification.
Yeah, and being a development site shovel-ready, pretty much.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Were any other questions for this item? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion, please?
Madam Vice Mayor, on agenda item D7. For the contract professional asbestos removal operation for the abatement of asbestos-contained materials in the Reno Police Department building at 455 East 2nd Street as part of the Central State Project in an amount not to exceed $552,287. Authorize the mayor to sign the contract.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have a motion from Mr. Reeves, second from Mr. Martinez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor, on agenda item C1, Charlie 1 Redevelopment Agency, I move toward the contract to Professional Asbestos Removal Corporation for the abatement of asbestos-contained materials in the Reno Police Department building at 450 East 2nd Street, part of the Central Project, amount not to exceed $522,227, and authorize the mayor to sign.
All right, thank you. Motion from Councilmember Reeves, second from Councilmember Martinez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're going to go next to RDA 2, and then we didn't have a lunch break, but I'd like to take a 5-minute break after that item, reconfigure where we're going next. All right, so we're looking for RDA bylaws update, RDA C2. Ricardo, do you want to lead us along?
Madam Vice Mayor, if I might, we did receive correspondence on this item, RDA item CU amendment. We received 2 letters of opposition and 2 letters of concern, and those have been distributed to the Reno Council.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ricardo.
Thank you. Brian McCall, Revitalization Manager. Thank you, Redevelopment Agency Board. Trying to change my language up a bit. In August, when we before some of the proposed re-energizing of Redevelopment Agency, we identified some steps we'd be taking over the next few months to bring the redevelopment agency back online. One of those was to review the existing bylaws that set up and propose potential changes to those bylaws in preparation of reestablishing that advisory board. And so we did a review of the current bylaws, and we're suggesting some possible bylaw changes. We also want direction from this body to see if any other changes you'd like to see. The plan would be to bring a drafted bylaws back before this body for approval. So what I want to cover today is really to just cover the roles of that advisory board that we refer to as RAB, the Reno Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, what RDA agency staff does and what their role and responsibilities are, as well as this body, the RDA board. Review the past bylaw amendments, ask direction from this body on any proposed amendments, and really highlight pathway to reestablishing that advisory board. And so, as I mentioned in 1990, the 1990 redevelopment plan was essentially the organizing document that allowed us to create the redevelopment agency. And goals are summarized in that document, and it is to increase experiences in downtown, to address circulation, whether it be pedestrian traffic, parking, to add commercial and recreation assets within that downtown corridor, to promote the attractiveness of the area, to provide more quality housing, doing necessary public improvements, to attract private development and private investment, eliminate blight, make sure that we have preservation of our historical resources, and really drive what development design could look like in those areas. And those goals stated in the redevelopment plan. In that redevelopment plan, it does highlight a few functions I just want to address, and that the agency itself may create and devise plans, designs, feasibility studies, projects, and programs. That is essentially the main function of the redevelopment agency. And on an annual basis, that agency will bring forward before this body a list of projects and capital improvement program to be approved by this body, also funded by this body. And then the agency will constitute an advisory group, which may consist of area residents, property owners, business owners, and other interested citizens. That is the general summary of what the founding document highlights. So with that, I just want to go over the roles and responsibilities of that redevelopment advisory board tab. The bylaws are fairly limited in what that scope is, but it essentially identifies three main roles that advisory board will cover. And one is to provide an assessment of any proposed projects in a redevelopment area. Simple assessment of those projects. The next is to provide views on any opportunities presented to the RDA in a formal setting, and review and comment on matters time to time referred to that body, the advisory board. What authority does the advisory board have? It is fairly limited. It provides non-binding recommendations to this body for review and approval or denial of anything that's before this body. But it has no decision-making power and no executive power. The role of the redevelopment agency staff is to manage all the development programs, projects, manage the contracts, et cetera, related to anything in the downtown redevelopment area. They coordinate between sort of city departments, external stakeholders, partner agencies like the RTC, Truckee River, et cetera. Partner with developers and investors who want to invest in the area, and any other stakeholders. They are tasked with preparing reports, any financial analysis that are needed for this body to make any decision. Handle community outreach and engagement on any sort of future designs, plans, much like the Truckee River placemaking study that got 32,000 of engagement on that. And then make sure that it's complying with all local NRS, city code, as well as city policy as it relates to redevelopment. And so the authority for the agency staff is pretty much manage day-to-day operations, managing staff, implementing projects, the capital improvement program, et cetera, but doesn't have any legislative or decision-making power over policy. Which brings to the role of the redevelopment agency board, which is you all, essentially city council. And the responsibilities of the agency board is essentially the decision-making body. It approves plans, any contracts, the budgets, the projects, and the policies going forward. You all allocate the funding for any development initiatives and projects. You set policy, you set action, you set goals. You ensure that the redevelopment is not managed with any city policy or strategy. And then you have the final of approval or purchase or sale of any property within the RD areas. But at the end of the day, you have ultimate decision-making power. You either approve or deny any recommendations made by that advisory board or staff, and you have the ability to approve or reject any plans, budgets, program, or policies. So summarizing past amendments to that Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, 1987, before the 1990 plan was developed, they created a subcommittee. In that subcommittee titled the Redevelopment Plan Review Committee. The sole function of that committee was to help craft that document, give advisement and some input on that 1990 redevelopment plan. After that redevelopment plan was published, they said, let's make this a standing committee going forward and keep it going. In 2003, that standing committee got official name, the Redevelopment Citizen Advisory Committee, the CAC, and they increased the members to 13 members. In 2009, we actually built a few buildings called CAC, and so creating a lot of confusion. And so they named that body the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, otherwise known as RAB. And in 2010, the number of members on that advisory board were reduced to 9 members. And this is where we are currently at with past events. So just summarizing what the bylaws actually say, it's actually a very long document. It says that meetings must be held at 3 p.m. Part of the document says must be held on the first Tuesday of every month at 3 p.m. But it contradicts itself, saying the chair and the development administrator have the ability to schedule and set the schedule of meetings. It does say that all meetings must comply with Nevada open meeting law. It selects that a chairperson and a vice chairperson may be elected annually in January. It establishes some form guidelines. It has an absence policy, as well as it dictates that all functions of that advisory board go by Robert Rules of Order. It's a very thin document. There's not a lot there. And so we have proposed a few amendments to modernize it and bring it back up to what is needed, as well as make it function a little bit better. And so we'd like to clarify the meeting schedule to better align Nevada open meeting law. This means the time to post and changes, agenda, things like that, that is not referenced in the original bylaw. I'd like to clarify how members of that board is elected, chairperson and vice chairperson. It's a little bit ambiguous. We'd like to add provisions for remote attendance and quorum. Obviously, these things haven't been updated since the creation of Zoom meetings, so we would like some additions there. Define what is an excused absence. It doesn't really say what an excused absence is. That bylaws will be adopted by this board. If the bylaws were to be changed in the future, the bylaws will have to come and be approved by the board. That the chairperson may make motions when necessary. This is different, that being a small board, being advisory only in nature, we recommend that the chairperson have the ability to make a motion in these small discussions. Clarifying press release procedures, I think was possibly something that led to this being added, but that the advisory board itself can issue press releases until it has run something by the city manager, I believe is what it says now. The other changes to modify the advisory board makeup to include those with professional experience or applicable certifications. If we would like this to be a true advisory board, we would like the true advisement of people who have experience in landscape architecture, true architecture, public finance, real estate construction, commercial real estate brokerage and sales. Historical preservation would be one as well. And so we would like this to truly advise this body on what it looks at and what it would be good as improvements for the redevelopment area. And then last, this was in the staff report, but it came up recently, is to create a conflict of interest policy, assuming that these professionals actually have work that they will probably be doing in the redevelopment area, to really redefine what is a conflict of interest and how they possibly accuse themselves or make statements on work that they may be doing in the development area. So those proposed recommendations, just so you know, our timeline to get the redevelopment agency advisory board reestablished. Today is October 23rd, so we're doing a quick bylaw review. A month from now, we plan to bring any drafted amendments in a draft document before the body for approval. If all goes well, we will release the announcement. We are looking for people to sit on that advisory board, and so we'll release applications on the city website. And then this December, I believe this body makes all their appointments, their council liaison appointments. At that time, we will know who from this body will be sitting on that advisory board committee as a council liaison. And in January, likely, we will have the appointments to the advisory board body. And I imagine the first true advisory board meeting, the RAB meeting thereafter, will meet. And I imagine the first order of business will be our next agenda item.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCardle. I see your recommended motion. We have a couple questions, and I'm going to ask, Madam Clerk, did we take public comment on this item? I didn't think so, but.
We did. I just told you we had in writing. We do not have anybody registered.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to go to some Q&A, and I'll just kick us off. Can you go back to the proposed amendment? I know you said that the body went from 13 to 9. What are you recommending for meeting schedule?
If you're asking how many members?
The meeting schedule.
Meeting schedule. I think it's that it must meet monthly.
No, were you recommending it? That's what you said.
Yes.
Is it?
Would be as needed, yeah.
Okay, at the call of their, not a regular
At the call of the chair.
Okay. And then on the other I had a question about was, let's see, you said modify board makeup. Modify the board makeup to include professional experience. So of the 9, what are you recommending? Because I didn't see that here specifically.
So we haven't settled on what they'll be, but we put in there that we would like to see possibly people with landscape architecture. Okay. If we have a landowner on that, maybe they have AICP designation. Okay. Maybe they're a member of ULI, urban planners. We could get public finance professionals, commercial real estate professionals, brokers, real estate brokers that understand the buying and selling property.
So when this group constituted before, were there requirements to serve on the board?
No, other than it says that they be citizens, resident citizens, other interested business owners, and other interested individuals.
Okay. And then going a step further, were you recommending that you said with our appointments, so is your vision, there's 7 of us. What was your vision? That we would make an appointment? What was your idea?
I think it is that you have the council liaison, and just like any other board commission, this body would appoint people to the advisory board.
The liaison would make a recommendation?
I believe so.
Madam Mayor, Council, Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, our recommendation to this body would be that you follow the practice that you have for most of your constituent boards and commissions. And the council liaison who's appointed in December, which would follow an annual term beginning in January, would bring forward a recommendation to this body with ratification from the group.
And were you suggesting that of the 9 positions, they be allocated based on these professions? Is that written somewhere?
I think we would, we haven't written this out yet, we're looking for direction.
Input?
We
Okay.
we will bring back
All right.
a draft bylaws later.
Okay.
I'm hesitant to say that we designate specific seats that need to be filled by a specific person.
Well, let me give you an example. On historic preservation, there is, I think, one seat that requires an architect. There's another seat that might require the profession, but most of the seats are open. And I'll just share my perception. This was called Citizen Advisory Committee. It was for citizens. I think that if you want to designate some of the positions, of a certain profession, I would be fine with that, just like we do on a few other boards. But we don't usually designate the entire board as to have something. And the reason I feel this way, again, it's called a Citizen Advisory Committee. I understand the name was changed, which totally supportive of. But I'd like to see at least half the positions be more open so that people that live within the development area have an input, or people that are active on reporting about it, or people that have businesses there. Something different than, let's say, financial planner or a land planner or a landscape architect. So that's my recommendation. And finally, I would like to see that some of our boards, not all of our boards, some of our boards have actually council make appointments or make recommendations, maybe not the appointment.
Okay.
What, oh, I go over our
yeah.
policy? Thank you. Well, anyway, I'm just amending, back and finish my thought. Let me,
Okay.
well,
Let me
continue on?
start down here. Councilman Breckus.
So, you know, a couple things is, one, I've long said, even when we did the, the extension of RDA 1 pay debt, that we need to redo the plan, the RDA plan. I think the city is on pretty dicey ice, go down the path that they're going without having an updated plan. And, aside from legalities and compliance with NRS, the issue is, it's a best practice to have a plan to know what you want to do. Otherwise, you're just open to people coming in, handouts and asking money and driving the agenda rather than the community driving the agenda. And, I have worked in redevelopment agency in 1993, I started one, and I understand, and I'm involved with the redevelopment agency, how important this group is. It really is. And I would divert from the idea of professionals and with expertise, because that really fortifies one of the large criticisms of redevelopment agency. It's complex, and it's dialed in people who are, have interests, movers and shakers, connections in the community. It really is an equity position about redevelopment, because what is it? It's an increment that diverts all our resources, those to the school, those to the county, those to the city, to, whatever is used with the increment by the board. So I think this is not best practice. I think we really need to have a lens on the equity, the inclusivity of this board. And what I would suggest to the council is, we've done very well 10 years now to each council member identifying someone to sit on the planning commission. I think that's the best practice, particularly because the redevelopment agency, you just had one, used to just really touch one board. Now I think it's in all 5 boards. So I would encourage you to have each council member do one, and the body of a whole, if you want 2 other members, maybe with some expertise or interest in redevelopment agency, identify a way to do those. But that's the way I do. I'm testing it. Really, I think everything's premature conversation until the council, excuse me, am I loud? Sorry. I think everything is a premature exercise until you have a plan, redo your development plans, which are, older than most college students at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Martinez. Councilman Miguel, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. Sorry you're dealing with a little
I
bit
know,
of
I'm struggling through it, but I'm getting through.
Thank
I'm
you
going to
for
make,
being-
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pardo, for the presentation, great explanation about history of it. I understand that the board name was changed because of the confusion with other projects that we had going on in the city. And so I would echo some of the thoughts that Councilmember Brewer said, and making sure that we still have some seats available for constituents to be able to provide some of their input in this. Understand they're not a decision-making body and it's just a recommendation they're providing, but it's always a great opportunity for folks to be involved, being able to provide these experiences. Sometimes it's a great way for our constituents to also be involved in local government, provide to the progress in our city and what we're looking for in the future. And so if we can hold back a couple of the seats to be open to constituents, I don't necessarily think it has to be appointed by a specific councilor, but if liaisons that authority, I think they're well in their power and the thing that we normally do at other boards and commissions within the city. So I'd be in favor of keeping that amendment, which is what you're recommending at this point. So, thank you.
All right, Councilman Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation of information. A couple of questions before I start my comments. It seems to me that this board is different than other development agency boards that we may have seen in the past or advisory boards because there's actually money. There will be money, a significant amount of money, and requires a significant amount of sophistication. So I guess my question is, this is starting a new redevelopment effort for the city that we haven't seen before, and I'd like to understand you and your team have done a lot of research of what other places who have done this successfully have done. And then, so that's the first part. You remember that. And then the second part is, why would the NABs not serve some from the citizens and everybody? So it would go to all of the wards and all of the NABs if that be possible. And then I would say, from what I understand, I think I'm supporting of a more what would you have? Professional experience for certification for this board just because of the amount of money and projects for. Thank you.
Councilman Reese. Oh, sorry.
Three-part question?
Sorry.
So the first one is we have
not beat a dead horse. Okay,
we have a lot of redevelopment agencies across the country. A few operate completely independent as an entirely separate board. In those three scenarios that we have great redevelopment agencies, the mayor sits on those boards and appoints 2 other council members, and the remaining 6 or 7 people on those boards are usually the archetype positions that we're calling a land planner, an architect, a finance person, little executive, etc.
But it's not a community-based citizens board.
No,
Really?
it is really a technical advisory board. Redevelopment agencies usually have 2 really big tools. It is a financing component, meaning most of the projects are going to be complicated financial decisions to how a capital stack of a project gets put together, and whether the RDAs participate in that. So it's
And with that, it would take the place of a planning commission for a project. The project would still have to go through all the.
Everything has to go through the NAP, all the traditional process, tons of public input there as well. And then when it comes to the other portion of what redevelopment area agencies typically do, is to create a list of projects. And the public has plenty of input in creation of those projects, because when we go out and we do the trigger revision plan, it gets 32,000 points of engagement. And do the public art master plan, also a ton of engagement. The Parks and Rec space plan, tons of engagement. When we do those list of projects, those are being pulled from those documents and those plans that have already received massive amounts of public engagement, collaborating with stakeholders, everything. So at the end of the day is, which projects do we want to fund? Projects can we fund? And on the private investment side, from a finance perspective, which projects do we get involved in? Did that answer 3? Yeah, okay.
You don't seem convinced.
I'm ready. I'll take it on the.
Okay, thanks. All right, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. I suppose I want to start with number 8 on the proposed amendment in slide 10. I feel like getting hung up on this about professional experience or applicable certifications. First, I've heard people use different words interchangeably: constituents, citizens, community members. Anyone who gets appointed to this body should be a member of our community. That they have more specialized knowledge is of course relevance to me. I think of it very much like the Financial Advisory Board. The Financial Advisory Board of this city, it performs a very important function. Ms. Bryce and I have both liaisons to that body. I'm not sure who is currently a steward. Maybe everybody has. But the requirement of being on it is a professional background in finance, because they're looking at the financial records of the city to make sure that they are copacetic and we're doing due diligence and all the things. I think of this much like that, meaning everyone who serves on the Financial Advisory Board is a community member, a citizen member, a constituent. They come from walks of life. They're all different ages, but each of them has some tie to the financial services world, or they have experience in looking at formulas, that sort of thing. That's all I think that this call out is saying to me. I think that we can find good and qualified people who are very interested in moving this community forward. They might be retirees. They might be former executives. They might be current financial persons like PAs. Might be retired planners. I think we will find great people. I believe that model where the council liaison, I have objection to that one or the other. I'm sort of agnostic. Ms. Dewar will make some appointments. Today's agenda later, the Urban Forest Commission. That's where I also think they looked for really specialized people who know something about urban forestry. Shake the recommendation to us, and the body will approve it, unless there's some overwhelming reason not to. So I think I just don't want to get caught up on this professional experience applicable certificates mean. I believe the council liaison, whoever that is, will figure that piece out, and we'll have the ability to those people so that it's not I don't know, stacked with insiders or whatever. I'll also note that, the history of this body or this board is important, and I did study a great deal about it, reading lots of blogs about it. I will say that in 1990, I don't think we had a planning commission, to my knowledge. We also didn't have neighborhood advisory boards.
Yeah.
So the idea that somehow they especially called citizens then, and now they should be something else, is not consistent with my understanding of history. So if I've missed something, you would correct me. But from part, I think that we can get great people. What recommended here is consistent how I view the board operating, and have no concerns about how it would operate. So thank you.
Right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
I think you already had your first round, so I'm going to give you. Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I also, and I know it's kind of been gone over sometimes, but I do have concerns about any requirement on, career or level of experience. I think it's important to have all different kind of input on these boards. I agree with maybe the model of, that every council member picks a representative, and then maybe you have two positions where we all agree we need to have maybe a planner or somebody specifically with a finance background for a couple positions. But I think that we should really kind of have all walks of life involved in this process. And I think it's worked well in the planning commission for everyone to be able to pick somebody that kind of has a different perspective on things. I think that you might run into some issues if you narrow that to certain levels of experience. Even if it's not true, there might be some accusations of people appointing friends or kind of cronyism, things like that. I think just kind of preemptively avoid things like that. I think it would be beneficial to have council members pick somebody. Again, I know you went over this a lot, but there's just a lot of information going around. Would the decisions of that board come before council then for vote, or would they have the final say?
So, to answer that question, the advisory board actually will be making no decisions, simply recommendations.
Okay.
That will inform the body to give them a sense of which direction to go.
All right. So even though it's discussing potentially large sums of money on these projects, they're not necessarily writing a check. So we're not at real risk of, you don't have everybody is not a CA on here and they've, voted a project. We're not, jeopardizing the financial security of the city of Reno, right? If we have small business owners and maybe a retired teacher on the board. So I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Yeah, just again, I reiterate, I think we should all at least be able to pick one person to represent us on the board.
Okay. Let me ask you, Brian, how is it different than when we bring any new board in for process? Because it looks like the same process.
It's pretty much the same.
It's the same.
The way the bylaws are written, it doesn't reference any process.
Yeah,
So the way.
it's just the same. We've done this before. I haven't had any issues that I can remember of any appointments or from any council members. I think we stay pretty, respectable, considering like who, whether it's Jenny wants, this person, that person. I think it's been, very, I just see
It's an incremental past, because usually you have people rotating off their terms, rotating people in. And so any year you're moving one or two people in and out.
And
So
that
you
can,
usually
that
identify
can happen.
individual,
I've seen that
add them
happen.
on.
Someone's, terms out, and then that new person sits in, and they have every right to say, I'd like to make, another choice, I think we're very thoughtful today. That's one of the reasons I want to point out with the airport board, why I selected who I did. Richard's there for finance, you had Joel Grace construction, then Jennifer Cunningham tourism, Kitty John, governmental, all that sort of historical knowledge. Every single one of them strategically has some experience. But I think at the end of the day, all of us in this community love this community, want to see it better in every way. What exactly do you need from us, Brian, to help you get there? I think
We're seeking direction. I know that the proposed recommendation is to approve the proposed amendments. If you approve some of these, we'll proceed with them. We've heard your direction on these things.
I just think it's that difficult.
Intent is to bring back drafted.
Yeah, I don't ever think this has been an issue that I can remember being on the council where I, had a problem with, someone that inputs on the board. We all typically respect each other in that sense of who we want to. So I just feel like, this one's an easy one. All right, I'm going to, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to finish my thought, and it was very similar to what you've just heard from Ms. Eber. I didn't know that. But my recommendation, since you're recommending a 9-member board, is to allow us each to appoint someone with no restrictions. To the mayor's point, we've always made recommendations. Examples where we've done this are the Tenants Advisory Board, the Planning Commission, even Charter, and there's more boards where we each have a chance to appoint. And there too, I recommend that the city manager recommend some people that they think would provide strength to the board. And that's my suggestion, so thank you.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert. And
Yes, I had one more thing. I think that we should, well, it's my opinion, but I would like to see the board meet more than just whenever they feel like, because I don't know if maybe things will just kind of fall off the radar, or it'll only come up because it's developer driven. Like, I agree, we should, as a city, come up with a plan. And so that out there and developers know what the city of Reno has envisioned. And so maybe it's something that they can work on a steady schedule. And then when projects come in, we're trying to, make a square peg fit in on hole or something like that. We already know kind of what we would like to do. And I just think it would be good to, even if it's just once a month, and have a stipulation that they can meet more often as they would like. But I think it should absolutely be something they meet consistently, and not just, as needed or as desired by the chair. So,
Madam Mayor, I did leave a little time on the table, but I just want to support that, not necessarily monthly. My recommendation, Brian, would be to have a quarterly meeting, standing meeting. I'm chair of the Debt Management Commission, which meets quarterly, and I just canceled one of our meetings because we didn't have any agenda items. On the other hand, I've called special meetings when we have a project coming forward, needs evaluation from the board in order to sell bonds on their schedule. I've called special meetings just the meeting before.
Okay.
So I think that would be a
All
good
right.
place to start.
Why don't we do this? So have it scheduled for quarterly, and then here's the other, and leave it open-ended, so there is not
Special
any
meeting.
business
Cancel.
be had, then you have the opportunity to cancel it, because otherwise, I've seen where it gets sideways. But
That's where I'm afraid, though, where it's, what if they're like, one thing's coming forward, and then the thing nobody ever met. And there's a board that Naomi and I are on that we've met once. It's a flood in my ward, and before that, nobody had met on it for like 3 years or something. And, we'd had flooding in the North Valleys in that time frame. So I'm just concerned that things could just kind of fall off, where it's like, oh, we don't have projects, so we don't need to meet. And I feel like that's kind of a.
But you might have to cancel it.
Well,
So
yeah,
you
can cancel it, but I feel like should be at least, we should meet some amount of times. We should have a plan for what we want to do, because there is a lot of money available. We
why
do
we're
have a
saying
lot of things we
quarterly.
want to do. Yeah, I think that it'd be more than just like, oh, if we don't want to, don't have to. I don't know.
Madam Mayor, can I help provide some clarity to the board? Ashley Attorney and City Manager, to clarify the roles of Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, their job is to review projects. And so it would come as an as-needed basis, because staff is not dictating the entrance of those. That is coming from the community who are eligible to apply for redevelopment programs that this body approved in August. The second piece is that we will be bringing forward to the Redevelopment Agency in spring capital improvement project list for this body to approve, much like your CIP list for the council side. We're going to be bringing that forward to this after the Redevelopment Advisory Board review that as well. So we hear loud and clear that it's important that they meet, and we will make sure that they do. However, this board has a very specific purpose, and it is to review capital projects, which happen annually, decide that with the body, and then projects as they come. So I would.
Yeah, so what you're saying is
caution the
based on
monthly- it
what
would be
comes
annual.
forward is when we
Correct.
would meet.
That is correct.
So it might not always be that you will meeting unless there are projects in front of us.
That's correct. So our recommendation, I think, will be the quarterly, and then as needed, and we will cancel or add.
And one other thing on our quarter meetings, when we don't have projects, what I've set up is an educational process so that the board members are getting educated every quarter. So when projects do come up, they're ready to roll. I've had experts come in and talk about bond financing. I've had each of the major jurisdictions come in and present their debt indebtedness. So there's a lot of stuff to educate, train, get up to speed the board, before they even have to view their first project. So I think there's plenty to do every quarter, or a council meeting.
So just to piggyback off that, I've had some issues, or not issues, but just some stuff in that regard with some boards where, there is turnover, and maybe there's not a lot of like historical knowledge about the board and how they're to operate and things like that. And Jackie's been really wonderful and kind of given some of my my board members kind of a crash course on what they do and they function. I think that would be really good to have those kind of instructional pieces. Needed it for my NAB as well too. There's just been times where people don't always exactly know what their place is and what the board does.
So that was something this board, because they are specialized based off of the complexity of the thing we're looking at, a very robust training program.
Yeah. One of the things we should actually probably talk about, no one really wanted to talk about it, but redevelopment in a specific area.
That is correct, Madam Mayor, with the
So-
current districts redevelopment 1 and 2.
So that's why they typically have the mayor, especially what I researched was because of those wards we represent. So the thought is you either have the representative of that area or the mayor.
Correct. Or in case of many of the Reno boards, a liaison from this body, but yes.
Which makes sense, to be honest with you. They are representing, that's what everyone wanted to see in ward-only voting, Mr. Ditt knows. And that's where I would strongly advocate that it should be the representative, the mayor, because they're going to have someone outside that area that maybe doesn't want to see those resources brought there and hopes that they can be brought to the board. This is where I have a really tough time with ward-only voting, where it's, only specific council members really care about what's happening in the board, because that's how they get reelected. And they care, our city is not big enough to where they should only care about that, specific area. Everyone should care about the entire city that they represent. Like I say, I always have frustration whenever I have a hard time getting council members to, but I have some really good ones that are supportive of other wards. I shouldn't say it, but my heart hurts whenever I get one council member to ribbon cutting or to get engaged on a serious issue. And then, it's like, not my word, not my problem. Actually, when I think about it, and we're talking about how it affects those residents, particularly in the ward, I would strongly advocate it should be the ward representative or the mayor that actually is the one who is the liaison on that board. Okay, so I'd like to move, what do you, I move approve the proposed amendments to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board laws.
Second.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple things is, one, with my long history in this organization dating back to 1998, when we had redevelopment agency board and staff, and a lot of money was spent, a lot of the money to advance plan, even if it wasn't TIF, compromised city's financial position. And I want to make that very clear, because it's something like, I just want to jeopardize the city's financial position. So the city was, and has been highly compromised and exposed to redevelopment decisions to advance the plan. The ones you referred earlier, okay? That was a project, whether it was a redevelopment tool, it was consistent with advancing the development plan and exposed the general fund for years, okay? So I just want you all to know that. And then Madam Mayor, something about the district. We have a giant redevelopment agency boundaries, okay? It's unfortunate staff didn't bring forward a map showing us. It goes from all the way out to VRDOT, all the way out to GSR, and cuts through some of our, I think, off the top of my head, there's only one ward that is not in the redevelopment agency. But more so, what the redevelopment agencies, they are trained general services. And I think this council really goes down a path of problems that they are opening the door for in concerns of equity and service delivery if they do this right. And this is not the right way to do it, in my view. I think, Madam Mayor, it could, staff, they went and heard about all the different development agencies. Well, the state that used development agencies the most, California, and they got rid of them all because a lot of cronyism critics and lack of fiscal controls.
Okay, thank you very much. I had a motion and a second, Madam Mayor. Hold on. Yes.
I'm unclear on the motion I support, it's to move along, but I'm unclear what the staff is recommending for the composition. We've had a lot of conversation. I'd like some clarity that we could do our appointments, that makes sure that be spread out, and, what you seem to be supporting. So I wanted to make sure it was properly conveyed.
Is that, I didn't think that was in there.
No, it's not.
It was not one of the recommendations.
Yeah.
That was my recommendation, so I could actually, since we haven't voted, I guess, that I would like to include, it's either the mayor or the ward representative.
But we're talking about the membership, composition of 9 members.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fine to have the mayor on there, I support that. I would, that or whatever you want.
Well,
But-
again, to Councilmember Cassis' point,
You guys can, whoever you want.
does Ward 4 have any area and develop? So, I hear what you're saying about ward-only voting. I supported Lear, I support the trash can. I have no problem supporting areas that are not in ward. But again, to not have the Ward 4 representative be the liaison to this is right out of the gate not fair, and also Ward 4 will forever be excluded from leaving any of the benefit of this. So I just want to call that out right out of the gate. So I understand sentiment. What's confusing about that? If you're saying that
You don't present that area where the map is.
But I think he's saying she's for the city.
I am for Little City, and you're saying there's only, you know, it
I
should
didn't
only
make
be
the rule.
person, well, you're trying to
didn't-
make the rule now that it should only be the mayor or the
Yes, that
ward
is the-
representative for the area. Well, my ward will never ever have a chance to the representative for the development because it will never be my ward. My ward to have any real estate in the redevelopment. So you're excluding Ward 4 from ever having that kind of say or, you know, appointing these people. It's discriminatory because Ward 4 has no land in any redevelopment agency area.
If I could, I think the mayor's suggesting that the mayor be liaison, not a ward member, what I heard her say.
That's why I brought up, that's why the makeup is usually the mayor.
And then I think she's also supporting the opportunity for each to make a recommendation of a person
Like we
want,
do
like
now.
you're saying.
Like we
Okay,
do.
so you
Well, it
want
was
to
my
represent-
understanding that she said either the mayor
you
or
heard it? That was
the
Councilman
liaison
Weaver.
of the
You heard
ward
it that way.
representative.
Okay, but do we have 30 now?
So, Madam Mayor, if we
I
could.
gotta be honest with you, I can't
if
believe
we
we're
could-
having a conversation that is taking this long on just to.
Well, glad we are.
Or-
This is a really important topic with a lot of funds involved, so it'd take a long time.
We're past our time.
If we
And
could-
have other things on the agenda, Councilwoman Weaver.
The motion,
I think you understood correctly, so we're trying to break down for you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Attorney Schiff.
I just want to get clear that currently the motion on the table is to approve staff recommendation. So if you want to do something different than that, the senator needs
Yeah.
to withdraw and then you amend the motion.
No, I want to keep it the same way, and that's why I didn't include saying who would sit on there as the liaison.
Right.
Because that's not in this.
Right.
So I want to just make that clear. I wasn't saying to change it. I know Councilwoman Weaver thinks that,
You
but I wasn't.
you said you wanted to add to your motion, it should be the mayor or the ward
I
representative.
didn't see in there. Councilwoman Weaver, it's okay. Just
I'm just trying to I'm
calm down.
perfectly kind, don't
You're fine.
patronize me.
I'm
I'm trying
not
to understand a
patronizing you.
motion before I vote.
Not patronizing you.
Mr. Shipman, point of order on motion. The motion was for staff recommendation. I understood that to be the 9 enumerated items on 10.
Correct.
With no changes, modification of that. My second was based on that. It remains the same.
Okay.
What is the advisory board makeup? That's where I'm clear.
It's not on there, Vice Mayor Dewar.
Unaddressed.
Right.
It will be at the direction of the liaison, that body, who make the recommendation to this body. We are free to vet them at time.
And I do think it's very fair that each, and I've always supported this, always, that every representative on here, they always have a member that they bring forward, whether it's a planning commission, all those areas, everyone gets sort of their representative, no different. So
Exactly.
I think it's very fair.
Yeah, you too. So,
Okay,
but
all
I'm-
right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Okay,
Madam
Councilwoman
Mayor,
Dewar wanted
yeah.
it up for
5
5
minutes.
minutes.
Yep.
Want everyone to get up, maybe get some fresh air, maybe just take a deep breath, get something to eat, and come back in a much mood.
10 out of 4.
All right?
Is that what you're looking
Maybe go listen to some music or just some.
Are you
take
doing
your-
about after 4?
Okay, you want to 10 after? Okay, let's,
7 minutes.
yeah, we'll do 7 minutes after.
GSR, RDA item C3.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I have such bad migraine, so I'm trying to get on top of it. So I ask you to repeat, please.
That's okay. So
Thanks.
we're
Go ahead.
reconvening at 1:16. Councilmember Ebert absent this time. Madam Mayor, we're opening up item C3 on the Redevelopment Agency Board. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I didn't.
All right, okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Do not have any public comment registered to see in person, but C3 on, well, actually, on RDA. Art Rangel is on C3 for the RDA.
Great. Okay. Hi, Art.
Hello, Madam Chair and member of the board. Happy to be here. For the record, Art Rangel, 55 North Sierra Street, speaking of this item 3 on the Redevelopment Agency Board. The location of the proposed UNR basketball stadium and concert venue is ideal, the Catalyst entertainment venue for the following reasons. First, from a city planning perspective, as a high vehicle trip duration land use, it is situated at the intersection of two major freeways. If the 300-unit workforce house is built, it would reduce employee vehicle trips and could provide much-needed affordable housing. The enclosed arena would be situated away from sensitive land uses relative to noise and glare. From an economic development perspective, the project could generate significant tax increment for redevelopment project area 2. If the hotel is eventually built, based on the draft 10-year performance, it could eventually generate $89 million in annual taxable sales and room tax by 2036. Teaming with UNR, which in my opinion is the premier Northern Nevada institution, is good for both city and UNR. Having said that, a comprehensive evaluation of the draft and future performance is really needed, especially given the 5-year gap between Phase 1 and Phase 2. $16+ million requested property tax abatement must be justified and could be broken down into 2 parts corresponding to both Phase 1 and Phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Appreciate you.
Madam Mayor, we have Damian Cole.
All right, Damien, you're up next.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I didn't realize this was going on. I'm for development because for the Truckee River Vision Plan. So basic idea of transportation and creating networks. You have destinations. The Truckee River Vision Plan needs more destinations along the river to get more activity of people going back and forth between places. Haven't discussed anything or even tried contacting the developers for this entire sports arena, but the prospect of the workforce housing was particularly interest to me because not only could you house in that area, well, you could make a second Riverwalk to have one destination from downtown's Riverwalk to this new Riverwalk. That will create a street of traffic. Anyone who's played, any simulator games for city building knows if you build a road out to nowhere, no one's going to take it. You actually have to have a place for people to. So, if anyone out there from GSR or UNR is listening, consider that usage because the early ratings that I saw pretty much just showed that there was going to be house and all that. I'm like, this is riverfront property. In fact, the original idea for the GSR back in 1978 or whatever was going to have more amenities for the river. That's why they abandoned that strip of land to the city for the river path on the south side for $1 by MGM Grand. So that's definitely what you want to look at, developing that area into a riverfront corridor that has shopping and things like that. Thanks.
Thank you. Our transportation champion.
There we go.
Madam Mayor, before he starts, Mr. McCarter, did you author the staff report?
Yes.
And you went through reviews with goal for it?
Hold on.
Legal?
That would be questions. Hold on.
I'd like to talk to the council about the situation. Our city attorney's wife is the in-house counsel for the GR.
So?
I have reviewed and involved in the creation of this item, and I think that's a conflict of interest. And for the entire office.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Hall seems to think that his deputy chief is here, but this deputy chief serves at his pleasure. In fact, Mr. Hall took office, he fired the deputy chief and hired Mr. Shipman. So I'd like for the council to put this item on to hold and take a vote whether or not they want independent legal advice on this issue. It is very momentous. It has a lot of legality to it. I think with that tremendous conflict we need separate and independent counsel as provided for the charter. We already have their fingerprints on the staff report.
Okay,
review.
hold on a second. But you gotta be careful about sort of those accusations, though.
Confirmed to that his wife
But
is
hold on a
legal
second.
counsel for the SR already
Hold on a
today.
second. I'm gonna ask, Jonathan, would you please weigh in on this?
Yeah,
Because I
I
see
would.
it.
Let me clear the
If he has
record.
moved
Yeah.
himself, Carl Hall, then typically those relationships, financial relationships do not spill over to any of the staff.
Let me give you the quick history here, that as soon as this became, and there was an awareness of it, I had a conversation, Carl had a conversation with me. It was, look, this is a don't ask, don't tell situation. He has not been consulted. I have not consulted him on anything related to this in terms of what his thoughts, comments, or interests, or anything on this. It's been just like we've done in other cases with other employees, that business relationships, and we've segregated the information and created a wall so that there is no influence or conflict there. So, and again, that's been the direction. So it's myself and the attorney Jasmine Mehta who've done all of this work. And to say work, there really wasn't a lot of work other than reviewing staff report primarily and principally. So, and I just wanted to make the record clear that.
I feel comfortable moving forward with Ms. Shipman. I wouldn't take a vote on that. I'm happy to do that.
I think it's good what he did, was just put it on the record. But I think the question wasn't asked. I don't know if he would have even, I had an idea. But it's good to get it on the record, and it's what you did.
Yeah, just to be clear, that, and it's always, as redevelopment agency, you always have the choice of hiring special counsel. And if comfort goes away, and in the future, when this project gets further down the path, you want to do that, I'm sure that's your prerogative. That would be a bye. So.
I'm still going to dispute this because, one, Mr. Shipman was absolutely at the sole discretion to Mr. Hall. Like I said, with a week of Mr. Hall's first election, he fired the person in Mr. Shipman's position and hired Ms. Shipman. I don't think that's enough of a wall. Two, the question wasn't asked of the council. The council should have the decision to take an up or down vote as we move forward on the very large, significant, complex legal and financial arrangement to bring in independent counsel. I think that's the proper step. So right now, out the gate, we start with a very clouded consideration, in my view.
Do you ever put that in writing?
Madam Mayor, I didn't know about this until 10 days before the agenda, that this
But
coming
you
on.
get an agenda briefing. Did you put it in
No,
writing?
I'm not. I did
Well,
not know
here
this-
we are now.
Yeah, here we are.
And-
Here we are. Madam
okay,
Mayor, you set
okay.
the agendas.
Hold on. I know what's going on today, but let's just calm down. Everyone needs to just be
I will.
respectful.
Thank you for helping me calm down, Madam Mayor. I am expressing a concern of conflict of interest.
Thank you.
And also the fact that
And we just heard.
I didn't know about this big ask of council until 2 days ago.
So first of all, this is the first time it's been in front of council. Don't know what it looks like. Don't know staff report yet. I always try to keep an open mind. Nothing happened. Haven't even heard the yet. So I want everyone to just calm down. I think it's always good to get maybe secondary counsel, like Councilwoman Marcus said. Some projects make a lot of sense. I don't even know at this point with this project. So I feel like we're already coming in hot before we started. So
Mayor,
can you just actually go ahead and give us
Thank
some
you.
context?
Try to help fill in blanks. Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager, Record. Madam Mayor, I will turn it over to Ryan McCardle, Revisation Manager, to go through a presentation for the council. We will remind council that this body adopted the redevelopment program on August 25th, which was to re-energize the agency that had been dormant for nearly 20 years due to the level of debt in the agency. So what is in front of you today is an application that has been received and which followed that program, the plan, which was adopted by this body, and that is why it is in front of this body today. So with that, with council's approval, we will move on and hand over to Brian McCardle to go through a presentation of what is in front of you today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Development Agency Board, Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager for the city of Reno. This working? There we go. So this item aligns with the Reno Strategic Plan for Economic and Community Development. Obviously, this is a project that could add benefit jobs as well as financial resources to the city once completed. I want to, Assistant City Manager, actually Attorney, covered a bit of what we're here for today. I want to reiterate what we are doing, what item is and what this item is not. And so, as you mentioned, in August, the council approved the creation of a participating program in application process as well as a procedure to evaluate applications from private developers and investors who want to do a project inside the redevelopment area. Before, there was actually no process defined. And so we've received the first application. This is actually step one, but you could call step two. Step one is fill out the application. Step two is if the application passes an initial review to bring it before the body. And so that's where we are today. Minimal work has been done on this to date. We are bringing it here for it to be evaluated to see if we wanted the next step. This item is not, it is not approving any sort of potential agreement. We are not there yet. It is not agreement to give any redevelopment funds today. That is, we're not there yet. And we are not discussing any future deal points. We don't have enough data to actually discuss what those deal points could possibly be. We are at very early stages of this application. So staff received an application from Power Sports Development, the Grand Sierra Resort Expansion and Arena Project. Sports Development is overseen and managed by, is it who? Power Development. Okay. And they're proposing $1 billion expansion on Grand Sierra Resort site. That expansion has a lot of moving parts to it, is in different phases and components, so I'm going to go through those really quick. But the first and foremost, what you've seen and heard, a 10,500 seat arena that will be utilized by the University of Nevada's basketball team. And other still events and activities. The second part is a 50,000 square foot ice skating to be added to the site right below there. A 25,000 square foot fan retail experience area, a 2,400 parking stall parking structure, an aqua golf driving range that's in sort of the background, which could be sort of like a golf type facility. It's got 50 bays, 3 stories, hit them out over the water. A potential 865 new hotel tower and 300 workforce housing units in the back along the river. And so that is the full extent of the project that's proposed in the application. This project has a total project cost of $1 billion to be built out over that time through the phases. We'd like to start construction in the spring, and so that is why they have submitted the application now to make it the facility be open by the fall basketball season in 2027. But being a multi-phase project with multiple components, they're looking to finish this project over 10 years, so fall of 2035. The estimated property tax created by this project on an annual basis would $10 million a year at the full $1 billion build out. So every year, this project would generate at the full build out $10 million in estimated property tax that we do not currently get at the moment. And the requested tax increment financing by the applicant was $97 million, just under 10% of the total project cost. Part of the application, they cited some information on the potential economic impact for not only this project site, but the entire city and region. And so the annual economic impact, the more people working, the jobs created, the taxing revenue created from modified business tax to lodging tax to employment tax, all those things come up to about $23.5 million on an annual basis. Just the sales tax alone would generate about $4.5 million in new sales tax on an annual basis. $3.8 million in lodging tax. It would generate 3,500 construction jobs and 65,000 long-term permanent jobs. There are other area benefits. It's part of how we evaluate these things. Is that one area benefit is they're proposing housing on site, 300 units of workforce housing. They've identified that area. Damien mentioned some river improvements. It has been mentioned there may be some flood mitigation or flood improvement that need to be handled in the area. So conversations have started with the Sparks Indian Colony as well as the Airport Authority on any potential changes or flood mitigation that needs to be handled as part of the project. And the city currently leases on the Grand Sierra Resort site a location for fire station number 21. Part of the plan here, as it all gets redeveloped, is potentially give a permanent home, permanent structure for that fire station. The architect is Gensler, the contractor is AECOM. The developer is part of a parent organization that oversees power development is Alice Morel. And in the pro forma, the developer has committed to putting in 32.5% equity into the project. The remaining funds will be financed. And part of the TIF agreement, if there is an agreement in the future, will be part of that finance capital stack. In August, we brought before this body the process and the program on how people apply to utilize the funds. The statement made was that the agency seeks to partner with existing property owners, prospective developers, and investors that are willing to make a meaningful private investment in Reno revitalization. That is this project. We have a private developer, private investor who wants to invest in an area that is within the development area, and that is what we want to see. So per Nevada revised statutes, it says that the agency does this by doing participation agreements. We're sort of like public-private partnerships, but it's redevelopment, we call them participation agreements. And in NRS says that the agency shall have developed and created guideline rules for the format and location of participation agreements. And so through the process, we created an applicant process. That is why we're here today, is they have applied through the process, and we're going to put it in front of you today. Just to remind you, the eligibility is if you're requesting a funds from a redevelopment agency. The first one is it must provide a benefit to the redevelopment area. It must pass but-for test, meaning that but for the agency participating in this program, the project would never happen. No other reasonable means of financing this project. And so if they can't finance that, they come to the development agency seek help. The project must be prevailing wage. It must have an employment plan. And if the development agency itself is going to take over any functions of this, we have to go out for public bids. Other eligibility criteria is fairly straightforward. It must be located in a development area. The property must be zoned for this type of use. They can't have any past complaints, be under indictments, have any bankruptcy judgments, etc. That part is fairly straightforward. And so in that application program, we developed scoring criteria. 100 points for the ability of the project and 100 points for benefit that it brings to the area. So after review, this project scored 70 points. And the reason why it scored 70 points is number 4 down there is a market study. A market study says, can the region support a new arena? Do we have the tourism growth? Do we have the population, et cetera, to support an arena size? That hasn't been done yet. So the scoring on this was a little changed because we weren't provided that information. On the area benefit, this is where it's a little bit better. This is a catalyst project. It will create jobs. It will create future revenue from the city, for the city and the region, whether future property tax, sales tax, C taxes, as discussed earlier. This to create a sense of placemaking, does provide a benefit. It's a great utilization of the space, as Mr. Rell mentioned, and it does create more than $1 million in future revenue for the agency in the region. And so it scored very high. And so if you put those together, the project scored 156 points out of 200. 150 points is the threshold where if they pass that for initial review, we bring it before this body. And so it has passed that threshold, and so that's why this application is in front of you today. And there's not much more to do other than to take some next steps. And so those next steps are that staff will go out and get some third-party analysis of financial feasibility and financial projections for projects, the performance, the true construction costs. We will do our own math and identify what potential economic impact it could have on the region, as well as for sales tax revenue, property tax revenue that could be generated. And we do that market study that, as I mentioned, wasn't submitted as part of this packet. That is sort of the first portion. At that point, we would bring those findings back before this body to show you that this project will have an impact, or does or does not make financial sense. And at that point, the next step would be to take the next step, do the funding gap analysis, how much money is needed to this project work, and then we would seek support from a consultant to help us negotiate that public-private partnership participation agreement. We have identified the consultant. It is Hunden Strategic Partners out of Indianapolis, Chicago. They do these types of projects all over the United States. They recently did the San Diego Charger Stadium, represented the city on the cost-benefit analysis. They worked for the Texas Rangers Stadium in Kansas City. They negotiated a development agreement for the mobile arena. Fort Wayne did a hockey arena feasibility study. They also represented the city in the Sacramento Kings One Center of the cost of improving the existing center versus going out and building a brand new center. They represented the city and the financial feasibility around that. They do these projects all over the United States. I don't think there's anyone better that could do these types of analysis of what we're seeking at the moment. And so what we were really asking today is we brought this application in front of you, and all we're asking is, would you like staff to invest additional time, resources, and funds to taking the next step to doing proper due diligence, to doing a formal review, getting the financial documentation done so that we actually know what the numbers we are dealing with. And at a later date, bring back those funds and start to negotiate a participation agreement that will come back before this board for final approval. So I'll leave that there. I will mention that Power Sports Development and Andrew Diz in the audience. If you have to ask any questions of them, they can surely answer them.
All right, thank you so much. I think you did an excellent job, Brian. I know it's never easy to get up here and, try to manage all of our personalities, so I appreciate you. Before we bring it back to the body, I want to remind everyone, this is the first time that we have seen this. I know there's a lot of splash over it, and because things show up on an agenda, everyone thinks that it's already done. There's a lot of work to be had here, a lot of detail to be had. I do think it's important. I don't care what project it is. It's a project that is going to have a massive impact, something that we've never seen before. I've never seen anything this magnitude that I can remember, other than, the incredible economic development that Jacobs has done. I haven't seen anything this magnitude. I don't think Councilman Breckus has either. The state wasn't ours. It was already here before we got on this body. So actually, it sort of speaks volume about the investment. I think also the way Reno changed, our brand's changed, sort of the desire of Reno, how people want to be here, want to visit here. Those things are important. Those things are important to explore, especially, I think, on the side of impact of tourism and jobs. Those things are all critical. Now, there are a lot of moving parts. I don't know what that looks like. None of us know what it looks like, so that's why we're here to ask the questions, the due diligence, and so it takes quite a bit of time to get there. I do think it's important for the council to look at any project that comes for us. I love that you score. I think we also have to explain to the public exactly how you make private and public partners work completely, because sometimes don't make sense. Sometimes they really can. If you've seen in Las Vegas, some of them work incredibly, incredibly well, and some not so much. So some are very, very beneficial. There's no way that the city of Reno could ever do a lift on an arena. Just never going to happen. And quite honestly, the private sector is so much better at doing those things and staying in their lane than we are doing those things that get us into trouble. But I do think it's important for the council to look at, consider, see you're bringing to the table, listen to your presentations, what you guys have to offer. And so, you have to have those collaborations. I think people are already coming negative, and I don't want everyone to stay open-minded, see what, if there's something that, that makes sense. Also, I say this, the workforce housing, I think, is a very cool component. I hope others start to see how they can attract and maintain the workforce. It's something now more than ever, it's so hard for people to make it. And if your employer is offering workforce housing, I have my managers that actually live with me rent-free because I know how hard it is, right? And that's something I can offer to them, as well as, them a good wage. So it's really helped. It makes a difference. I know I might do it on this tiny little, but it makes a difference. So anyway, I just want to say, don't think there's any reason to be negative, but we don't know what's in the detail, what that's like, and we find out, it's very hard to judge. All right, I'm going to send to Councilwoman Breckus. I'm going to go with you first, and then we'll head down the line.
Thank you, Mayor. The announcement that the SR going to do a trial like this has been out there a while, but it's never really tied to our redevelopment effort and our redevelopment kick. It was, I thought reporting that they would come asking public donations, and here they are. It feels like we're redoing redevelopment agency in service to the entity and their ask, and I think it's really problematic. Those plans for redevelopment agency 1 and 2 are very outdated, and to not have a discussion about what we're do with redevelopment and just let someone walk through the door is so unjust and so unfair, because redevelopment TIF is a drain of revenue. We'd be going to the school district, be going into our general fund. We'd be going to the county to provide services, and so it is a regional resource, and we should have a plan for it, not just whoever walks in the door. And it really feels like the kickoff of this is driving our development agency efforts, and I think that's problematic. But what are we talking about? We're talking about public subsidy for a sporting venue. Okay, you don't have to go very far to see failed sporting venues. We've got 2 of them. We've got the bowling stadium that's been a real problem for us, and you go back and look at the fundamentals, what the baseball stadium is going to do. Didn't do anything. If anything, it hit the general fund, as did the bonds for the bowling, the event center, and the ballroom. So, you're talking about 2 things. You're talking about redevelopment, and you're also talking about sporting venues. And we had a lot of rosy projections. Past council was going to add a lot of rosy projections, and they didn't materialize. And it's just beyond comprehension to me that body is still experiencing the hangover of the last effort of redevelopment, is walking down this path. It's tremendous. You know, equity is 32%. What are they going to ask for? Are they going to ask for bonds or pay-go on the property tax? Because I'll tell you what, they're asking for bonds, and you issue bonds. Guess what the backstop is? That's your general fund. And we've played that game before. And we've also had a redevelopment agency on the brink of default, bankruptcy, and we want to go there because, you know, this impression that would expose the city. Well, this one is so big, and exposure is so great. And one other point I want to make, too, because I think council's ready to do this. Someone sent to me the contributions that my colleagues who are running for office received in the last year during this cycle. They've all received contributions. And the mayor,
Sorry.
you put this on the agenda. So I think this is going.
Come on, Breckus.
But I'll bring up one last
Okay,
point.
your time is up.
I really encourage you to look at
I'll get you on the
how-
second
okay,
round.
thank you.
I'm gonna get you on the second round, okay? All right, go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Mayor. Ricardo, a couple questions for you. So, I mean, there's been a lot of talk and buzz, right, about how this money is going to be used, and whether it is public or private. Can you talk a little bit about the collaboration with the university? I may have mentioned that in the presentation, but if you can go over that again, some of the public benefits that staff is seeing in initiating a process like this. I know we're not necessarily agreeing to phase of it, but just to understand more, what are some of the public benefits you all see as staff in the project like this?
Thank you for the question. So Brian McCarroll, Revitalization Manager. So I do think that the university's expressed interest in finding for men's basketball. They won't be owners of this facility, they will be tenants. I'll welcome the applicants up to explain any sort of agreement or arrangements they have with the university. There are a lot of amenities. There will be also an arena to host concerts and special events. There is a skiing rink facility added to the site. Obviously, I think with the success of hockey in this area, that facility could be utilized or needed for youth teams, et cetera, or possibly a minor league team to play. The addition of parking structure is always a good idea, as any time that you add to this area. But true area benefits are, we will get some flood mitigation done on the site. We'll get affordable housing done on the site. We're for affordable housing. It is the type of project that when we put out participation program seeking applicants, this is the sort of applicants expected to get. This is the use of tax and financing to help facilitate projects that provide an area benefit as well as future tax increment for not only to support the project being built, but also the city and the region long term. I will say, if this project is never built, there is no tax increment to give. So it's 100% to nothing is nothing. So if this project never is built, there's not a single dollar of public funds that are given away. And that's how they create their own future property tax. So does that answer?
It doesn't, just so I understand this correctly, I'm reading, between the lines of what you're saying, but these processes through the redevelopment agency are initiated from outside the organization. The interest coming in, I think it's always pinned as a developer-driven thing, which seems to me, from my understanding of redevelopment agencies, that is how they're necessarily built. And so this is just part of the mechanism that was built into the redevelopment agency. Just wondering if you can clarify and add to that.
The function of redevelopment and process like this is to invite, as I said before, those private owners and private developers and investors who want to make an investment in our city, specifically in a redevelopment area. We are seeking them out, and so we will not be surprised if they take up on those offers and submit application.
Awesome, thank you. That's my
All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just want to reiterate, and it's been a long day, Brian. They don't have a pot of money. They're not coming for a pot of money. They are asking for money that they invest in and they get the property tax. We are not giving them any money. We are not bonding. If they don't build, like you said, this project doesn't come forward, they get any money. There's nothing, when my colleague said there was some sort of risk to the city, there's no risk to the city because we're not putting any money.
I will say that it's too early to comment on what type of deal that would be put together. We are so early in the process that we actually know. I would say mechanism.
Say that again?
Yes.
Please say that again.
What did I say?
Because everyone's going like level
We are really early in the
10.
process. We do not have the data even.
Don't have the details. There's no details.
Right.
Okay.
And I say that the whole purpose of taxing is the project itself creates future property tax. And what we say is we will borrow from that future property tax to help to support the project being built in the first place.
But the city is going to borrow. We are not going to bond and give money to grants
I
here.
can answer that question.
Okay, well, we're not. I'll answer it for you. The second thing is, I'm not in favor of approving the negotiation process right now. I think there's more work to be done. I have a couple questions for Grant Sierra Resort. I am in favor of moving forward and seeing what else needs to be done. Andrew, are you the representative? And while you're rocking up, I'll just ask my questions. My colleague brought up a point that you did, there was not be any public money in the request when you did the announcement. That's the first thing. The second thing is, there's part of this money or this application process has to have the but-for test. So I need to understand what has changed, or maybe that is something that is going to be researched further in the process, which I'm willing to go forward with. But has something changed drastically since we announced to now?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Taylor. Andrew Diss, Senior Vice President, Chief Strategy Officer for Morel Gaming. I'm glad you asked that question, right, because there's been some misreporting on this recently that we were going to go forward with the project without actually asking for public funding. What we have maintained all along, Mr. Morello has been adamant about, is that we are not asking the University of Nevada to contribute any capital to this project whatsoever. The university does not have money for facilities, and it's a critical need for them in their athletic department. That's what comments were directed to the university's piece of the partnership with this. So just to clear up all the misreporting that came out yesterday in regards to that. So there has been no major difference between our calculations of what it was going to take to complete this project. All those comments were very specific to the university's role.
Okay, and then I guess the other question, can we answer that for yet? Do we need more investigation moving forward?
We need more investigation. We do not have clarity on the feasibility of this project yet.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. All right, thank you. Just to clarify, because this is how that works. They generate a tax from what they build. So people also understand, if they don't build, it generates no tax. Correct. Okay, so again, reiterate what Councilwoman Taylor said. We don't hand them over a check. It's got to be generated.
There are different ways to do it.
Right.
I would say
but
that.
I'm just saying, like, it's not, we are like, here you go, we're bringing you a check. It has to be generated from the tax increment that, because of the development, that generates.
Madam Mayor, Ashley Attorney, as the city manager, for the record, the long short is that is correct.
Yeah.
So we typically use terminology when talking about economic development. It's eat what you kill. So the idea is this will be tax revenue that is generated from improvements on their property. They're not asking for money from an existing pot. If they do build anything, there is no new revenue that is created. And so, as Brian mentioned, we need additional details. If they ask for bond, that would be something that this would need to decide. That's not what's in front of you today, and they're not asking.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. I think we're all trying to like get leads before we're to even get there. We don't even know what it looks like. But I would say this, because I think this is important, because of some of those tax, and I don't know, this is why I'm asking this question. Because of some of those tax, can you also, because obviously if there are taxes that go to the school district, is that something you could carve that out and say, hey, we would like to do that? Can you
Madam
do?
Mayor, if I can help, I think we can.
Oh, carve out by statute,
There's
okay.
carve outs statutes. So for clarity, when redevelopment districts are created under the law, it resets that property tax base. So there's a portion that typically go to the county, part that goes to the school district. There's some buckets that goes to.
Oh, I see. So they go.
And so they have their carve outs already determined by state law.
Okay.
This allows us to collect a larger portion for a very small finite period of time. That is the life of the agency.
Got it.
So this project is in RDA 2. The lifespan of that agency ends in 2034. So only 10 years, barely 10 years, left in the agency life. So the cuts are already determined as by state law.
Okay,
So
all
there's
right.
not money being removed because of a developer creating or not creating. That's already been determined.
Right, okay. All right, thanks so much. Good job. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a number of comments, and I've written some of them down just because I think it's so incredibly important that we articulate our thoughts, not sort of extemporaneously, but with some thought to it. First thing I want to say is Grand Sierra Resort has proven to be an incredible partner in this community. Everything that Alex Moreau has said he was going to do, he has done. And so somewhere in the magnitude of, I don't know, $300 million has been invested into that property. And so with that background, and here comes the next issue. We have, as a city, embarked upon a more aggressive part of our redevelopment agency life, because for the first time, our redevelopment agency's life, it has money and will begin to throw off financing increment that we use for redevelopment. So we have, for the last 3 years, louder than that, but in 3 years, we've been starting to think about what we'll do when the moment arrives. And so we're getting closer to that moment, and that moment is what we're discussing. I appreciate very much my colleagues' comments. Some of them I do agree with, right? Some of them I think I didn't even know about till we walk in the room. That's why we're having the conversations. Tax increment financing, just as a vehicle. I'm not going to claim to be an expert. That's why you have to hire an expert. None of us is an expert, including the council member from one, on tax increment financing. The capacity of the comments, which misidentify the way in which past historical development, tells me that person doesn't know anything about tax increment financing. Tax increment financing, if we had a room full of experts, if you had 100 economists, you would probably have 50 who say, we love TIF, and 50 we hate TIF. And that's because TIFs fail or succeed by details involved in those TIFs, right? You can look across this country, and there are some communities that have very successfully executed TIFs. There are some that have not. I think Downtown Makeover, one of the blog and informational speakers, did a small article today on TIF and kind of a TIF 101. And I thought how great that Michael taken the time to give a little bit more education. I want to make sure that I'm also very clear, too, in that people will look at my historical record and know that I did not support the Allegiant Stadium deal in Las Vegas, nor did I support the A's Stadium deal. Now, maybe people disagree with me now that they're seeing the success of those. They might think that I was wrong, but I fundamentally did not agree with the concept of taking our tax dollars, which is not the same as TIF, and supporting a private enterprise. But the truth is that's not what this project is. This project is a public and private partnership, the University of Nevada, Reno, and the city of Reno potentially. What it comes, I don't know, but we have to give ourselves the opportunity to explore the necessity of looking at this as a financing tool. We're at that moment where redevelopment agency has said, it's on your step. What we do with that remains up to this body. I think we can work some issues, but it might not be this project, it might be the next one that comes through the door, but we have an obligation to our community to invest our time and energy in trying to figure out whether TIF, tax and financing, is an appropriate vehicle for redevelopment. That's really what it's about for me. And I can't really get to the absolute needs on every deal point, nor have you asked us to, but the discussions that have been had online and by who have blown up my phone today are just really reactionary to some reporting that I don't know is entirely accurate and really makes and oversimplifies what we're about to think about. It makes it seem as though we've already made a whole bunch of deals, we're giving away taxes to billionaires. They're not true statements. And so I have a lot in my second on that I want to go through. But
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No
So
problem.
sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you so much. So I want to reflect on the past for a minute, and I also want to look forward. So in the past, my entire 10 years on council, I've only aware of one organization that came forward in a meaningful way to ask for something similar. They asked for $100 million. It was West 2nd Street, and they brought in 10 experts to tell us about their planned project. And a number of us had many questions. And we asked them to come back 30 days, short time, and that I think we offered to give them our questions in advance, and then they'd be prepared to answer them on record, so we would be more knowledgeable about their project. This is a very similar ask. I heard 97 million, that's like 100 million. And what happened with the other project was they never came back. There was never a second conversation. I don't know what that was about. I could speculate. There's no point. My point is we had questions then, it was like 8 years ago. I have questions today. So my questions going forward are, I often heard this called public finance. And yet, I've also heard our staff say, we wouldn't be giving them money. We're not at risk with our bonds because no bonds have been requested that we would sell or they would sell and somehow we would pay. So I'm very clear on what I need. I need a 101 on the financing in this proposed deal or generically first. Okay, similar to what Mr. Reese referred to, Downtown Makeover, times 10. I need to not just know what the blog says, I need to understand the details of any deal. It could go this way, it could go that way, or go a third way. Here's your options. And I want to understand how is the city on the hook or at risk or responsible for. That's very, very important to me. I want to understand it so that I can explain it to the next person with confidence, not vagueness. Okay, so you say if the project's never built, you said what you kill. If the project's never built, there won't be a project. It's a chicken and egg. I mean, you need money to build whatever they're building, and that money has to come from somewhere. You want to answer that?
Yeah, so if I can start, I'm gonna start beginning. And so, do you want me to try and then you fill in for me? So the first is, you can correct me on this, but I think that the term financing is a bit of a misnomer. It is not, it's used financing, as Brian did, because it's part of the capital stack. So when a development goes to their investors, their bank, they have to know where all of their monies are coming from. For test, as mentioned, says that if you want the city money, if you want help, you have to prove that you need help. So part of their stack that they put together is we are going to propose it's cost us $1 billion. And based off all the money that we can put together, we have 900 million, based off of saying that their gap 97 million, what they're asking for. That's the first thing as far as the financing feels misnomer, because we're not financing anything. The city of Reno is not writing a note. We are not loaning money. We are not taking bonds on behalf of anybody.
So where do they get the 97 million?
So the 97 million is what is identified right now, but that is part of what would be coming back. A consultant going to go check the math. The ask in front of you is for a third-party consultant. The city has chosen, not the developer, to check the math to find what is the gap. Is the gap really 97 million?
Okay.
And back to your other question, what is the city on the hook for?
Yes.
And so part of that process as pay-as-you-go TIF financing is that if they never build the project, the council enters into an agreement and it says, yes, we believe that we're going to build this, believe that this is the tax increment that we've thrown off of this development based off third-party consultants arrangement, then bill points are negotiated based off what council would like to see. They agree to it. If they never build that project, if it becomes West End, nothing happens because no tax increment was created.
But what if they did halfway and then say it's not a go? I mean, somebody put some money in somewhere. Was it from RDA?
Yeah. So, Brian McCall, Revitalization Manager. So I'll explain the 3 avenues and how the city holds risks on those avenues. So avenue 1 is an applicant comes and we need $20 million to finish our project. Option 1 would be if the redevelopment agency has those funds available in cash, they could say, here's your $20 million, build your project. Risk on the city is high in that scenario because if they never finish the project, the city gave away $20 million, never got anything.
Right.
Okay.
So that's why I don't understand what you killed, because giving them money before you have a project.
Yeah, essentially saying we're giving you this cash now. We'll make it up when your project's done and you start your property tax. We'll eventually recoup that $20 million. Option 2 is you come and you say, I need $1 million. We go, we don't have $1 million. But we'll take out bonds and give you your $20 million to do your project. And when the property tax is created, you're finished, we'll pay off the bonds week. Again, if they never finish the project, you took out bonds in $20 million, you have no tax revenue to pay off, okay? The third one is pay-as-you-go. And this is the one that I'm most supportive of. Pay-as-you-go says, we have done a financial analysis. We've agreed that you need $20 million. And we're going to give you a document that says, we promise to give you $20 million once the project is completed on an annual basis after you pay property tax.
Got it.
If you never finish it, there's no risk to the city whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay.
And at the moment where they complete their project, we give them a promissory note that says, once you complete the project, we guarantee we will pay you a portion of the property tax you create. Now, they can take that agreement from the city and go out to a bank, go out to a private financer and say, we have an agreement that says they'll cover this. And they go, great, you've de-risked the deal. We're willing to give you extra financing for this project.
That was excellent. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right.
I'm so glad you asked that question. That was very good. Very good. Good. Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you for those explanations. Those are great. That was what I was going to ask. But what is the total that they're asking for to be reimbursed? Is it a period of time, or is it a dollar amount that they're looking to recuperate?
It is actually a fantastic question. They believe that, how do I explain that? Typically, a lot of deals come out between 4 and 10% of the total project cost. They're asking for about 10%, about $90 million.
Okay.
There's a couple ways you do that. You say, we owe you $97 million, that's the agreement. We can give you 100% of the property tax back every year until you reach the $97 million that we agreed to. We give it to you half of it every year, a longer time frame. There's a couple different levels. You have number of years versus the full percent of the property tax that is created. And so really, it's, do you want a longer payback, or do you want more of a larger payment in the front? That creates complications, and that's why we feel we really need some support on this, is that the redevelopment area 2 ends in years. This is a 10-year project, and so if the project finishes year 10, they don't really get their first year of increment paid back. So there has to be something there that we talk about and find a way to support the project while also noticing there are some barriers we need to work around.
Yeah, so that would be my next question then is, once the development area is dissolved, or I don't know what happens to it once it expires, how do we continue to pay them for that?
You would do an agreement that they are paid back by the time that the redevelopment area unsets. The benefit to the city and the region after the redevelopment area sunsets, all the property tax that's being created gets distributed to the city, the state, the county, the school district,
Okay.
and the state of
But
Nevada.
per what you just said, let's say it takes them 9.5 years to finish it, and then we have to give them $97 million. By the time our redevelopment agency ends, and we've given them a note that says we're not going to give it to them until it's completed. So we have 6 months to give them $97 million?
No, that would be specific that we don't, that one of those questions we don't know yet. It is an incentive for them to finish the project as soon as possible. If they run the clock out long enough to where they finish in the 10th year and they pay their first 1 year's property tax and it's $1 million, we give them $1 million back and the agreement was you will get a payment back for the property tax you create, and it's year 10 and that's all that's available. So it is an incentive, and it's another thing that de-risks the city's involvement in all of this, and the fact that it's their best interest to do the project.
Yeah,
as soon
I
as
would
possible.
absolutely insist that it was tied to the amount of time we have left to pay it back as well. Okay.
Councilwoman Breckus, head.
You know, I think this is really a sad thing about redevelopment right now that's going on. This agency, this district started in what, 2006? It adopted? 2005. So, you know, we're 20 years out. We're finally seeing some fruition. And what are we doing? We're giving it away to someone. And I want to start with the conversation about what is redevelopment. It's to do deals. No, it isn't. It's to eliminate blight. And if you look over at parks, what do they do with their TIF? They're working their park, they're working on their infrastructure in older areas, improving streets. That is fundamental best practice use of TIF. Okay, because it's eliminating blight in old areas. And what's our big one right out of the chute? Is to eliminate blight at, you know, the region's most attractive private property. I really don't see that. And that's why I argued so much about redoing your plan to understand what you're trying to solve here. Okay, but I want to shift the equity issue of redevelopment agency and why they've been eliminated from California and really are out of favor. You don't hear a lot about TIF because people have really come to the point that it's not a fair public policy. That is because, look, there's someone on California Avenue at Land Street who's redone a building, they're positioning it, redoing it. There's one on Sierra Street, old brick buildings. The assessors come through, see the improvement, and the property tax on those. Anyone in this room has a 2-bedroom bath house, they make it a 3-2, the property assessor comes in and assesses their property tax. None of them get that back. They don't get their cut. Why are we subsidizing someone like this for, you know what, to have a market share in our gaming economy? I think it's really, really wrong. And I'm going to leave it at a couple points that I hope the council will remember. One, I think the bonds outlive the lapse of the agency of district. So if you've put bonds out and some of the deal points come out that they were bonds, those live out the life of the agency. So there could be money on the table. I don't know. I want to make sure. I also think that how gaming proceeds are assessed to be a point. I would really encourage, if you go to this path, understand how they was that for the DSR, okay? And what they're paying and what is the project area. Does it include the GSR? Because I think in certain times, gaming properties can get assessed upon revenue, not just property tax. So there could be a lot of little wrinkles in here that will be planned to their advantage. But the fundamentals to me are, one, you know, redo the plan, understand your values that you want to advance with this tool, other than handouts. And two, Madam Mayor, is I think that eliminating blight, and is this really the most, after 20 years, is this the biggest exercise this redevelopment agency is advance SEM? Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much. All right, Councilman Martinez.
Thank you. Mr. Ricardo, are there opportunities for folks outside of the redevelopment agency to use funding mechanisms like this?
Ricardo, Redevelopment Manager. It benefits the redevelopment area. There is opportunity if you are somewhat adjacent or outside the area to receive this type of package, I guess, if it benefits area property.
Okay. And then I think my next question is for Mr. Dick. We just learned a little more about our city finances, and I read, I think in the staff report, that the funds that the city puts forward will be recouped via 1% agency administration fee at the completion of the project after the first tax increment reimbursement. And as was mentioned earlier by Ms. Van Buren, Director Van Buren, sometimes it's difficult when we're waiting for the processes to act to pay our bills on time. And just wondering if you all would be willing to help cover some of those costs up front, not saying the full 1%, but maybe consultants or staff time to be able to dedicate those resources to see this project through.
And this with Morello Gaming, for the record, Councilman Martinez, we're absolutely open to that. We want to be flexible and work with the city in a partner manner. Part of going through the process that McCardle is asking to kick off today is finding out what the appetite of the city is, what our appetite is, and cobbling together a deal that makes sense for both sides. So it's absolutely something I want to work with. And the issue of bond keeps coming up. I'll stay perfectly clear. Page 2 of our application is where you check the box if you want to apply for bonds. We're not applying for bonds. Let's say that again. We're not applying for bonds. We have no intention of doing that. It's part of our way of de-risking. The city is on the hook for. Councilwoman Breckes actually brings up some good examples of where the city has gotten in trouble, but that's because they were by bonds. And we're not asking for the city to be the backstop in this project. I want to be perfectly clear about that.
Thank you for being a great partner and for being willing to consider that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for Brian. Have we had other people interested in this program since we launched it?
We haven't received any applications, no.
So this is the application that we have received. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. I want to make sure I asked this correctly. I have a lot of questions about the financing. I think Councilman Ricks was, very smart that he said that these are things that are going to be answered with the financial review. On slide 5, it says the request is $97 million, but we don't really know what makes sense for the city until we get that independent analysis from the consultant. So they say, city, actually, it's going to cost you like 7% or whatever. We don't know those numbers yet, right? My question is, who's paying for the consultant, the third-party consultant, and how are they selected? How are they truly independent?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So I think this is just the estimate that the applicant has brought up. So we haven't done any math homework to see if this is actually the valid number or not, and that's what we're asking today. In terms of who is paying for third-party services, so we see this as a normal operating cost of active development agency. And so we're willing to expend the funds. I appreciate Councilmember Martinez making that request. But we will expend funds as part of our participation in this broader deal and make that money back after the deal is completed. In the first year project, we get 1% fee back, which recoups the cost towards this entire project, which is sort of in practice what we've seen in other redevelopment agencies. Then how was the third party selected? So as we published an RFQ, request for qualification, seeking partners that can help us with financial feasibility studies, parking studies, market studies, a broad scope of services. We had 3 applicants back. Some are more economic financial consultants that can help us answer impact studies, things like that. Another one typically does mixed-use residential multifamily deals, and London specific focuses on sports districts, entertainment districts, and convention centers. So we'll rotate and expand that list of partners we work with. We will rotate them as needed, so they all get a little bit of work. But we're also going to select the right consultant to help us with the right subject matter expertise for specific projects like this.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Ricks.
Mr. Hartle, I think part of the issue that's going on for us at the dais and then also for the public is none of us are particularly TIF experts, right? So we're just relying upon these general notions of tax giveaways to millionaires and billionaires, right? That's the refrain. Maybe it would be helpful to me if you'd be able to give me some examples, because as I understand it, Allegiant Stadium was not a TIF. That was, I think, $750 million from hotel tax primarily. The A Stadium proposal, also public financing by legislature. The Legend Shopping Center, Sparks, that was our bonds, our tax revenue, sales tax revenue, right? So not TIF, that's backed by property taxes. A's Ballpark was not a TIF deal. It was actually ultimately a settlement that involved our largesse in the city of Reno backstop the failure of the, I suppose, property tax to increase at a certain rate. So what examples locally are there of the use of TIF? Are there examples that people have used TIF successfully? Are we really going out on trying to find out if we're going to use TIF?
There are plenty of successful examples throughout the nation, properly using TIF. I don't have the specifics on every redevelopment projects that the RDA has done in the past, so I can't tell you if TIF's been used successfully or unsuccessfully in the past. There's a lot of concern out there that citizens and constituents throughout the community, they're the ones who are going to be paying for us. It's their tax dollars. What I'd say is that isn't necessarily true. Essentially, this project will be completed. This developer will pay property tax, and they will essentially pay themselves back property tax. And so the constituents throughout the community will not be funding
Mr.
this
But
project.
they'll pay themselves back for a period of time.
Yes.
And for basically a return on investment. So if someone says, hey, I'm going to invest $1 billion in your community, and they say, in order for us to make that $1 billion investment, we'll generate a lot of money in job or prevailing wage union members. It'll create a lot of conditions for economic redevelopment. They're saying for some period of time, want to have a portion of that back in order to help us meet our, is that correct?
That is correct. After the agreement is paid off, I have here that the estimated annual property tax created just by this project alone is $10 million. After whatever agreement is made and that agreement is paid off, that $10 million goes towards the redevelopment agency to be invested. The sunset of the redevelopment agency, those funds go to the city, the county. And so with this project, for the future of this project, we'll create future property tax that the city, the county, the state can use for the life of the project as it exists.
And what was the name of the organization that you think would be best to help us be an outside expert?
It is Hunden Strategic Partners. And he actually teaches the course, IEC is what professional economic developers go to do education. He actually teaches the real estate development and redevelopment courses at a national and international level. Specializes in entertainment, convention centers, and sports arenas.
Yeah. I would just reiterate, and that also anyone come in and give us a proposal, anyone. And I would encourage them to do it because, really has become a very different place. It's very attractive to do this, or wouldn't get these type of proposals come in. And I think we've seen them a lot soon had COVID not sort of happened and everyone's live stopped. But I would just say, I want to reiterate, if there's anyone else that wants to come in and do any type of project, they are welcome to do so, correct? It's not just.
I will say, we will do a preliminary review of whether that application is merit.
Sure,
before we bring
it has to
before
score. It has to score, but I'm saying if another casino wanted to come in or another big property that had property in the city of Reno, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's just that we haven't been down this road before. Quite honestly, it's been very difficult financially to do any projects, right? And so now with the with redevelopment agency kicking off some of that funds, it's time to start thinking of that. And I don't know why we wouldn't start thinking about it now. Because before we haven't had to. You can be very critical of the process or what it looks like, but how would you know? You can see everything, the glass half empty or the glass full, right? I would tend to like to see it a little bit more full and positive, and we've done a really good job. There's a lot to be actually proud of in this city. Town is a prime example, and everyone said it would never happen, and Brian, you were there day one, right?
I mean, there are redevelopment projects throughout the city we can look at. I think the fact that we have parking gallery downtown, some improvements on the river, et cetera. And so, yeah, there are examples where these funds go towards good projects.
Yeah, I think you're right. The previous council actually did some really good things that they don't take any credit for anymore, and so we forget about that. We take it for granted. And who knows what, it could come around and none of us support it. I don't support it. I don't know what that looks like. I can't even tell you. It's so premature.
Correct.
So for anyone to sit there and speculate and say this is a bad idea, this is the only way we're going to understand what these future redevelopment project looks like, quite honestly. Whether, again, come before us, the details are really important. We don't know what those look like. Very premature, so I just want everyone to know. But I think it's all important. I mean, it puts, I think, too, in a different capacity. I mean, look at the South. They get to be in the big leagues. We haven't had that opportunity yet, but it also has to be for the city and for the community. Absolutely. I would say, Art Rangel, I respect you greatly. You have been a critic. You have also been a big supporter. You also have been a planner. You're incredibly intelligent. I just want to ask you because you're citizens. And what do you think? Do you think this is a good idea to explore? Absolutely. And have you listened to some of Art's comments? He's pretty critical, for good reason. Yes, I would just love to hear from anyone but the council, because council, they're on the go, they did this, they did that. I would like to hear from actually someone who is incredibly thoughtful and been at the table for, how far back now? Years, 5 years?
I first bought Reno in 2011.
Oh, yeah.
I've
Okay,
been since then.
But
Art Rangel, again. Well, I've spent a career in redevelopment as well, as staff in different cities as well as consultant. And the process, I've talked to Brian about his format. I really think this is the right way to go. The score mechanism is important. So absolutely, this is extremely premature to try to get in any kind of detail. The detail comes much later after the application
Right.
is finished. My biggest thing is the gap. And that's why I made my open comments. That gap has to be scrutinized by somebody who knows how to really go through the performance and the subsequent performance too. This process can take a year or two more.
Sure.
But no, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Art, like I said, your opinion means a lot to me because you were very honest. And you've scrutinized a lot of things, and it tells me that you are very open-minded.
I bought a city. I came here probably 40 years ago. And I've always felt that, has tremendous potential. And that's why I'm here, because I want to see that happen. It's still small enough, growing, you've got to, it's going through a lot of growing pains, which cities like this do. But that potential, I want to see and I'd like to see, frankly, the industry clusters expand beyond gaming and mining. There's a lot of opportunity there, high-tech, things like that we can talk affordable jobs. If there's two ways to provide affordable housing. Subsidize it, you can bring in high-paying jobs where you don't have to subsidize it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Art, thank you so much. Okay. Councilmember, go ahead.
Thank you. And this has been a great conversation. I thought, just in the interest of time, I would state a few issues, and if you could put the motion in. So in the motion, I agree with most of the motion, but not the very last part. And so I would support the formal review, due diligence, and third party's ability. I do not support having the redevelopment agency negotiate a catalyst project participation agreement prior to bring the information back to the council.
Right, because it sounds like we're down the road.
So if I may, Vice Mayor,
Can
we
you?
are fully supportive of that. So what we would recommend to the body is to agree to move forward with the step, which is engage a consultant to check the math. Once they do that market feasibility study, we will come back to this body to then go over that with you and then hear questions as far as the points to then future negotiations.
Next, I want to go on record that I have not, for a very long time, supported public financing of stadium. I understand the desire to have one. I understand a need to have one. It is unclear to me, in the list of projects, if you go back to that slide, I was having a hard time separating out a 10,000-seat arena from the basketball stadium. Are they one the same, or are they different?
Andrew Diss with Morello again for the record. Vice Mayor, yes, they are one and same.
They are.
They are.
Okay, well, and I heard a mention about a lease that it wouldn't be owned by the University of East in some way, or I don't know. And I'm not asking for details right now, but I have read for 10 years the economic opinions about publicly financed stadiums, and while they work out in a few cases, generally they don't meet the anticipated attendance or anticipated revenues. And I'm not saying that's always the case. I'm not saying it would be this case. But to get over the hump that I have not supported them, I would need very significant data and information to be able to make that kind of decision. That doesn't mean that the rest of the projects that are lit up here, park garage, whatever, hotel, housing units, I might be more amenable to that, but so far, I'm not particularly amenable to stadium. So, a few statements. I know that when we have these redevelopment agencies, they're set up so that we can help, whether it's site or a project off the ground, gap finance, but it's also for the city to invest in public facilities. So I don't see any of those listed here. I'm not sure if that this is really aimed to, and I don't know if that's a different decision point. Let me give you an example of some I easily see we would want to pay with TIF. An example is mention that there's flood improvements that need to be done. The flood has a certain but never enough. It's like that would have to be a partnership and potentially with the city. Fire station is on the seat. It needs a new home. I don't see it listed here, but that's a public project. We have already talked about using RDA funds to begin the planning of that. So that's it's on the same site, so RDA 2. So I'm wondering where that fits in. Another example would be 2nd Street, Mill Street. We've already done some intersection with the update of 395. But what about the rest of the roads? Mill's not in that good shape, but it's the interchange to Knowledge. There could be other public projects that need. There was discussion, I don't see it here, about some type of, perhaps, and maybe it's not in plan anymore, RV park, camping. Could support that, especially if it was available to the public. So those are.
Councilwoman Dorr, I'm so sorry.
But I'm saying.
Can we move on?
Then finally, competition for the dollar. I don't know what other projects might be in competition. That's where I'm going with it. Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Andrew, did you want to? something?
Would
Go
would you
ahead.
like a response, Vice Mayor Dewar? or do you
Yeah,
want-
I'm sorry, I'm cutting her off at
More
her
like
3,
on record.
she's over her 3 minutes, so I'm cutting her off.
On record, if you have a comment.
Yeah.
Yes, Andrew with Morello Gaming, for the record. Vice Mayor Dewar, your comments are well received. We've already started talks with the flood control project, to your point. The RV park, the current RV park is where we're going to put the workforce housing. And when you look at the map right there, the Truckee runs right alongside it. So we're going to, out of necessity, have to do those improvements prior to building on that site. So that goes back to your previous comment about infrastructure, about roads, about the other pieces that are going into it. So that is all part of the total ask. The majority, a lot of what NRM 279 and the infrastructure that it talks about are specific uses like this, like the infrastructure that goes into support project.
All right, I know at baseball, they did the flood on them, for example, when they built the Aces.
Yeah, and I want council to keep in mind that there's a lot of focus on Reno itself. Yes, it is the cornerstone of the project, but there are a lot of other elements to this, and that's why it is a 10-year master plan, because it's really what is going to drive business and help all the other pieces succeed.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something as if there was a River Rock district, a second?
I thought that
like
was
Damien
That was a fantastic
said?
suggestion.
I love that idea, and I know, and actually, you guys have been big champions of cleaning the river. Mr. Yes, you guys have actually done a lot of work. You've been at the table for a lot of those discussions, and I thank you for it. But I thought it was something that, I want to shout out to Damien because it's impressive. Okay, Councilwoman.
Yeah, so I have questions for Brian. Sorry, for me. So we have a lot of projects at the city of Reno and a lot of things that we need to do. And we had a lot of discussion today just about trash cans and things like that. And I'm curious if there's a way we can use any kind of RDA funds for city of Reno type projects as well. If we open this kind of discussions up, if this will include just kind of establishing a process to get things done, not just, for the GS project, but in general, so that maybe we can get things done. We have a lot of parts that need work, a lot of need. To Naomi's point, we have a fire station that hasn't built. I know we have space for it now that the police department's moved, but we have a very big lift in front of us to fund and build that. How does the city of Reno utilize that for city of Reno projects as well?
So, as was mentioned in the previous slide, one of the functions of the redevelopment agency is to bring a list of annual projects, or a 5-year capital improvement plan forward. And so you'll see some of those things suggested in a list of projects or a capital improvement plan. Currently, right now, RDA1, the area which is downtown property, does not have any funding available. And so that is why we're not proactively doing any projects in that area. Will in the next few years, and so part of the 5-year capital improvement plan will be capital improvements slated, whether it be river improvements, parks improvements, et cetera, streetscape improvements.
Okay, so the fund we have available right now, say, this project doesn't end up happening for whatever reason, what happens to the money that is in the RDA if nothing gets built? If it never used?
This project is completely independent because this does not touch any existing RD funds. Because if this project gets built, it creates future property tax, and we are not planning on using the property tax at the moment. There are funds in RDA too. Currently, some of the funds are supporting the hazardous materials demolition and the site prep of the current or the former police station downtown. Those are light removal and making sites, I guess you would say, development ready. That's a typical activity of a redevelopment agency. But for the next fiscal year and over the next months, we're going to be looking at what was suggested in the Truckee Revision Plan, the Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan, the Placemaking Plan, the Arts and Public Art Master Plan, and all those suggested improvements and projects. We're going to fund those into a fairly large capital improvement plan, and based on the funding available annually, we will do projects in RDA 1 and RDA 2.
Okay, so if there's funds still left there and the RDA has expired, what the funds roll over into a general account, or what happens?
No, and we're getting a little off this topic. No, the redevelopment agency lives on past the sunset of a redevelopment area, and those funds don't have to go back.
Okay.
But they would stop capturing property tax.
And real quick, last thing, so if we went forward with this project and we're assuming everything goes plan with the economy, property taxes, everything, and we come up with an agreement based off the understanding that they're going to generate $1 million annually for property taxes, what happens if they don't? What happens if that estimate is way off? Does the agreement have to pay out, is it going to be on a percentage of what kind of property tax they create? Or are we going to say, we're going to pay you X amount of dollars if the estimates are overinflated for property tax values? Too bad for now?
That would be negotiated. I can't really tell you the specifics. I would say that their payment back would be based on property tax they themselves create. That is I intend property tax increment. So it creates less property tax than estimated, then they would receive less back in
Okay.
theory.
Okay.
But we'll get into the details.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Being said,
Mayor, we
have exhausted our rounds.
Yeah,
So I'm going to either make a motion or ask you
Okay.
to make a motion.
I make a motion, but I have a question, and that question is, the staff have recommended a certain firm. We don't know any of the firms. I think 3 firms were considered, is that right, Brian? And so as part of the motion, it speaks about, or it implies, and that's in the staff report, their recommendation, not here. I just wonder if we're comfortable with that, and I think Councilmember Reese might have had a question related to this, so I'll just leave it at that. Is that part of your motion, is that we hire a specific firm?
That we hire a party firm, yes.
Any?
Yes.
Have you already?
We've already gone through the process of approving a list of qualified project consultants that on behalf of the redevelopment agency. So assuming the project costs don't go over the threshold, that we would have to bring a project or a contract approval in front of you.
One more question. I know you said this, but how much is the contract for?
We don't know. We
Oh,
haven't
it's a
done that yet.
RFQ you did, and they're going to negotiate this?
Correct.
You have an estimate? I mean, is it less than $100,000?
I assume it will be less than.
Okay. Councilmember Reed, if I may.
Well,
defer you.
I suppose Hunt Partners, so I popped onto their website, and my only concern is I want to make sure that we are not using a outside agency to validate some concept that we have and seeing like an agency that only always says, yes, these work, right? I mean, we have to have a high degree of trust in who we hire as our outside consultant. And if we go to an agency and you come to find out that they always say, these are the best thing ever, that has not helped us, because what we need is objectivity. I am not an expert in the financial mechanics of TIFs. We need someone who is going to be objective and be working for us. So how to have that assurance?
That is why I like Hunden specifically, is if you look at those projects, they often come back and say the project does not work, and it is not to the benefit of the city, even when they're the client to the city. The Charger State in San Diego was a big example. They said that this project is not to public
Well, and
good.
of course, the client is us, right? We are the client.
And
that's the
San
important
Diego
part.
was the client in that sense. And so we specifically looked at them because they will give us the right answer, and they won't allow us to be our own worst enemy. And so that is, we're looking for the exact same thing that you are.
One more question in the study. I already went on record about the stadium. Could part of the analysis be there for the stadium and for the rest of the project and possibly even public projects as well?
We will be guided by our consultant in how they look at the different components of the project.
I see. Okay, but would they evaluate public projects at this point, or would that be later on a different quest? So I brought up the fire station.
Correct.
That is planned to use TIF,
That would be a totally different project we would evaluate.
even though it's on their site and it would have to move or be built.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm confusing different fire station.
Oh.
I think they would go and they will look at the true cost to develop this project, whether it requires road improvements, a relocation of the fire station. We will look at all those costs. They will come back and advise us on the feasibility of the project. At that moment, we will bring back and to say, hey, this is what is being suggested. What are some things that the city wants to see prepping for negotiation? What does the city want out of
It's
this?
assuming they say it's a great deal for the city.
Assuming they say it.
And if they say it's not, you'll make sure you inform us of that,
Correct.
I think that's why you hire someone
right?
in that
Correct.
Just
capacity.
didn't want to get it our skis. Okay. All right, well, Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion, I think.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, Mr. Diss?
Andrew Diss, for the record again. Vice Mayor Dewar, you keep coming to the arena, and I'd be remiss if I didn't put it on the record. In any TIF partnership deal, the city gets something out of it in turn. And we've already done our analysis project, and really makes the pencil, and the biggest upside for the city is the C-tax generation. And the sales tax that's gonna come with development of the arena, concerts and the events, basketball games that are gonna take place there, that's gonna be a massive upside for the city. We just earlier today, Ms. Van Buren talked about there's an $8 million hole in the budget going forward, and a lot of that is because C-tax itself is flat. And it's coincidental timing today, but this is going to help the city fill that gap. As we all know, C-tax is the largest revenue source of the general fund.
But I want to make sure, 10 years. Yeah, we just heard it has to be built and land design built.
That's right. So 2027 is when it would open, sometime that summer, fall. We would start doing concerts immediately in time for the basketball season. So from 2027 on, that's when you're going to see the C-tax generate.
Okay. All
Councilwoman,
right, thank
go.
you. So, Madam Mayor, based on everything we've heard and making no agreements or commitments from the city other than to gather information, I would recommend we move the staff recommendation to proceed with a formal review, diligence process, and third-party feasibility analysis for the proposed project that has been presented here today.
Okay, thanks.
But excluding.
I just want to point out, not to approve the project, but to get more information.
Correct.
On what next steps look like. Again,
How much money
very
might come
early.
in, how much
Yeah.
might not, all details.
Okay.
And specifically exclude from this recommended motion
Okay.
to go forward and negotiate.
All right,
with the project.
thank you. So I have a motion, I'll second. Councilwoman Beckus, go
Yeah.
ahead, 3 minutes.
Thank you. So, first of all, I think this is skipping over a step, because you're sending off to look at this deal, but you haven't, through doing a plan, as said many times, decide what you're trying to achieve, what your big policy goals are, and you haven't even, through the cash flow that's coming out of number 2, figure out where else to send it. So they're going to be looking at this creation in a microcosm of how to put it back to them, rather than the bigger picture of everything that's come off in 2. Secondly, the C-Tax discussion he just had is a complete deja vu to the entertainment things that are going to happen with the district. Okay, not realize. So I hope whatever effort they're bringing on really starts to understand the non-existent production of C-Tax in these kind of venues, because they did not do what they said to do. Third is, Mayor, you brought Mr. Wrangle, and he said, doing this deal is a good 2-year negotiation. Okay, well, you do 2 years from now, you build the thing for a year, you're at it 27. This thing is lapsing in 35. If you think the assessor is going to come in immediately, and they may, and give the 10 million, and you have 10 million, but you're only going to be producing, 10 million for those remaining years. So it's not going to be 90 million. If you do it right, as Durango says, you negotiate for 2 gets billed, you're into 3 of the 10 remaining years on district, which everything to me is to pay what they want. With putting in 32% of equity, they're going to come looking for bonds. They would come looking for bonds. Okay. And so I think it's a real speculative approach, but philosophically, at the end of the day, it's gets their tax dollars. There was discussion of payback. They're paying themselves back. The public is paying them back their increase in tax, property tax generation. And the big question that I hope you all will be asking, because I'm not going to be here, is when 2005, when this was established, immediately the Grand Sierra went through a complete collapse of their property tax payment. So they may, based on what the 2005 assessment was, they've been short of the district for a long time. I don't know, they're up above the base, how much of this they're paying compared to the rest of the district, but they did collapse for a lot of years and argued ways that it is a blighted property and it needs it. But I think also it's a property that has swung tremendously through a lot of different starts and fits. And I think at the end of the day, philosophy,
Okay.
you want to let someone else get their property tax back to them, but many don't.
All right.
No one else.
Listen, Councilman Breckus, I respect a lot of your opinion. Matter of fact, I think you'll remember, you and I were aligned very often when we first sat down in these seats, and very critical of some of the projects that were already put in place and had to be refinancing. Those, deals that were made, you remember back in those days. I think we've been very careful about what it looks like as we move forward. I do hope that at some point you take some wins, because I think you've really, added to a lot of thought in the city. And so I hope you recognize that you've done things too.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Watch your budget hearing today that I was not able to attend.
I wish you were, because you are very good at the budget side.
I'm very afraid for your
Yeah.
future here.
But you're very good at budgets, so I wish you were
And
here.
prioritize your tax dollars is not a way to forward. I'm very afraid for your budget.
So my comment on my motion is that I want to make sure when the information comes back, this is to our staff. I'm not interested in getting into a baseball stadium deal where we end up owing $1 million. Absolutely no. I'm not interested in doing a bowling stadium deal. So that was the baseball. This is the bowling, where we are responsible for roofs and maintenance and investments. No, it has to stand on its own 2 feet. And I also want to know, how long is the study expected to go, just roughly? 6 months, or when should we expect you back?
Depending on the applicant's information submission, to the party, it will be anywhere between 30 and 90 days. So pretty quick turnaround.
And then lastly, I want to make sure the fire station on the Grand Air site, they're giving to us for free to mileage or some minimal amount of money?
We're leasing it from them.
We're leasing it, but I think it's for a low dollar, not sure.
It's for a low.
Okay, so it has to be relocated. There has to be money in this, relocate and rebuild something, not have our staff attend. I'm sorry, it's part of the site. So I just want to make sure it's included and don't say, well, you didn't mention that, so.
Okay, all right, I have a motion, I have a second, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, so just, obviously I wasn't here for the STEM and lots of other things that happened in the city of Reno, but I also want to talk about a little bit of history with the ACES Stadium. That was built, there was a lot of promises that were unfulfilled, one being the fire station was supposed to be built, a transfer of property for the ACES Stadium. Here we are now, however many years later, trying to figure out how to fund the new fire station facility for them. I also am aware that the ACES Stadium didn't pay property taxes for years. I'm sure people are aware by now that my dad is Commissioner Clark. He was a county assessor for a period of time for 2 terms. And he was actually integral getting the ACES Stadium to get paid on their property taxes, getting them to pay current, and it was a big struggle, a big problem for a while. And this is not to say that any of that happened with the GSR, but I think that there's been a lot of examples in the city of Reno of things not going according to plan, a lot of examples of what could go wrong. And in the case of the ACES Stadium, we're still paying $1 million a year. So I'm really leery of actually doing this way.
Okay.
I'm excited for the stadium.
All right.
But,
Okay.
this is a big,
Thank you.
big, kind of almost leap of faith a little bit too. So, just wanna make that statement.
Right, thank you. Okay, I have a motion, and a second, all those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? Motion, Councilwoman, Ebert? Are you opposed, yea or nay?
This is just to have the discussion, right? This is not to do anything.
No commitment
Okay,
whatsoever.
then, okay, yeah.
Okay, so, all those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. I've got to get up and take some Tylenol. Yes, we need to close the RDA.
Okay, Madam, we're on
Clerk.
item F1, comments from the Redevelopment Agency Board.
All right, any comments from any of the redevelopment agency board? Right, seeing that there are none, no, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we're on item H1, closing public comment for the RDA, have none, so I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn.
I have a motion, I have a second, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. And we're now to our regular
You had to
agenda.
get up or do something.
I do need you guys to get up for tenants, I just do. Everyone's got to get up and, we've been sitting here for a very long time, and there's a lot on this agenda, a lot of important Go ahead. Get us back on track, please.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're on item C1 into the record, reconvening at 6:24. Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Ebert are absent at this time.
Hold on a second. What under my?
I think we're starting with the presentation, if you'd like to go first.
All right, just really quick, I want to ask you, do you have public comment on this item? I don't remember if I asked.
Mayor, we do have one public commenter from Tracy Wilson.
Okay. Great. Tracy, come on up. Yeah.
Do you also have a voicemail? Do you also have voicemail that called in? Put the Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Council. The record, my name is Tracy Wilson. I'm the Nevada State Director for American Wildlife Conservation, also an Assistant Supervisor with the Technical Large Animal Rescue Team, which is very busy as of late, and also a volunteer liaison with Wild Horse Action. Title 18 code requirements are much needed, greatly appreciated, and for public and horse safety. Mitigation is something different. There's been no mitigation from this project, even though it has a critical water source. These developments don't happen in a vacuum. There are real-life consequences. 24 horses lost their freedom forever, and that was done with permission from the landowner that they had a choice not to make. This horse right here died at the fence line. She sliced herself up severely in her desperation to get to water, that she'd be euthanized there at the fence line while in the middle of the roundup of the other 24. And then another 30-plus stood at the fence line, slowly dehydrating over the next several days with several collapsing. The PUD application states the intent of this PUD to keep feral horses that are in this area safe free. Clearly, as humans, we've already failed. Actual mitigation for this project would have involved actual conversation about how do we provide alternative water to these animals if we're going to block it off? How do we get them to other water if we can't provide alternative water? How do we help? It would involve truly working together. Instead, I was accused of extortion because I asked for an alternative water source in order to be okay with the project. In the meantime, Wild Horse Connection offered permission for previously requested diversionary feeding for public safety twice in exchange for other things. When we talk about providing water, the NRS 533-503 is being included by the NDA and the developer. It applies to livestock on public land and does not apply to private land with municipal water. Context of the full NRS, including relevant definitions, is everything. There was also a comment sent in from an attorney about that NRS that I encourage you to read. The land that we have been told this has had to be kept out of, here, turn here, does not appear to be part of the Army Corps of Engineers permit, which actually appears to apply to the mitigation channel here next to the creek. Horses have been drinking from Crane Ditch, which runs on here, from the creek itself, which is off. The map from the Army Corps of Engineers and the supporting packet is unreadable. So unless something is distributed that clarifies differently, I have a letter stating that when the fence separating the horses from the creek was moved out of the mitigation area, they met compliance with permit. In 2020, I stood right here and said that horses stand at the fence line and die of thirst. That nearly happened, and it may happen. There are still a couple of horses unaccounted for. At that time, the council denied the PUD amendment due to lack of wildlife and horse access to water, but here we are again. While a PUD already exists, I'm aware, based on the plans for this property and the one thing we all agree on, which is to draw horses away from development, and the fact that Sunny Hills owns a lot of surrounding property, we're asking for an alternative water site, holding tank and trough. Without it, we cannot support this amendment or any other future permits for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I want to open the public hearing, and we can have City Attorney read the bill number.
Okay, thank you. I will now open the public hearing. It has correspondence been given, or any correspondence received, proper notice given?
Proper notice was given, and we did receive correspondence as 16 letters or voicemails, 5 in opposition and 11 of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll send it to our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7278, case number LDC 24-0001, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 PE amendment. The request has been made for an amendment to Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 Plan and Development PE handbook to a reduced amount of non-residential from 170,600 square feet to 170,612 square feet. B, increase the minimum dwelling units from ± 575 units to ± 609 units, and C, modify the allowed land uses, design standards, development standards, and street design standards. The ±7.37 acre size located southeast of the eastern terminus of Meadows Parkway, north of the north terminus of Rio Ranch Parkway, and east Steamboat Creek in the Bellster Ranch UD zoning district. That is located within La Vista Ranch 2 UD zoning district and has a master plan use designated as special planning at SPA Ward 3.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Leah, it's all you.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. For the record, my name is Leah Patty, and I am Associate Planner of the City of Reno Development Services. This evening, I'm presenting an application for the La Vista Ranch Phase 2 PUD amendment. So the site we're talking about here tonight is a 77-acre site, and it's located basically intersection of Rio Wrangler Parkway and South Meadows. There are a few requested amendments to PUD handbook, but basically the request is to reduce the amount of non-residential from 178,000 square feet to 117,000 square feet, to increase the maximum dwelling units from 575 units to 609 units, and to modify the land uses, design standards, development standards, and street design standards to be in current conformance with Reno Municipal Code. Give you a little bit of history on this project. It was originally approved in 2013. When it was approved, you can see there Village A, B, and C in yellow on your screen were created. Villages A and B were residentially designated. Village C was designated for non-residential or commercial uses. At that time, the adjacent uses were a shooting range next to the non-residential area and a gravel pit next to the residential. What has changed now is that we now have different uses adjacent. So the gravel pit is gone, the shooting range is gone. Where the gravel pit was has now been replaced by Alice Valley, and this is being currently developed, single-family residential. And the area where the gun club shooting range was is Damani Ranch, which is mixed residential or something like neighborhood commercial in our zoning district, in that it could be developed with residential uses or neighborhood commercial uses. What the applicant is proposing to amend is to get rid of those three villages and to replace them with two land use designations. The one you see in pink on your screen is suburban mixed use, and the one in orange is mixed neighborhood. The applicant has proposed to move the residential area from the north of the site down to the south of the site to be adjacent to mixed residential zoning now that the gun club is gone. And the suburban mixed-use area will consist probably of residential and commercial uses. That northern portion there, right at the intersection of South Meadows Parkway and Rio Wrangler, will be designated 5 acres of non-residential. So again, today's proposal, the 2024 proposal, would be for 107,000 square feet of non-residential and 109 dwelling units, which is 34 units more than what was previously approved. So, and this is a 34% reduction in commercial square footage and just shy of 6% increase in residential. Now, one of the reasons for this is that Taos Valley has been approved, and approximately 500 feet to the northwest of this project is 123 acres of what is supposed to be commercial development. So, in terms of zoning, we want to move the commercial portions of La Vista Phase 2 to the portion of the site that Taos Valley is going to have adjacent commercial, and move those residential uses down to where we see future residential. So some of the updates to the handbook and the development standards include that the height of the buildings was allowed to be 45 feet. It has been reduced to 35 feet. The setback was 20 feet. It's now proposed to be 3 feet or 20 feet, which is consistent with Reno Municipal Code. Minimum lot size was 30 feet width. They have asked to reduce that and make it none. FAR, the floor area ratio, was 0.5%. They are proposing to remove that ratio, although I do have to point out that if whole 5 acres is developed with 117,000 square feet of commercial, you would get an FAR of a 0.25, so it won't exceed that. The Feral Horse Protection Plan has been updated to be in compliance with Nevada revised statutes and no municipal code. In 2018, you heard a proposal for amendments to this PUD that was ultimately denied. And one of the concerns in 2019 is that Reno Municipal Code at that time did not have a feral horse management plan. So since that time, staff was directed to add that to code. So staff worked with the state and I believe with Wild Horse Connection to come up with standards in our code that now apply to all developments that are in an area where feral horse roam. The feral horse protection plan has been added to this is the same plan that is in Reno Municipal Code. It is the same plan that was applied to Taos Valley not that long ago. It is the same plan that was applied to the canyons. Also, landscaping signage and architectural standards have been removed and now just default to a municipal code, which staff appreciates. Regarding master plan policies, there are several master plan policies that apply to this site, and I can go through each one of them, but basically, we're looking at an environmentally sensitive area. We want to promote the protection and conservation of significant wildlife habitats, slopes, streams, drainageway environments for the purpose of wildlife survival. We want to maintain and improve habitats for flora and fauna and facilitate wildlife movement. We want to identify, prioritize, and protect open space land and areas that provide wildlife habitat, including prime plant communities found in the area and corridors connecting large open space areas, especially those that could be used for migration. Wildlife corridors, to the extent possible, new development should protect and serve wildlife areas and significant wildlife habitats and other environmentally significant events necessary for wildlife habitat, movement, or reproduction. And then down on the bottom, we have a couple implementation strategies from our master plan. And basically, that says to refer development applications that may impact threatened or endangered species to the appropriate agencies for review comment. And our master plan specifically calls out Nevada Department of Wildlife as our partner agency on that. So when staff looked at the master plan policy, we determined that 46% of this 77-acre site is going to be dedicated to open space, wetlands, trails, and a 4-acre park. The wetlands you saw there on the map, it's about 27 acres of it, is protected under the 404 federal wetlands permit. That will continue to provide a wildlife habitat. It is currently used for migration, movement, and reproduction, and will continue to do so. There is a major drainage way on site that is so severely disturbed that we're not exactly sure where it is, but the plan is that the applicant is going to locate that major drainage way and improve it, and will provide for wildlife corridor once it is improved. Also, the Nevada Department of Wildlife reviewed this application and they provided comments. They show that raptors were the only sensitive species in the area. And if you go back and you look at the original handbook, some of the appendix that were in there, they go through and look at nesting sites and pick those sites, flagged sites. So overall, the planned unit development recommended findings are on board. Staff analysis determined that the amendment is consistent with the original objectives of the PUD. It is expanding housing options consistent with surrounding uses in the area. On-site commercial in the adjacent PUD will provide a balance. There's no changes proposed to the amount of open space. There's no changes out to public services, light air amenities, recreation, or visual enjoyment. That's all staying the same. As for compatibility, the amendment actually improves compatibility by moving the residential section down to the south and the commercial section to the north. It also addresses a unique situation because that original PUD was approved 11 years ago. And as we all know, things in that area 11 years ago are much different than they are today. So staff's analysis determined that the amendment addresses the changes over the past 11 years. Those also include our changes in policy, our master plan, and our changes in Reno Municipal Code. It does improve the compatibility within the master plan, and it provides a public benefit by providing additional housing, parks, trails, and preservation of that land. Overall, I just want to say that staff perspective on this request is fairly straightforward. This is to revise the standards in this handbook based on surrounding uses that have changed over the past 11 years. The wetlands are federally regulated, so they will not be affected. The applicant and the handbook are following a revised statute and Reno Municipal Code regarding all protection on the horse. Commercial is being to the northern portion of the site because that's a major intersection, an arterial and a collector, and the previous area is now surrounded by residential. Additionally, there's 120 acres designated as mixed use or commercial use, about 500 feet from the northern portion of this development. Additionally, the overall density is being reduced. Previous approval allowed for 575 homes on 19 acres, which amounts to about 30 dwelling units per acre. This amendment would allow for 609 homes on 27 acres, which reduces dwelling units per acre to about 20 dwelling units. And development standards that were removed now default to Reno Municipal Code. Staff sees this as appropriate, also a major improvement. Recommended motion on the board, and I available for questions, and the applicant also a presentation.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I think we should have the applicant come in. Then we'll ask questions.
Thank you, Mayor, council members for the word. Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. Staff did a fantastic job of giving you an overview of this, and so a lot of presentation is going to be a little redundant, but just really meant to emphasize the high points of this proposal. As mentioned, property is located essentially what will be the intersection of Meadows Parkway and Wrangler, so arterial streets. Some of the background, there's been a lot of changes. You heard it from staff, and you'll hear it from us too. Since the original approval of this, obviously a lot of development has occurred to the west and to the south. Most notably, what occurred is the construction of Veterans Parkway, major TC and public investment into our community. Plus Valley was approved, has started construction on their adjacent villages. Village 26 is directly adjacent to us, just to the north east there. That includes extension of South Meadows Parkway and half the construction of Rio Wrangler to the south. Ultimately, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 would complete that construction to connect to the existing terminus on the end of the property. Bella Vista Ranch Phase 1 has been completed construction. As part of that, they constructed the Steamboat Creek restoration. They have the approved before permit. The wetland protection included this property, as well as a flood storage basin constructed. And as staff mentioned, one major change that's happened is when it was originally contemplated, there was a gun club. The Steel Gun Club was directly adjacent to the southeast quadrant of the site. That's obviously gone, so that's a major change that is being reflected in this new proposal. As staff mentioned, the old plan had Village C in your bottom left. The original plan, Village C was commercial on Rio Wrangler mid-block, and that didn't really make a lot of sense, but was done at time because of the proximity to the gun club. Looking at it in the context and kind of contemporary planning practice, commercial like that makes a lot more sense at an intersection, especially an intersection of arterials, South Meadows and Rio Wrangler. So we're proposing really it's just a swapping of land uses, moving that commercial from the south up to the north, and vice versa, flopping the residential from the north to the south. The change then that you get the amount of potential square footage or potential residential units, those are obviously the maximums and they can come in under that. There's a reduction in non-residential or commercial footage by about 60,000 square feet and a slight increase in the residential 34 units. Additionally, staff mentioned we've had to modernize this to align with your new zone code is in context of uses. Yes, we have some mixed use as an underlying zoning there, but we didn't use the full breadth of the suburban use that's in your zone code. We heavily modified that to be appropriate to the place, and as staff mentioned, some of those would be like the building height, things like that. So it's appropriate for this location. Design development standards, such as building height and the street design standards to not only be reflect the current standard in the city of Reno, but also what's been approved around us. This is just a comparison of this project. We're digging a little deeper. There's no change in the wetlands or flood storage. There's essentially major wetlands area 1, is the big green blob there in the center of the site. That remains unchanged. We've updated the design standards to really just defer to current code. And then we also prepared a new traffic study. The old one was several years old, more than a decade old, so we updated that. Really the outcome of the traffic study is it's essentially a wash, just the swapping of uses and things like that. The changes really don't result in any major traffic recommended changes. You will hear, and you heard from staff about horse mitigation. We are following Reno Municipal Code, and frankly, it's really still in line with what was originally proposed, the original PUD. Those include fencing prior to construction, which property has been fenced. It was fenced because construction commencing on Alice Valley project north of us. They have an extent of water infrastructure, water most namely, but infrastructure south, emergency access road along that Rio Wrangler corridor. So we were following the city rules and regulations with respect to that, and the property had to be fenced to comply. We then maintain a permanent fence along the boundary. 404 permit then requires fencing around the wetlands to provide access from, I say they're large ones, but I believe it's expressed as nuisance mammals in the 404 permit. Some additional context here, and this is no surprise to the council, you have approved funds to construct a fencing project this summer. I drove actually just this morning, saw the fence posts out along Veterans Parkway, waiting, kind of starting to string the wires. There's a couple things that are sort of in the mix with respect to our project. One in particular, there was a cattle yard that was going to be proposed at the end of Rio Wrangler, obviously because the property is now that's not required. And then the major improvement really is the city adjusting fencing along Steep Creek adjacent to BLM land, which is more appropriate for the access of those horses to get into a large stretch of Steamboat Creek there to access water. Just an overview, trying to sum this up. Yes, it's a reduction in the non-residential from 178,000 to just over 117,000 square feet. Just a slight increase in residential units from 575 to 609 units. And again, not change the densities or anything like that. Really, it's just the acreages are a little different. And we swapped the land uses from the south. So that's what's reflective there. Modifying the allowed land uses to be, again, reflective of code standards as well as design standards, development standards, and street standards. And with that, myself, Garrett Gordon, are here, representing the applicant and happy to answer any question you may have.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. By the way, very good job. I know it's not easy to get up here. Councilwoman Bress, go ahead.
I don't have anything. It's not my ward.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez, anything?
Nothing for me at the moment.
Thank you. Councilwoman Taylor? Councilman Ray?
Nothing.
Councilman Dewar, go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering, Casey, could you bring that map that you showed on the overhead, I think, and the one or different map from Wood Rogers? Could you point out to where these wetlands that are mitigation wetlands versus wetlands in general?
Get my presentation back up.
Could you bring that map because you had
It's in my presentation. I can bring it up.
Okay.
Here we go. That's a great one. So the wetlands 404 permit was part of a broader Bella Vista approval. So Vista 1 was the subdivision, Poliquitas Elementary, just to the west there on the left side of your screen.
Do you use the pointer or something?
Can I use the pointer? Oh.
There you go.
Yep. This is Bella Vista Phase 1. As part of that, all of the properties were included, Vista 1 and Bella 2. It included the realignment of Steamboat Creek, which is
So
here.
can you point out Steam Creek, please? Oh.
This is Steamboat Creek.
I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, there you are. Okay.
This was alignment of Steamboat Creek.
So that's been completed.
That's been completed. It also identified wetland areas here and here. Those wetland areas were identified in 404 permit and are part and parcel to those.
Where's the mitigation wetland?
These are all protected wetlands.
Well, that's not what I'm
There was
asking.
mitigation
You
that
have
was
a
done.
404 permit? I'm just wondering what's in there.
There was mitigation that done in the channel itself of Steamboat Creek. These were identified as existing wetlands to be preserved.
Okay, and then the channel, it sounds like where the horse have been drinking is to the east. There's a drainage or irrigation ditch, I think.
Channel, yes, the channel that the horses had previously been accessing was not Steamboat Creek. They were not, that is, Steamboat Creek has been fenced, that's not, and for many, many years. So it is essentially the outfall from the Damani Ranch Pond here, and it's irrigation canal that goes up and around and then dives back into Steamboat Creek.
So my question is, you made a comment that the mitigation was completed, and you made a comment that horses or large mammals, you call it, were not allowed. Is that, I didn't see that anywhere in all the materials. We had over 600 pages, and I read actually all of them. I didn't see it anywhere.
There were a couple conditions that were part of the 404 permit that required, one, access for humans. They didn't want humans getting to the wetlands. There was also a condition to maintain fencing so that nuisance mammals, I think is how
Okay,
it.
didn't see that, but do you provide that to the city so we have that in our records?
I think we have, but yeah, of course. we
The
provided
other
it.
question I had is, you, in your 2013 permit, you had watering conditions that you put in the PUD. And Madam, do you want me to continue? Or okay. You crossed them out for this version. What I'm concerned about is that in 2019, 18 or 19, when you came back in, you had pretty much the same proposal here, but the council denied it almost unanimously because the prior people would not make a commitment to wild horses. I met with a developer and the developer's representative, I think probably at least 4 times, and I think the wild horse folks met more, and they come up with 4 watering areas. I remember Wild Horse Connection said, you know what, I think we can do it with just 3. And the applicant, when they came here, they reneged on that, and they said none. And so the council denied that application. I'm supportive of what you want to do, moving your area, increasing your residential, all of that. But I'm concerned that you have deleted out of your permit the conditions, and these are in 2013. Mayor Shivi was on, Councilmember Breckus was on, Oscar Delgado and Neo Majority were all on. That was their first year. And I was here and we hadn't done master plan yet. But what it said was access to water Steamboat Creek be maintained to the north of the project. And it said the area north of South Meadows Parkway along the flood control easement will be to provide a corridor for horses to access Steamboat Creek. That's what you committed on. Additional 300 feet may be obtained from Butter Ranch. So there was an anticipation that you would negotiate with a neighbor to obtain more. And it says that master developer should be providing the corridor. And then it's finally that if it doesn't work out, you can come up with alternate locations to replace water access, and they'll be reviewed future development approvals. And what I'm concerned about is this being deleted from a permit that was approved in 2018 before we had a Tracy and Naomi wildlife master plan. And I'd like to see this stay in, either as it is, to be worked out with staff because it provides the words alternative locations, or it doesn't work out. I mean, I'm amenable, or the council would be to have a mitigation fund, but you are required, according to our staff, to create a, can you confirm this, I guess, our staff, create a, you say, corridor for wildlife in the drainage district. You said that's in the project. I didn't see that, so.
You point that out.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe it's on a map.
Enough of them, we're move on, just
Yeah,
because
I'm
we're
done.
3 over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, this is zoning, and when the applicant comes in for actual development plan, whether that's tentative map or whatever, that major drainage, we're going to require a major site plan review, which is a full public hearing process and will be heard by planning commission. Once that comes in, we'll figure out the logistics of that from a wildlife corridor, but it is in my staff report that wildlife corridor is going to exist within that.
And the idea of the corridor is to go to some place that has water or something?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the wildlife corridor, the problem is that even if we created that major drainage way, it's going to deposit into what's going to be the most residential neighborhood of my ranch. So,
Well, on your map, it would going to this niche, this irrigation district that I guess has a name. Anyway, I'll need my time now, and I
right.
just want to go on record, though, that I think that you should retain these conditions either as is or modified, or to move forward.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Ma'am, sorry. Madam
Yes,
Mayor,
go ahead.
There were some questions there.
Yeah.
Do you want me to answer those, or I can? wait
If you
for
want
Councilwoman
to,
Dewar?
or do you like me to just, it's up to you.
It's up to you.
Okay, please, go ahead.
So just to address Councilwoman Dewar's questions, yes, in the 2003 version, and keep in mind, the original Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2, I think was only approved in like 2006. I think it was amended in 2013. So this was part of that. What's on the screen now is actually your website. This is the current version that we're amending. And so there was a water access area that was identified on the north side of South Meadows Parkway. I'll note, please note, all the fencing that's put out. This fencing here around the wetlands area, the fencing around the perimeter, that was all contemplated at that time, right? And to keep the horses out of that area. And so they were going to have this water access area to the north. What kind of, stated, what staff stated, the major changes in this area, most notably, Burns Parkway was constructed. That area to the north there that's called out as water access area is currently your Burns Parkway right of way. So that area, as part of the construction, it was also fenced and does not allow for the access of horses or people for that matter into that area. So that's a major change that occurred during the time. And I would refer you back to kind of my presentation. You guys have kind of taken lead, we feel is appropriate as the governmental agency to identify areas where you have control to allow these uses to water, which is at the BLM, where BLM land is to the north, in the project that you were doing. It's currently construction to allow them access. If you like more flavor on horse access, water and water rights and private property, I'll defer to Ms. Gordon.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm sure this will go to possibly applicant. There was a shooting range out there at one point, correct? And what is going to be happening with the area that was a shooting range, land specifically?
Sure. Andy Durling for the record. The gun club, the Chill Gun Club was not on this property, it was adjacent. So, can you mouse, right? The big pointer. It was in the area where the pointer is now.
Okay.
That's been under reclamation for many years now. It's the Damani family owns it and is going through kind of cleaning it up.
Okay, because that was going to be my next question is, I presume that there's a lot of lag from shooting out there. If there's going to be any kind of cleanup for the area, I'm not sure what direction would be shooting. I'm just curious, and there's an outdoor shooting range.
There's no more shooting. Shooting has stopped for
Yeah.
probably more than a decade now.
Yeah.
Yes, there's been remediation going on to clean that up. But again, not on, it was never on his property specifically.
Okay.
It was just next to.
So there's no contamination from people shooting over into your project site?
No, and actually, we submitted a staff, we had done quite a bit of sampling out here.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably have questions, but not ready right now. If anybody's going.
All right, Councilwoman Beckett, back at you. Okay, Council Martinez. Because it's ward, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right on the southeast
Is it?
corner,
Yeah.
I believe, right?
It's you.
Yeah.
Right over the line.
Okay, I
It's
thought
just
so.
on
I'm
the
getting
other
much
side.
better at figuring out where Where is everything moving?
Yeah, I'm
Or
looking
mo-
at it right now, just to
Okay.
check, and it looks like it is.
All right, Councilman Taylor. Councilman Reed. Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. To follow up on my thought, you said that the world has changed, and I can't see now, so I'd love to be able to see you. You said that the world changed, and these things have to do now. Land changed hands, or the Veterans Parkway was built, but it still does not take away from the council and your predecessors' plan to provide water for horses. And I think there is a way physically to do it, like it is feasible. I don't know that it's feasible, but it does not, because it's hard, doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be done. We saw this summer when the horses were rinsed out of the water that with testimony one died. We had I saw some even when they moved to the new water area that took them about a week to recover. They laid on the ground, not able to recover. So it was anticipation by previous council that you address this. This is the last remaining water. Our project doesn't relate to your project. We're not mitigation for your project. We're not creating something for your project. We're creating something to add to the watering areas. So I think it's incredibly important. I have a brochure right here from NDA that says, it is, and I sent this to council, can I supply horses water? Watering horses is legal under NRS. However, the EA recommends not watering horses in urban areas and major roads, so I totally respect that. That's why I say there's another way. And I will just, since you stood up, Mr. Gordon, we worked together on a project down South Reno. That was the Ormat General Plant. And the requirement at the city to plant X amount of trees, and you said, well, the trees won't be seen, they're in a bowl, they may not live, and they're not really providing the kind of mitigation that one would want. And so we agreed to take funds from you for a tree fund. Because you said, we understand what the law, ordinance are, it doesn't make sense to do it, and we like to handle it a different way. And so I want to say that I'm very open to something like that, where we would potentially, this is an offer, potentially what you yourself kind of pioneered on that other project, which is to contribute to us. Finally, there's often said that somehow it's illegal to wear horses, even though the NDA says it isn't. And there is a statute that talks about not holding water rights. And I was in the room when I was a water planner, and that was passed in 1995. And the point of it was they didn't want federal government to own water rights. Federal government owns a lot of land. And so they passed a statute that said that in order to own the water right, you had to own the horses. It had to be federal land. It had to be a federal horse permit, a grazing permit. In Reno, we don't have federal land. We don't have, we have bits and pieces in the area we're talking about. We don't have federal land. We don't have federal grazing permits. And the permittee, Tamwa, is allowed to put water to use under their permit. So I understand you've made the argument before. You've been here before. But I wanted to tell you, I think it's a misconstruction of that statute, which has definitions and specifically speak to federal things. So I'd like to see this either remain as it is or be rewarded, and I have a simple wording if you would like. So thank you.
May I respond, Madam Mayor?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
So I believe everything you said completely states the law. And I've worked with you for 3 years on this, and I have showed you these memorandums from the Department of Agriculture that clearly state that these horses are livestock, and that you cannot water livestock unless you own, possess, or manage them. And why? Because you can't own, possess, or manage livestock and water them without a water right permit. This is a memo, City of Reno memo, that I've shared with you many times and have respectfully said, if the memo's ever rescinded, it's ever amended, if it's ever changed, I'll be the first person to come talk to you. But this is still the quote-unquote law in the books, which clearly says, while there is no such prohibition against watering feral and stray animals incidentally, providing regular water sources for livestock requires a water right and permits issued by the state engineer. Nevada law prohibits, right? The word prohibits means, in my mind, that means absolutely not. You can't do it. Prohibits the state engineer from issuing any such permit unless the person seeking the permit is legally entitled to put the livestock on the land in question. The state owns these horses. Wild Horse Action has an interlocal agreement with the state to manage the horses. Sunny Hill's my client, or I think we'll post it on Facebook somehow. I personally, Garrett Gordon, own the horses. I not. My client Sunny Hills does. They do not, in fact, own the livestock, and therefore don't own, lease, and otherwise legally possess the livestock. So it's crystal clear law, Councilman Dewar, and I've been on the property, at least, I would say, 6 times in the last 2 years. We even fenced the property pursuant to I say yours, you've taken credit for it, over and over and over, a feral horse management plan, a fencing plan, a contiguous horse fencing with no gaps, which horse may enter the property in accordance with NRS. Perimeter fencing shall be maintained by the developer during construction. It's your own law that requires us to put a fence around the property contiguous with no gaps. I met with you on site. You asked, well, let's keep a gap open until your ARPA funds were approved, open up some additional watering. We did that. You said you needed 30 days. We waited 30 days. You said you needed 60 days. We waited 6 days. I think we waited a little 90 days to work with the city. And Madam Mayor specifically told us she didn't see any more development up in Virginia Highlands until there was a federal horse mitigation on the books.
I said that.
This has not gone anywhere until this came on the books. And Madam Mayor, this has been incorporated into the handbook at your request years ago that you wanted the law on the books of how these are managed. So we're following state law. We're following your own code. Old handbook referencing that Ann just showed fencing wetlands, because it's a 404 wetlands permit, right? You can't bring in mammals. It says that. You can't bring invasive species.
I just want to ask you, Garrett, really quick. So why did, so this is the NDA, the Nevada Department of Ag, right here.
What I'm showing you here, Reno City Code.
Yeah, but let me ask this, is that different than the Department of Ag? Because it says, can I supply them water? Watering horses is legal for NRS. So, and then it says, however, the NDA recommends not watering horses in or near urban areas or roads or out of concern for public safety. And that is also really, I mean, it just pulls at your heartstrings because you're like, we want to water them, but at the same time, are we putting people in jeopardy of that public safety aspect, right? Here's the thing. The horses have been challenging, and I don't understand why. Because Leah, I want to understand, according to this, you put everything in there that was asked from City Council, from Councilwoman Stewart, and I stopped everything, said, hey, this is what has to be in there, correct? Correct. Okay, that is the most important thing, because we gave you direction, and you followed that direction. Am I right? I just want to understand this, because I think it's important that we are following exactly what it was so important to make sure we're working with Tracy. Tracy was there. He also helped us. Am I right, Councilwoman?
I'm not really sure which time frame speaking. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
If you can just refresh me, was it the 2019 or was it the daybreak? The 2019 was the Bella Vista, maybe it was the daybreak.
Yeah, I mean, we've had several.
Yeah.
But we asked specifically, do not come in with a product unless it meets this criteria. So I'm just going to ask you, please tell me it meets the criteria, because we want to protect the horses.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Leah Picotti for record. Yes, it meets all the criteria in Reno Municipal Code. And going back to 2019, when similar request was heard, the two things that the council asked staff was they wanted a third-party mercury testing, which was in about 2020. That was
I
completed.
remember that.
Yeah. And then the second thing was that they didn't see it until we had a standard in place of how to deal with these feral horses on these projects. So we created that standard.
Yeah.
All of PUDs have adopted the same standard, and the same standard that Test Valley and the Canyons have adopted, Bella Vista now adding to the book as
So,
requested
Leah,
by staff.
The question is, though, that everybody knows, and in fact, Angela's working with Horse Connection to amend the fencing. This is fencing to keep horses out of roads. It doesn't, most of the developments that you're mentioning don't have water, don't have a requirement in the existing PUD to do the thing. This, that PUDs that are done before, at the least this time, that were done before statute change or ordinance change, we go with PUD. This is what's in the PUD. I am not asking you to do anything illegal. Our watering area, we don't need any permits from the state engineer. Animals are allowed to from creeks, all animals. Since then, we also adopted wildlife criteria you showed up on your screen. And those are the master plan that I cannot meet because I don't see where wildlife, you're giving a question as to whether this corridor is going to be built or exist. So I'm just sharing, I don't think every project's different, all land is situated differently, and you can't just flow a law to the nth degree and then kill the very things that it's designed to help.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dorr.
It's inconsistent.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay.
However, In 2019, one of the reasons the language was modified was at the advice of our legal staff. So if you go back and you watch the 2019 meeting, there's a whole discussion on the fact that that language is being removed because our legal staff didn't want watering horses in the PUD handbook, and they asked that the developer at that time, in agreement with Wild Horse Connection, and that agreement be outside of this PUD handbook.
Well, I've never heard that, I'm sorry.
It's discussed thoroughly in the 2019 hearing.
Okay, so we voted to deny it because they didn't provide the water. It was very clear.
Yeah.
I mean, was it clear?
It was voted to denied for two reasons. One is it had been stretched out beyond the 45-day deadline, so they couldn't continue it, so the developer continued to work with Wild Horse Connection on that outside agreement. That's why it was denied. So the water, and it was also denied because we didn't have a standard in place for what to do with these feral horses.
And now we do?
And now we do.
Okay, which is what we asked you to do.
Exactly.
Okay, I got to move on. Councilwoman Dorr, you and I are 10 minutes. All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Burt, take it away.
Just make sure I understand everything that just happened there. It was kind of a lot. So there was original condition put into the PUD that said there had to be watering of the horses. It was removed in 2018, 2019 due to, it was recommended to be removed by the city attorney's office. Okay, was it ever officially removed or just recommended to be removed?
Thank you, Councilwoman. This is Leah Picotti again for the record. It's recommended to be removed, but that PUD amendment was ultimately denied.
Okay. So
Although it was part of a large PUD amendment.
Okay. So it is currently still in the PUD now?
Correct.
Okay, so part of the requested change is to take that out, accommodation for the horses. And Mr. Gordon is saying that we're not legally allowed to water the horses, so it should be removed. Is that understanding that correctly?
I can let Mr. Gordon answer that question, but I can tell you that from staff's perspective and from the 2019 meeting, we want the city attorney advise that the language regarding water horses not be a PUD handbook, because if it's in PUD handbook, it's essentially zone code, and then it's enforceable by us. If we're creating an agreement with this PUD handbook to water, and there's some gray area out there about whether or not we can water the horses and who's responsible for it and where it can be done, and especially with it, what's going to be an urban area, they want that to be taken out. So in 2019, what council directed was that the developer work with the Wild Horse Connection, some sort of agreement separate from the PUD handbook and not have in the PUD handbook at all. And that it just go with whatever the standards for fencing were at that time. Since then, it's been updated. We now have standards on that, and this is what they've added to today's class.
Separate agreement?
Let me see. Let me make this very simple, Councilwoman Niebuhr. I know it's a lot of moving parts. So 3 points. Up on screen, current handbook. Wetlands, fenced. Area is fenced right here. Our property shows it's fenced. Water access area that Councilmember Durr is referring to. Not part of this project, not land that we owned, not land we own, that is currently City of Reno Veterans right-of-way. So that's coming out because it can't be watered there. We can't water there, that's your land now. So number one, no watering being done on your property. We're carving out our property, easy. 2, you can't require watering on land because it's one thing, but 2, it's direct contravention of your requirement of us to fence our land. Your fair horse requirement, say fence your land, fence the horses out. That's what we're doing. That's what the mayor required us not do anything until that was caught. 2. Number 3, we can't go provide water someplace else on the hillside because of the Department of Ag requirement that we need a water rate permit, and we're not gonna get a water rate permit because we don't own the livestock.
And has there been an agreement made with, what was the other agency?
With Wild Horse Connection?
Yeah.
No.
Has there been any discussions with that at all?
There has not. And for the record, all these prior amendments and developers, that was a prior owner, prior consult group. My client, Sunny Hills, purchased this property in about 2020, 2021. We were involved in all that prior amendments. This is new to us and new to a very straightforward amendment given the change conditions in the area.
Okay, have you spoken to the Nevada Department of Agriculture or anybody regarding horses at all?
Absolutely. They own the horses, and they want those horses out of our property because they're being constructed as we speak. Lennar is building a bridge over the creek. Lennar is extending South Meadows Parkway over the creek. Lennar is building Joe Wrangler Parkway. A Tumwa water line is going in. There's a huge trench going in to this area. Department of Ag says horses are going to walk and die. They're going to fall into these trenches as they get to federally regulated wetlands. This is why your colleague to your right had advocating for other fencing areas, and you spent significant ARPA funds to move them to public lands to water them, not the middle, a major infrastructure project. If you go out there today, your car will come up halfway up higher of the construction equipment that's going on. Horses have no chance. So along with saying Department of Ag absolutely supports fencing, supports our fencing standards, and supports keeping the horses safe away from development.
Okay, so is there, I presume there's no water where the fencing is, keep them away from the construction. Is there a plan to move the horse or anything? Because here's like, I can't be okay with just fencing him to keep him away from the equipment, also fencing him away from water so they just die of thirst. Like, is there a plan to remove from the area, or?
I think that's for Steamboat, right?
So that's your ARPA funds that you just spent,
Yeah.
I don't know, $300 on, is to move your fencing.
500,000.
Yeah.
Move your fencing up north, where there's land, federally owned land, BLM, away from a construction site and development for water. And as I mentioned with
the horses that are there now.
there's no horses there. They've all been moved out. There are no horses on our site today. They've been fenced out. They're safe. And we could work with the Department of Ag and with the Horse Connection for a period of time. There's emails supporting this. Help them get up this uphill and up to the new water source. And I even volunteered on behalf of my client, if they need easements or licenses to go up our property to get up to the new water source, no problem. I even offered to do, as they call it, I forget what they call it, but kind of stayed in hay, move up, and go up to the new water source. We offer that. Been very accommodating.
Can you show me a map where, well, it's up here, where the PUD set the acts need to be for the water?
Oh, yeah. Here, which is now City of Reno property, because now, as you can see, when this was approved, Veterans Parkway dead end in South Meadows. This thing now goes all the way up I-80. This water access area is now like right away for Veterans Parkway, owned by the City of Reno. So you guys are free to go tap there if you want, but you've identified other locations where watering is appropriate. Again, look at this 2000, what it was, 9 handbook, where it shows the wetlands and the property is fenced. Because you don't want mammals in federally regulated wetlands, because they're you don't want manure in the wetland, you don't want invasive species in the wetlands. It's a criminal, it's like throwing civil penalties to violate your 404 permit, to damage your wetlands. So that's why they should always be fenced, and your code requires them to be fenced.
Yeah, so I have another question. It's not just about horses. So we have other large mammals. We have deer and coyotes, things like that. Is there any requirement that those type of animals have access to water? Because they'd be considered native to the area.
In our mitigation plan, it says humans and mammals, which are the same, but it says both, should be kept out of the wetlands. So,
Should be kept out of
and
wetlands.
nuisance mammals. So mammals that are in there bringing in invasive species, like sitting in there for days, going to the bathroom and adding nitrates to wetland, right? I mean, it's a problem to have horses sit there for days in
I'm
wetlands.
talking about.
Okay, Councilwoman, I'm gonna move on. Sorry, we're over time.
I get in the weeds.
So here's just, I want to reiterate, and if I'm right, or maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. This is very confusing. And I absolutely, I mean, you're a huge animal lover, I'm an animal lover, you're an animal lover, you're an animal lover, you're not. So we are, right? It's very confusing to hear, and I understand, like, hey, don't feed them because then they get reliant on this, and then it causes a lot of problems integrating neighborhoods and all these things, right? So then, like, ooh, how do you do that? And then you have to move them. It's very complicated, and I don't know in my heart of hearts what is right and wrong, because you hear two sides of the story. That is just how it goes. Of one side that believes in something over here, and one side that believes in something over here. Completely different. However, I think they both sides care, I do. But at this project today, if I think I understand well, right now you have no horses on your land.
Correct.
Okay, all right, no horses on your, so that's important. So watering, are you saying watering is not going to be a thing because you do not have horses on your land?
No horses on our land, pursuant to Reno Feral Horse Fence Plan we comply with. We've fenced our property to protect them from the construction
And
activities.
I also heard you say there is watering at Steamboat, or you're leaving it open.
There's water, water up down the corridor, including the ARPA funds that you just spent to create a new watering hole. And I have pictures showing horses looking out of that watering hole. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and I get very frustrated because we have been committed. Naomi has worked super hard on this. I know you guys have worked super hard on this, right? So I get very frustrated. We've invested, and also have other people saying, hey, it's not your jurisdiction, it's LM, it's state, and it's really, really tough to navigate. I can see where it's gotten very, very challenging. It's very hard to understand. I appreciate, all the background and history, but it really is, one side has a different opinion than the other side is what it really comes down to. However, what I'd say is this 100 times better than where we were a long time ago, Leah, correct? That was really important. I have to commend Councilwoman Dewar. You were the one that really sort of paved the way on those requirements. I appreciate you doing that. That was really big, and we were sort of in shock why it hadn't happened before, and because of you and your effort, that's really
still in it.
remarkable.
I'm sorry, but.
Well, no,
The fencing is there, and that's but the fencing.
the requirements, Lee said the requirement in there we asked of when we put that in place, correctly?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Record, Picotti, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Great, thank you. Okay, we are actually done, and we've actually done like 3 rounds based on the time. So yes, it's your word, Councilman, so I'm going to let you make the motion.
So much, Madam Mayor. Before, I just have one quick question for our attorneys and just ensuring that the removal of that section is still your stance. It's your recommendation to remove that from PUD handbook.
Correct.
Okay, based upon compliance with applicable findings, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer the bill for a second reading and adoption.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second discussion.
Yeah.
Can I ask our city attorneys, why is that recommendation? Can you put that on the record?
I mean,
Because I don't understand.
I think a lot of what, the testimony we've heard tonight, we agree with, namely that, do not have the rights to that livestock, and we can require a third-party water, feral livestock when it's in violation of state law. So the memo that was written in 2020 still opinion of this office as far as I know, so.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so few issues like the horse issue really demonstrate the last 12 years poor planning by the city council. And it's developer-driven, consultants come up with whoever's entitled to some land, want it this way, very piecemeal, putting us in a desperate situation of having to come up with infrastructure plans, and also a lot of disturbing carnage of horses. And so, and then people come up, you have the right to do this, you don't have a legal basis, but you know what basis we do have? We have the basis to correct some mistakes we've made. I remember when the first Bella Vista came through. It was very much when the economy was starting to turn for the Great Recession. They really struggle with because it is very tough land. It is in the bowl, okay? So they came through and we went with it. But then, tell us whatever daybreak, and then other things up the hill came in. And all along the way, we could have done what we said in master plan, which is do area planning and come up, just like DeMonte Ranch did. They knew they had a major issue of mitigation of the drainage ditches and came up with a drainage plan, assessed everyone within there for drainage management. We could have done that, or of course, we could have looked at some of the sensitive areas and said, you know what? Under the land that we just annexed, you're 1 lot per 40 acres because it is so sensitive. So you're at 1 acre for one house for 40 acres in this rural subset of, tough land in the valley. We do a lot of things, but here we are sitting with land that has had development grants that we've given, it's 2005, going on 20 years. And they come here and act like they have the upper hand to tell us how it's going to be. No. You know what? We say, we're going to hold on this. You've got your entitlement, go with it. If you can't go with it, and come back in a day for a better entitlement. And maybe the council has taken a systemic approach to plan for this issue that does seem to be solved. We just went on about all the infrastructure going in and the horses were about to die. Well, great. What you want is going to stand with what you have right now, and you can do it. Right? If you can't, you can't, but we'll see another day. Time and time again, council has been in the back to the wall in allowing them to come in and tell you how they're going to have it and get increased density, putting on the public this problem, which is emotionally devastating to so many people there. I don't go down there much, but it really struck me in the last couple of years how many people even move to see these horses and how they're hell. Okay, so no, you got your entitlement, you live with it. Build. Right? If you can't, we will see you or some other property owner another day. They have a replan, and they're not to sit up here and tell the council, what they need to do and should be doing, and run the show.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Right.
No.
Thanks. Councilman, Or did you, no? No? No. Okay, all right, go ahead. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Obviously, this is really complex, there's a lot going on, but I'm gonna also be a no on this motion because I do think it's important to support the Ps that we put in place and support council has said, and follow through on things, and I fully have a solution for this, but I think that we need to follow through on things that we put in the original UD.
And I'm very torn, because what happens if we have horses that fall in the big, what are they called? They're big craters. Yeah. And what happened with that? But here's the only reason I am is because you're telling me there are no horses there, and that's if there are no horses in there at this time will not be, correct? Period. So would lose horses then? No? Okay, so I want to be sure. Moving forward, I want to see a little bit more clarity, and maybe this is something I think to Councilwoman Breckis's point, come back with how do we navigate? Because we've been going on and on and on and on with this. And I originally, both did, Councilwoman Brewer and I originally, this is the very reason we're so strong about what that looked like. And is that something that we have to change based on each project because the two parcels look like? I mean, I kind of need to know, because it's very confusing. You put one thing in place hoping that that helps mitigate another issue, and yet we're here frustrated, and this one pulls on your heartstrings because, it cannot help but feel so sad for horses that don't get the attention that they need. So what do you think?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Leah Picard for the record. I think that our horse management plan that's in Reno Municipal Code is the baseline for this. And as always, with all projects, they're all unique. They all have certain characteristics that are different from other projects. And it is, of course, to the purview of this council to add conditions of approval or add language. However, in this particular case, staff is recommending that we do not add language regarding watering horses to the PUD handbook, and that part zoning then has to be enforced by the city.
Mm-hmm. And then what happens if another project comes in and then we're okay, different, we want you to put in water? Then what happens?
I think we're going to use
Jonathan?
our same feral horse standards as our baseline.
I mean, Jonathan,
Yeah, I would agree with staff on that. I mean, I do have a standard in place. I mean, it's up to the body if you want to change those standards, or if you want to revisit those standards, if you want to visit the master plan, that's really fair, going forward. But from legal standpoint, practical standpoint, just we have in code is what we have in code, and what we have in state law is what we have in state law right now. So that's kind of where we're at. But that doesn't mean it can't change in the future if you want to go down a path.
But you're also saying if we did water, they could make arguments. You don't own those horses, so therefore.
Yeah. The problem's going to be that.
You think that's a legal problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think that. Yes. We stand by our opinion. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. That's what's so hard about it. It's so hard. So, okay.
Madam Mayor?
All right.
Final comment?
Give me, your final comment, and then we'll move on, because we still have on this agenda.
Well, this is a motion. I can support the motion. Very disappointed here today because I don't think that the developer wants to harm animals. I don't think that's their goal. And they claim, well, we follow your advice to the T, but the result of the advice is to kill animals. Animals have died because of this fencing. They will die. Some of them have found their way to the water and some have not. Some are still hanging around a fence looking for water. The horses, Mr. Gordon made a comment that the horses are safe. They're not safe. And only one issue's been addressed, that is keeping them away from cars. And to your point, Madam Mayor, you said, what about trenches? Well, the trenches will all be filled in. They're not going to have houses built within trenches. That's part of putting in water, sewer, et cetera. It's a temporary condition. So I'm also disappointed with our attorneys that you've read the state law. I hope to revisit that with you because it specifically applies to federal land and owned horses, not to people that are not applying for water. So we can cover later. But the bottom line is that we have policy that the city adopted in our master plan. And I'm going to just read what I can't find. It says protect, maintain and improve habitat for fauna, facilitate wildlife movement. It says protect areas that provide water, habitat, especially those used for migration. This is a migration. The horses have been going there for decades. This project is interrupting their migration. Wildlife corridors should be identified and incorporated into overall design or site of the neighborhood. On Stan Luke's, they have like 10 wildlife corridors through their development. To the extent possible, new development should protect and conserve areas of significant wildlife habitats and other environmentally significant lands, including wetlands and stream environments. And features facilitating the movement of wildlife should be considered along a known wildlife movement corridor. This is a known wildlife movement corridor. Other animals, take away from horses, all animals should not be fenced out of these water areas. And I haven't heard any discussion about how we're planning to get water to all the other animals separate and apart from federal horses. I think that this language, which the previous applicant agreed to, and which the current applicant bought the land, they bought subject to all entitlements and all permits. I think they've actually violated their current permit, which requires these things. I'm concerned about that, but I've made a big point of that. Been trying to look at the go forward. So I can support it, and I put my reasons why. I also was unable to, not just the master plan, but there's a number of policies about protection of other resources, consumption, and so on. So, but the primary one is lack of compliance with the master plan. I don't think just saying, oh, well, so bad, too bad, we're just going to let the horses.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then lastly, Tracy, I want to understand a little bit better, kind of what you also with the state, correct? So them saying, hey, they're not our property, we shouldn't be watering them. Like, what's your take on that? Because you are working with them. So come on up.
Tracy Wilson for the record. I want to be clear because a couple things that you said, we're not asking for those fences to come down to the horses back in. We're asking for a site. Sunny Hill is a lot of land up there. We're asking for another site to help move them up the hill.
Okay.
To put water. The horses that were displaced from the site, 24 have lost freedom, 1 has lost his life. We don't know about some others. Some have managed to move on. We got some of them actually trailered down to the site that the city has opened. There are others that are drinking from a temporary source. It's going to go away soon. When that goes away, we're going to be right back to where we are.
Why can't you bring them to the city side?
They did.
Well,
I understand that, but you're saying.
We have to go on somebody else's property to get to them. That was a limited permission. We have to be able to get to them, and that's a huge undertaking that costs a ton of money for Water's Connection.
Mm-hmm.
They have to pay the fees for the rescue team to come load those horses up, to move them. There's risk in every time we have to do that. We're doing this we can. We've moved 59 horses out of South Reno waiting for the fence to go in. This has been a really rough year, but I want to make clear that we're not asking for this to come down. We're asking for an alternative site to put up water. There is a letter from a water rights attorney here in Reno in your packet explaining the law that is being misconstrued. So I really recommend before second reading, everybody read that. I will re-email it to everybody because it's super important to read. As far as we're with the state, yes, we work with the state. The NDA is getting more and more contentious.
I'm just curious, if we water there, I know we've been going over and over this, but if water there isn't dangerous for them.
We want to water there. We want water up the hill.
I get that. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. If we water up the hill, that's still dangerous for them because doesn't it eventually go away, I assume, or?
You're going to have to move it as it goes, but remember also doing a fertility control program, bringing down the population. So eventually we hit that stable point where they've got water far up the hill and the populations come down. This is a work in progress.
Okay, so is that why you're saying this is changing? Because, I mean, remember, we all put those requirements in place. Leah
Yeah,
just,
we 100% support the requirements.
Okay,
Those
okay.
require all for public safety.
Okay,
This
yeah.
is to prevent somebody from dying when they hit a horse on the streets.
Uh-huh.
That's what those requirements are for.
Okay.
This particular project, because it had direct access where the horses have been watering for decades, is a completely different scenario.
Yeah.
We worked with Poland. Let's get them around the backside of the project. They can get to their
yes, that's why I'm
existing water.
confused as why here, why does it get this point?
We can't,
Like,
we
this,
can't
not
force horses.
right.
I mean, we're doing our best to direct them where they need to go.
Okay.
But they're living, breathing animals with minds of their own.
Okay, and Garrett, I know you care about horses too. So will you please get in a room with Tracy and work some of these details out? I appreciate that very much.
You know, the
All right.
PD says alternate location to replace water will be reviewed. I don't know why we wouldn't leave that in.
Okay.
I really don't.
I don't even know what, I'm just going on what our attorney's saying because I'm listening to John Whitman. This has been very confusing, but I also want to come back and make, I don't want to be here again and I want us to do something really.
I'll recommend a change.
Yeah.
I'll recommend a change.
Something, we got to handle this. Anyway, okay, I have a motion, second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No. Opposed.
Motion carries. All right. Okay, where are we at, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, C2, Calvary Chapel zone change.
All right. Any public comment on this item?
We have public comment, Damian Cole.
Damian.
Madam Mayor, you want to open this public hearing, please?
All right, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given, and we received one letter of correspondence in opposition to this item.
And I'm just requesting the public comment is only on this item, correct?
We have public comment registered for item C2.
We're in C3.
We're in C2.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
That's it.
Long day. Hi, Damian.
Hi, Mayor, City Council, I'm sorry for usurping time. I am not talking about C2, I just need to, I hate it when people lie.
Sorry, Damian, we have to make comments on the items in front of us, so if it's a comment on item C2, cannot accept public comment. Thank you.
Damian,
Mayor, with that, we have no
hey, Damian, I
additional-
sent you an email, so you should look at that. Okay. All right. Come on up. It's all you. How are you doing? Good.
Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, Carl Williams, Associate Planner of Record. Before you today is a request for a zone change from a property just over 2 acres in Ward D, located on Edward Way, just south of the street. The specific change is from industrial commercial to mixed employment. The master plan designation is mixed employment, which is effectively designed for this specific zone. So it's conforming to that master plan designation by the same name, and it's adjacent to mixed employment to the property. From a use standpoint, at a high level, this change is going from more of a medium intensity industrial zone to more of a low industrial zone that supports more mix of uses, like commercial. So most indoor and light industrial uses will be allowed by right. All commercial uses that are already allowed will maintain office, retail, and restaurant. More intense industrial uses that are allowed in industrial commercial that may not be compatible for this area require additional review or are prohibited. And any change to this property would require a commercial industrial use, especially on this property, would require a site plan review for compatibility with adjacent school. The changes to the development standards are minimal, an increase in height by 10 feet. There's no real impact to any uses in the area, no residential, it's all industrial, light industrial, and institutional uses. The zoning map amendments are on the screen, generally in conformance with NRS. We're continuing that mixed employment and zoning framework. So staff is in support of this, as well as the planning committee. And on the screen is the recommended motion. And I believe the applicant has any questions if you feel it's necessary.
You know, Madam Mayor, in interest of time, unless my colleagues have questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right.
Before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and read ordinance.
Oh, thank you so much.
So we're on
Take it, Carl.
C2, ordinance introduction, bill number 7279, case number LD 24-00063, Calvary Chapel zone change. Ordinance to amend 18, chapter 18.02 of the Municipal Code entitled zoning, rezoning, plus or minus 2.16 acre located on the side of Edison Way, plus or minus 728 feet south of its intersection with Mill Street, from industrial commercial ID to mixed employment ME worth.
Thank you so much. All right, any questions? Seeing that there are none, I motion. Do I have a second?
Based on the compliance with the applicable findings, I move to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and refer for second reading adoption.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Councilwoman Dewar? What? I'm going to have to.
Okay.
Okay. I can't get on top of the deck, so I'm going to leave and I'll get on the. All right, we're moving on to items 3. And 3 is about Stevenson Street amendment. Can the staff?
Madam Vice Mayor, if you would like to open the public hearing.
Sure, thank you. Open up the public hearing and ask for any comments received or correspondence on this item.
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item, and we did receive correspondence as 14 which total, 2 in support and 12 in opposition.
Okay.
And we do have commenters when we get to point.
Okay, well, maybe we should have the public comment.
Okay, our first public comment today is John White, followed by Damian Cole.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is John White. I own the 20th Street building. It's 25 yards.
Building. I've wanted to go in that building forever. I love that building.
It's about 25 yards east of Stevenson on First Street. It has no direct access to Stevenson. It doesn't abut. But we've been having more and more problems with parking. The building was built by the 20th century back in 1925, so we're having our 100th year anniversary next year. And I'm concerned about the survival of the building. I think staff has done a good job. I looked at some of their recommendations, but I don't think they paid enough attention to the city's soul. This is part of the city of Reno's tradition and history. And it can't survive without some good parking. It's that simple. There's street parking for 2-hour clients, and that's fine. But for the staff, the people that are there, they're there 8 hours, 10 hours, and they need some kind of parking. So I understand that on Stevenson Street abandonment, the city, which now has some 60 or 70 spaces, is going to give about half of the spaces to the developer next door. And I think that's not a very good idea. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, what street is this being on?
It's on First.
First. That's why I just want to make sure.
35 West First.
All right, thank you. And was there more, Madam Clerk?
Dame Cole?
Excellent. Clicker?
It's on the, it there.
No.
No mouse?
Leah stole it.
No worries, thank you.
Leah did steal it.
Okay, and because I didn't find this out until I was sitting down, I actually have something else. So, while everything was going, hi, Senator, to the council, Damien Cole for the record. So in 2020, I'm against abandonment for the same reason that the city council seemed to be against abandonment. At the time, in 2020, this was the original plan for the area in question. They were going to have a greenway, and parking apparently was not going to be.
You need to use the mouse if you're showing us something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I have a picture on the.
Right,
phone.
but.
Okay, well, let me get to the. So, yeah, there we go. So that greenway right there was the original plan between the two different residential buildings. Okay, so parking was in the back off of 2nd Street. That's where cars really belong, not on the Riverwalk, which is First. So. We're about, Kioski saying, different work, so we got to think of the work. Anyway, so it feels like a temporary solution for a problem that could be planned for through development. I don't know any development plans for the parcel west. Let me switch back to the PDF. And I really think that it's mature to do an amendment until we actually have a development plan. So currently, this is what is. I'm saying, what if, whoops.
There you go. You got the mouse.
Yeah, but.
Just run it in the ground there on desk.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, right there. Okay, so I'm thinking, why not have because remember, this is the Pony Edition, and the district has a different type of park. Basically, it's supposed to look like residential, and it's to kind of taper off, so we're in that transition zone. So I'm saying, okay, well, if this is such a problem, where parking is not available for Riviera, maybe we need to include a bigger garage that can handle both these properties, because it's my understanding is that both these are owned by the same developer. So I'm thinking, okay, surface parking should be metered, and it should be for public, and I'm not against having it go away like that, but I think it should service the community for that area by increasing the amount of parking. That can be handled by, see the two white areas there? Have the subterranean parking and then have ramps that come up that allow people to get to the surface. And subterranean parking can be for the development, for tenants, these developments, and then Surface Street can host for people visiting Riverwalk. I think it would be great. Here's what it would look like with trees and everything put in the way. So I think it's basically, it's a premature thing. It's a solution for a temporary problem that should be addressed when the adjacent property is developed. I don't see a reason why we're getting rid of it, especially since there was an even more aggressive plan prior to completely take cars off that area completely. They seem to parking handle.
Okay. Okay, you want me to keep going then? Clerk, is there any more public comment on this?
We do not have any additional public comment on them.
Okay, can we have a staff report, please?
Yes. Good evening, Council. Again, this is Leah Picotti, Associate Planner with the City of Reno Development Services, and this evening I'm presenting the Season Street abandonment.
It's crazy.
And I'll try to go through this as well as I can, but I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what this is proposing, so I'm going to try to be as clear as possible, even though it's 8 o'clock at night. So The subject street is located in between First and Second Street. I think most people are familiar with the location of this, just north of Wingfield Park. It's a 32,000 square foot section of roadway. And the request is to abandon that roadway to the adjacent property owners to allow them to develop 68 public parking spaces. So I just want to say that again. We're going to abandon the roadway, allow these adjacent property owners to build 68 public parking spaces. We know that there's a need for parking in this area. Applicants know there's a need for parking in this area. They've developed the adjacent property to the east, and they know that there's a need for parking. So they are going to develop this property with 68 public parking spaces. Subject property is located in mixed-use downtown district. Key issues that staff looked at, by the way, we've had this application for a couple of years, so it's been thoroughly analyzed. Traffic, access and circulation, public parking, landscaping and amenities, utilities, financial and legal implications, the public benefit. To give you a little bit of background, as Damien pointed out, there was an application for amendment in 2020. It looked something like what you see on your screen there. During that public hearing, there's talk about development on the adjacent parcel, and it would be tied to potentially some affordable housing projects and a parking garage. And so at that council hearing, staff was directed, the applicant was directed to go back and talk about potentially doing a development agreement. So when it was tied to parking garage and affordable housing, a development agreement, they have been an appropriate way to look at it. However, that's not what we're looking at today. What we're looking at today is abandonment of that 32,000 square feet, and about 5 feet of the property to the west is being dedicated to this project. Currently, there's an existing two-way street. There's approximately 20 parallel parking spaces, it might be 22. There are 11 metered parking spaces, and there is 5 and 6 foot wide sidewalks on both sides and a 5-foot landscape parkway on the east. Here's some photos for you. So this looking south toward Wingfield Park. As you can see, there's parallel parking on the sides of the street. Here we're looking at that 5-foot existing landscape parkway that will be maintained in perpetuity. Here we're looking at a 6-foot sidewalk currently owned by the applicant and will be maintained as well, sorry. Here you're looking north toward 2nd Street, and you can see Jay up there. Also here again is that 6-foot sidewalk. And one of the things I do want to point out in some of these photos is that maybe it's a lack of parking, maybe it's due to the public not understanding, but every time I went over to the site, people are parked in the red. They're parked in the curb cut, they're parked where they're not supposed to be parked. There are some spaces that have parking meters and some spaces that don't have parking meters. So what the applicant is providing is something that looks like this. And it's going to be converted into 68 public parking spaces. They're available for anybody to use anytime through a parking app. These 22 spaces in the end will follow the City of Reno time guidelines. So in other words, right now we charge $2 an hour between the hours of 9 and 6, and Saturdays and Sundays it's free. These 2 spaces are going to say exactly that. The only difference between these spaces and the rest of the spaces is time. So the other spaces are going to charge $2 an hour, 24 hours a day. Again, they're all open to the public. The public can use these spaces anytime they want. One of the conditions, all of the conditions of approval on this are that this be fully and completely developed prior to issuing of an abandonment. So we are not going to abandon this and then wait around and hope that at some point this gets developed. If this does not get developed, it does not get abandoned. There's going to be quite a bit of landscaping going in here, and I'll discuss that. Landscaping and amenities. Reno Municipal Code requires 50% of the total surface area to be landscaped, that's approximately 4,800 square feet. Proposed 4,880 square feet, thereby exceeding the code standards. RMC requires 1 landscape island per 12 parking spaces. That would require 4 islands. They are again exceeding code by putting 10 islands. RMC doesn't allow any parking space to be further than 75 feet from a shade tree. Proposed is 35 feet from a shade tree, again exceeding standards. Amenities are not required by RMC. However, the applicant is going to put in 2 benches and 2 trash cans, and that will be maintained by them. RMC standard requires 1 street tree to be planted every 30 or 100 feet. So if this abandonment did not go through and the parking does not create, we would end with about 60 trees on this street. However, they are preparing to put in 27 trees. We have also worked closely with Truckee Meadows Water Authority to make sure that none of the trees would be placed anywhere where it impact any existing water lines, which was a concern back in 2020. Everything has been moved around Truckee Meadows Water Authority has reviewed this and agreed that these trees are going to be placed appropriately and will not impact their water lines. The recommended abandoned finding is the public will not be materially injured by the proposed abandonment. Staff review and analysis determined that vehicular access will be maintained through the site in perpetuity. Pedestrian access will be maintained through the site in perpetuity. We know we need parking in this area. They are increasing the public parking. Landscaping trees, we want this area to be improved across from Wingfield Park. It's right there by the bay. This is going to be a thoroughfare for tourists coming down to the park. Landscaping and trees are added and they exceed the code requirements. And lastly, safety is increased by this. They are going to have this parking watched by security who's going to make sure that people are paying for parking, that people aren't parking illegally, that people are parking in the red zone. Staff sees those benefits and therefore recommends approval of this abandonment. The recommended motion is on the board. I am available for questions. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Councilman Marcus.
Yeah. Were you staff planner in 2020? Were you here in 2020?
No, I'm in 2021.
Okay. So I saw it a little different on the staff, on the council direction. And that was, you mentioned it was tied to affordable housing or some other items. The council entertained this and directed staff to work on a development agreement so that there was certainty that if we took this action, which is irrevocable, we're giving away a street, that it would be tied with great certainty to a development and the timing of that development. We didn't say what development had to be because we didn't know, and I think at this time it changed hands. And we've been burned. We've been burned on the Kimpton Inn that changed a shade ordinance for. We've been burned on Harris where we issued a skywalk permit. And so we really asked staff to use a mechanism to tie it to certainty. And that's why I'm so disturbed. I counsel my colleagues that, they close the development application because of inactivity. Maybe a new party came in. But to me, you've got 95% identical requests. You follow through with what council gave you direction on, okay? And I'm not directing to you personally because I know you've got supervisors above you. You weren't even here. But it poses an issue to me of, we've got council direction and time, and the clock is run. We're going to move on. So that's point number one. Point number two is, the public benefit, okay? It sounds great because it sounds like we need parking and we're getting more parking. Well, if we need parking, we're getting more parking, why don't we send our Public Works Division and our Parking Division out to create a street to work for all? Why do we have to, are we at a point where we're privatizing parking? We just can't get it done? The speaker came around from First Street in a 100-year-old building, expresses a need. Father Chuck here, I didn't hear him earlier, but I know the church, and I can speak for this, the church has really struggled with parking configurations this year. And again, me and my neighbors can walk down the river anytime, take me 15 minutes. But I think about the residents in Ward 4, way out in Ward 5, who don't have the opportunity of the luxury of the river in their neighborhood to walk down. And when they want to come down on a sunny, fall weekend, they're driving down. They don't need to, figure out that this street 100 years now for this development. And here's the thing, I'll yield the floor. I want to talk again about what I'm seeing going on with these two adjoining properties.
Okay.
I think it's problematic too.
Thanks.
And not in the public benefit.
Okay.
In their benefit.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Will we be getting an applicant presentation or is it just that presentation?
Did you have a presentation, Mr. Kotick?
I'm not saying I need it, just asking.
Yeah, no, I think, that's.
I'd be glad to just go to Q&A or, there's redundancy with staff presentation, but I'd be glad to share.
Do you have one planned?
I do.
Today?
Prepared.
Yeah, prepared.
Don't need heard until I do.
I think should.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilors. John Crampata here on behalf of the applicants. Left side of us, scene, Cromer Investments, Stephen Cromer is a developer. You guys know a lot of his product. We've worked for years together. On the right side is Mod 1 and Mod 2, which is ECI communities. They're on the
It's a beautiful project.
Beautiful projects.
Yeah.
That one was explained in detail by Lee. Basically, I think the key points, and I think there was a lot of confusion.
So, John, can I
Yes,
just ask,
please.
Mod 1, Mod 2, and then what about, so they own the vacant property, Cromer Investment owns that vacant land, right?
Vacant property, right, half block between the alley and the street right away.
Okay, all right, that's yours?
That's
That's
Steve
yours?
Cromer, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. and Chris and T are part of the Mod 2 ownership.
Okay.
So here addresses Councilwoman Burkes's concern about the DA. This is the perpetuity of public access for both pedestrians and for the vehicle access that we've agreed upon the conditions of approval. Nothing would change with DA. There is 26-foot that we agreed upon with our discussions with the fire department, and the sidewalk 6 feet on the west side, 5 feet existing on the east side. All 68 spaces are public and private use now, right? So we have the 22 on the south end, you can see close to First Street there in blue. Those would be mirrored, controlled by the city. We just arrived on that. We had at least as much parking provided for exclusive public use as exists today. It's actually a few spaces more. The other the 46 will be privately managed for public use. So 68 space for anybody's use. The difference is because go to the the app. Arcade app is noted in the staff report for illustration of those 46 spaces. There's a little more detail. We talked about furniture and some amenities staff did. It's in the staff report. Pay to park signs.
Yeah.
You get it,
Yeah.
right? There's a lot going on, but it's part of the amenities of the entire thing.
Okay.
And there is what it would look like.
Can I ask you, I assume you did this because you needed more parking.
Correct, right.
Okay, which makes a lot of sense. Councilwoman Woman Breckus brings up very good points of like, hey, we asked the city to come back, look at this, where I do think the city should have come back and actually worked on this because it was right in front of us. And that's what we asked, correct?
Yeah, we asked them to tie it absolutely in certainty to when the east side goes away.
But am I right? This is because you guys need more parking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did you work with, I believe, it's John White? Did you reach out to Mr. White? Did you reach out to, who else was over here?
Father Chuck.
Oh, Father
right?
Chuck, yeah, Father, he's not here anymore.
And me, you know.
So tell me about your outreach to everyone in that area.
Father Chuck and I, we talked in the chamber.
Good.
He has been lead discuss negotiator with Mr. White, and I'll let her share those conversations. And Father Chuck. Father Chuck said if he loves more parking, his whole thing is about.
I think we all do.
Of course, right. 68 spaces instead of 22 that exist today in favor of public. There's obviously public benefit. His concern was, the only concern expressed was managing the app. And I said,
I got to tell you, I'm concerned too.
Yes.
And especially like, just because, you know, and Naomi, you'll understand this, and actually you'll understand, all you guys, again, will understand this. We'll have parents that we take care of. The fact that I would have to ask her to use an app would make my life a living hell. So how can we avoid that? I mean, it's just, some people still don't want to use their phones. It's really a nightmare. I also think city should have done this, and the city put in the investment and added more parking. But I also think that Mr. White needs to have his parking. You should not be losing any of your space, and I definitely don't want you ever using an app. They're terrible. Don't start that.
He's going to have more parking on the south end, see where the meters are, closest to his office, right? He's around the corner.
Yeah, see that, which is great.
Yeah.
But how do we, but for your staff? What, I'm curious, why? Oh, no,
But it's all today.
it's all metered right now.
Yes.
We have, I'm sorry, we have access to the.
Yeah.
Now on Stephen Street, and it used to have access very recently to parking 70 spaces at the end of the alley, north end of the alley, behind the building. That was recently went to the developer of the
Go ahead.
city, or that is, you know, the casino. The city gave those to the developer, so we don't have those anymore.
Yeah.
So we don't have any parking for staff.
Oh, I see. So they now are parked over where they can.
Legally and where we can.
Okay.
You know, it's a mess, and the building will not survive without some stability to the staff parking issue.
Yeah. How many staff do you have?
I have 4, and in the building themselves, there are about probably 10 or 12. We used to rent 5 spaces from the mod directly behind our building.
Okay.
And before that, it was,
And what happened to those 5 spaces?
they fenced in and stopped us from.
Okay, so the mod is here. Why is that, sir? Come on.
We, Vargas, the representing owners of the mod, Riverwalk. When we bought the building, it was a lice-infested, flea-infested 4 residence, empty, vacant, rotting building. We revitalized that, and we have the same number of units. We have enough parking just for our future community members. So Mr. White, I think, was leveraging that the building was empty, and the previous owner said, oh, no one's using those 25.
Yeah, that's nice.
Feel free to take them.
Yeah.
But when we run the building, revitalized it, brought in 49 new community members, they needed parking, so we, of course, we needed to give our members of the community that parking. What I think missing is, I think the plan does put more parking on Stevenson Street, Mr. White, than there is today.
Or maybe not. People could park and then there's really no parking for him.
It's the same terms today, anybody park on the parallel.
Yeah, but the terms today don't work for him. The terms today don't really work for him.
What doesn't?
The terms for him today don't work because you're saying they're parking all over the place hoping they can find parking.
That's right.
Yeah.
In 1925, there weren't that many cars, and the 20th century ladies didn't have any thought for parking. They built the building, and so slowly over the years, it's more and more crowded down there, and the parking becoming intolerable, and the building cannot survive without staff being able to park reasonably close.
Yeah.
So 100%.
Yeah.
So we're going from 2 spaces to 68.
Sure.
So I think we're helping parking problem by introducing 68 spaces and so.
Maybe, maybe not. We don't, depending on the day,
It feels a lot more to me.
right? John, did you work with Mr. White? Did you reach out to him? Did someone sit down with
Yes,
him?
the team did. T specifically met with Father.
You did?
Yes.
You with Father Chuck
I did. Hi.
today? Hi, T.
No, not just, I mean,
Okay.
we've been working this obviously for years. I'm the newest partner, in ACI, and so I kind of helped take this on, being local, native, born and raised,
Yeah.
working, living, doing the whole thing here. So, have a great relationship with Father Chuck and church.
Yeah. And what about Mr. White?
And Mr. White, yes. We did meet in his office.
So what kind of solutions did you have for
Well,
him
you know
other
what?
than you were going to provide, you think you're going to provide more park spaces?
So when we first started, it was, well, okay, we're taking what the city-owned 22 years is what we counted and said, okay, that's going to stay. We're not going to take that away. Originally, we're talking about having that being to our residents, and then Mr. Cromer have, his street, his side of the street, to do whatever he wanted with his side. Well, after having these discussions and being very vested about what happens to historical buildings, whatnot.
Yes.
I said, okay, so Mr. White said, well, I want, we started with 5, 8 spaces, and then it went down to 2, and then we park in the end. I'm like, okay, I understand. It's been this revolving thing.
Okay.
He's like, well, now we're at 10. I'm like, all right, we've done a lot of work. We've worked with staff tirelessly. I can't guarantee anything because I guarantee an abandonment. And it's hard, as the word abandonment is a little harsh, right? Nobody likes to talk about
Yeah.
abandoning the street to Councilwoman Breckus's. It's giving city property away.
Yeah.
But that is unfortunately a technical function we have used for
Okay,
this.
yes, I understand.
Yes, so,
Let me,
I mean, again, and having.
I just want to make sure that you have conversations.
Oh, yes, ma'am,
Perfect.
100%.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes,
I
yes.
appreciate that. John, how much is this project going to cost?
About $500,000. Steve Cromer's dedicating, because in an odd concept, we're doing an abandonment, he's actually giving up in favor of this project 3 feet of additional right-of-way of the property valued $160, what's it, basically $7 million per acre. That's a $100,000.
I guess I'm confused why the city wouldn't do it. And we
I
would
think
hold
it's-
on, we would hold on to it, so you would get your win and you would get your win, and then we have full control over it, and they're not fighting about who's what. I guess.
I think the control is reflected in the conditions of approval, Madam Mayor. And it's really about, I think it's really about, emergency and make priority with these apps who've been at this for a couple of years. I think it's just about, maybe a more active timeline. We talked about the same thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of expense here, and they're ready to go forward with it.
Yeah. Can we take a 10-minute break for a sec? Because someone just proposing to me, which may or may not be suitable, but at the same time, I feel like this is something the city should do. Go ahead.
Before we do that, maybe I could get some concerns and then maybe a solution
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
incorporate.
I'm going to
that
step over here. Go ahead, yeah.
Well, I would like you to hear them, but, okay. So Councilor Breckus brought up Kimpton Inn and Harris of us trying to lean into accommodate development. Another example that I'm concerned about was the Riverside project. So There was proposed to be a street abandonment, Washington Street. Washington used to go all the way to Riverside. Way prior to our time, it was agreed to abandon that street and go into a PD. And then the PUD was amended, and I think it was amended a third time. And then there was a fourth amendment, and I understand life changes. But the challenge is that Fourth Amendment ended up, and the proposal was to build a one-way street with parking. But what ended up being built in the Fourth Amendment was actually a building right in the middle of the street. Because once you abandon it, we don't own it. Somebody else owns it, and they can convey it to any other third party, because it's theirs, it's been abandoned. And even though there are plans to build parking in a certain way, that didn't actually happen. And that's why I was supporting the development agreement, to give certainty where we were going. I think it's premature because I went out to the site, I looked at the land that was to be developed to the west, the big open parcel, and the owner told me that he was looking at developing in 5 years. He said maybe a grocery store, which sounded awesome, but maybe something else, because we all know 5 years things change. Public came to me and they said, Naomi, we get it, we need more parking, but there should be a bike lane between the parking and the sidewalk, so they don't have people having cars back out into bicycles that are going down the street. That the bicycle line should be on the inside, next to the sidewalk. The public benefit, this is where I'm really challenged. We have an asset, a street, and I completely agree where the mayor's going. I think we should build this project. I think it's a great idea. I think converting it into one way, great idea. Why I was supportive, you go.
Yeah.
I think having angled parking, whether it's horizontal or angled, all makes sense. I think angled is more safe than straight. The public benefit is that we collect the money from the meters. And what you've proposed is to have $2 an hour, 24 hours, that's $40 an hour for people, instead of right now, I think the 9 hours of parking, $2.18. So parking in spot would go from $18 to $48 under this proposal for 24 hours. And I think that's a lot, but I concern it's going to the applicant. It's not going to the city. So we have public asset. We have an opportunity to create more parking. It's very egalitarian. Everybody can park there. The money is far less than $48. Park there all day. And I really think that I'm not prepared right now based on what I've heard. I love the idea. I just don't want to privatize a city asset. I think you should move forward in your plan, add the bike lane, create more parking, and move forward. So that's where I'm.
The other challenge is the money. We keep hearing, where are you going to get the money, okay? So that is a problem. I also understand for you guys, you want to be quick. I love what you guys do. I think you're incredibly visionary compared to what we do. It's just a different kind of style. But I think there is a sentiment of everyone should be able to use it, and there's this fear that you control it, then someone else will. And honestly, why haven't we had discussions about maybe you guys helping us build it, we pay back, and it's the same time?
I think the payback is, right, there's a little payback by parking revenue. You give
The 40 hours
you give $250,000 of real estate up plus $500,000 of cash outlay to make the improvements. Have full-time benefit for access to the parking spaces, right? But somehow you got to overcome the expense, and that would be the parking revenue. It's obviously not going to make up the capital expenditure of $3 million.
Well, you said 500,000.
Plus, I'm talking about the valuation of real estate. If the city did it, you had to go acquire the real estate from Mr. Cromer. You look at a appraised value today.
I don't think so. Why?
There's not enough space.
To do what you want to do. I see what you're saying.
Maybe we'll donate that.
To do it right, you got to have a 6-foot sidewalk plus the 5 existing.
I see.
And a bike lane.
So it's if you had a bike, now you're even biting more of this property.
But
right?
they're 26 foot, you explained it to me.
26 foot was required of the fire chief. So
But
that's a
I
non-negotiable.
just don't understand why we work on this project together.
Right.
It seems like we've listened to
That's what we're doing with staff the last couple of years. It's been a partnership.
Not the council level, where I think
No,
we
of
had
course, yeah.
more purview to get things done quicker. Like Councilwoman Brecka said, it was a while ago. I was, and honestly walked away from that at that time feeling, gosh, we missed a really good opportunity.
On the last proposal. Yeah, a completely different scenario, right? That an abandonment, this is repurposing, really, right? Because it's not going away. It's actually getting.
Right.
But a PR street.
Madam.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to bring up, something else about this that I really think you all need to understand and remember this is, and I appreciate Mr. Vargas coming and buying the Mod 1 and purposing it. But when he went to do the Mod 2, he took advantage of our policies, which is, we don't say how many parking spots you need when building housing. We're going to let the market decide. And every developer in town wants that. Less regulation. You decide. They figure it out right. Now they're coming on the public for it. And if you abandon this and privatize those spots, maybe you'll have more spots on Stevenson Street now, than you do now. You'll also lose the opportunity to, tear one of your streets that's there for 100 years to a new future. If you do that, you're telling every developer in town, if you mess up, you don't have the parking, come look at the city. We'll just put, private park signs all over. That's really bad. If you go with this, I would very much suggest to you that you go back into Title 18 and you just straight make every developer park their project. And we had a lot of this come up on Rivers Drive, and we sold that land. We said, yeah, our regulations, you figure it out, you figure it out. And that is real risk that you're sending out there. Just come in and we'll be a parking. What I understood through the whole thing, and I like to tell people what to do on their private property, but I don't understand why Mr. Vargas has not gone to Mr. Crone, who doesn't seem to have a lot of ideas about how to use his properties and otherwise be in a development agreement, and say, let me build a temporary parking lot here, surface parking lot here. We've got a permit, we've standards for temporary parking. Don't make our problem. The theory behind letting developers decide how many spaces they need for their communities, that they go out and figure out where to get parking. And here they're coming asking for a resource, and Ms. Tran said it's something about Mr. wanted 10, laughing, and it's, unreasonable, but it's not unreasonable. Because you know what? If he's got workers showing up at 8 a.m. and they're willing to pay, $2 an hour all day long, get 10. This opportunity loses opportunity for a downtown, for anyone to come down and use the rest of that street. And I will again say, because this has been an issue with Paul Chuck, is we did sell just to have more parking in the area. We sold it to Jacobs right across the street from the church, and that's what Mr. White was talking about, because we created a scarcity and now create even more scarcity or the potential to expand if we go with this privatization scheme.
To make sure we're on the same page with regard to Mr. White, how is he not benefiting from this relative to what's existing today? There's more public parking. In addition, the 46, the new space. Plus, we customize them so they're right around the corner from his property, with all due respect.
I know, the only thing I would say is, and you guys keep saying that, but here's what I have to say, and I absolutely feel for you, you've owned property for a long time. It's also hard to sell a property, you know this, Tran, without any parking, correct? So I get your sensitivity, but you keep saying, oh, going to add more parking. Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that space is going to give Mr. White that. Let's just say there's a special.
He doesn't have that today.
Right, I understand. That's where it's coming, and there's sensitivity for.
Of course.
So that's what I want to say.
Yeah.
I want to mention with Chrome Investments, because if you look at the parcel now, quite honestly, I think things are going to change in the city, what big parcel are going to look like, quite honestly, and they too. I think code enforcement needs to take a different approach. I've been to other cities, actually, some beautiful, landscape around it, or they put up it's I can't remember what they call it, but it's this, I don't even want to call it fencing. It's absolutely beautiful. Do not require it here. We absolutely should. Otherwise, parcels start to look terrible. Also, fire hazards. I see weeds there. I don't want to look the way that it has looked for, how long have they owned it? How long?
Cromer's? A couple of years.
Yeah, and 2 years, and it doesn't look good. And so Jenny's point, maybe you could put like a temporary parking structure there or something.
Fair enough.
Because that's so hard to look at. And we drive by those all the time. John, one of the most talented planners I know.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? So I'd love to think about that also looks like. I think you do something
there's a issue
great.
there. It's obviously very expensive. He plans on
No,
going.
but something temporary so it doesn't look like that.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of demolition of old properties, this being one of them, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes the finished product in a temporary basis is the dirt lot. Look at all the Jacobs stuff. There's a lot of that that's out there.
But at least they also put fencing up and really, because otherwise it just continues on.
I know Stephen Comer, and I would willing to bet he'd be happy to do that.
Madam Mayor.
I know he's that man. So.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't been, but I do have a couple of thoughts and comments. First, Mr. Chrome, I have watched you as you have developed a number of properties. It's very impressive. You are to be commended for the type of investment that you're making in our communities. The concept or thought that maybe not moving fast enough. I think we've all recognized that the credit market is very challenging, building costs crazy through the roof. The Eden Tower Apartments, fabulous project. A number of the different projects I see listed on your website are ones you'd aspire to have. So any suggestion that anyone has that you're moving slower than you might, or that your projects are not well thought out, I think is misguided. Because I do think that there's some just awesome stuff that you contribute to the community. Thank you for that. Second, I have to agree with Mr. Poddick. I do not understand the argument that there will be less parking or somehow this project will negatively impact a building around the corner. Currently, the building around the corner, a beautiful building. I've been in it many times. It's almost a time capsule, quite frankly. It's very interesting and unique. And I've done mediation there. I've done different kinds of little things over the years. Fabulous building, but I do not understand how this project at all implicates that building. No been able to explain it tonight. I don't get it. It seems like we take Stinson Street, turn it into a one-way, and add more parking. Everyone wins. Everyone currently today only gets the limited amount of parking that is on the singular sides of each way of this way street. So more parking is a good thing. Now, the question about whether we should privatize a public resource, this is something that we can reasonably disagree on. People can have different opinions on that. I don't think it's disturbing. The sky is falling. We have somehow been duped by every developer who came through the door. We are in the business of trying to figure out how to move this city forward. And sometimes that takes a confluence of things, which is luck, right? I don't think any of us could have seen that the Reno City Center project go into the bankruptcy that it's in. It'll eventually emerge out of it. I don't think that anyone should believe that the Kimpton project has irreversibly damaged light and shade and ordinances of the universe. I don't think that the Riverside project is a bad one. We have had this ongoing discussion in this community about whether or not we are overparking our community. In fact, our experts have told us people not driving, people don't have 2 cars for a family, they would need as much parking. So this concept somehow parking is a scarcity, I think, is also misplaced. I don't know how to answer the question about whether we should privatize a public resource, the abandonment process. The jury's still out for me. All the other stuff, I just do not believe is argued to have merit.
Isn't there a bit of partnership here? Thank you for those comments. Right,
Thank
in
you.
terms of just trying to recoup some of the investment. I mean, so
Well, I think you bring up a good point.
that's what we're.
Yeah.
There's a huge
I
beautification
think-
element. 68 spaces is 22.
So here's what I say.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion. Is that your ward, Councilwoman Breckus? Yeah. Just hear me out for a second, and if not, then I'm going to send it to you. You can make a
Before
motion.
you make a motion, can I say something? Sorry.
Sure.
I just wanted to ask if it'd be possible to like lease the land for like a small amount. We've talked about doing with the Lear or something, so we retain ownership, but they can do the things they want to do. Public gets the benefit of additional parking, and kind of everybody comes out ahead on this. We do like $1 lease or whatever, and you guys can still do your project. I don't know if that's possible or if you'd be interested.
All I was going to do is make a motion that we get in the room. You guys help us get there. We want to help you get there. There's a better solution, whether it's through a lease option or whether it help us there so the city maintains, so you have your parking. You guys want if you're truly all you want, you guys, is extra parking, there's no reason that you should abandon that street. That doesn't make any sense. That really, if that's what you really want, then we should help you get there because you've invested in that street, that area. You need more parking. So I would like to have you get there or help us too. So it doesn't seem to be, I think we all have the same thing here. And I love what you've done, John. I love it. It's awesome.
May I ask, Mayor?
Yes.
Everyone's using the term abandoned, but are we really, if we have a easement for public access in perpetuity, conditions, right? 26 foot, it's back to this exhibit here. Is it really an abandonment? We're talking about management.
Oh, and maybe it's not even an abandonment.
I mean, it's a partial abandonment, truth be told. There's no other way to spin that. We've gone back many years. You know the cast of characters here. There's no con man in this program. You've got public access easement for the PEDs, for vehicles.
I
Parking
love
is
it.
managed by a private entity.
Yeah.
In exchange for putting out $750,000 of events, and everybody benefits. I don't know.
I love it. I just think there's a better way
Okay.
to tackle this.
That's
There's
what you're saying.
a better partnership amongst all of us.
Truly a partnership.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And figure out what that looks like. We can figure out Cromer's piece of, because he does do great, you guys do great
Yeah,
projects.
he's just waiting for the market to be right. I mean, Councilman Reese nailed it about, the capital market. He's going to go vertical and have a commercial component and some multi-story residential on top. But obviously, there's not a market today.
Yeah, but listen, I think there should be more parking on that street, 100%, and I love the way that this looks. I think we missed a really good opportunity last time, and we should have pushed.
Yeah.
The council should have actually pushed and been much aggressive to see it happen instead of just walk away and then just act like, oh, no big deal. And here we are, and the communication isn't great. We should probably have these conversations long before, but I think we owe it to you guys to help you get there, and vice versa. There's got to be a partner.
Yeah.
So anyway, go ahead, come on, Taylor.
Yes, I agree with Councilman Reese. I don't see where the controversy is. I think we're getting more than required. I'm open to hearing what it is, but I would just be very realistic in what we heard in our budget presentation today, I don't see the city come forward with any money to this project, just completely honest. This is not in our capital improvement project, and it's not in any plan. This is not going to be a priority unless they can me some differently. But I mean, in all the requirements, you've gone above and beyond what we've asked you to do.
Thank you.
With your proposal. And, you know, I wasn't here when the city told you to go back and something, but maybe we're going down a rabbit hole. That's all I have for you.
I don't think, Madam Mayor, I don't think we're going down a rabbit hole. I think we're really thinking long-term. We've got a 100-year-old street. We have a very vacant adjacent property that we are not, that's making an ask to us, and we're not tying any deliverance and deliverable on them. And, you know, that is a problem. And not only that, Mr. McCardle just came in and told you $90 billion in subsidy to the Grand Sierra Resort is coming further in the year with a capital improvement plan for using some of the TIF, which would be eligible in RDA 1. So there may be money available.
Yeah, that's true, in RDA.
It's
RDA 1.
And even if it's on the edge of RDA 1, you can use it. So you
Yeah,
have some capital programming to go forward. I think, I don't know, and I also don't think the council to walk away from this before. We were very good faith and came forward and said development agreement. And I'm really disturbed that it went active and 95% of the same project come forward and here an order of advance. So I'll make a motion, if you're ready. I make a motion that the council directs staff to prepare the development agreement in conjunction with the applicant that conditions the abandonment upon certain deliverables by the applicant, including but not limited to timing eastern development to the western property to, you know, bringing a project forward that will help the tax.
And because of RDA money, maybe we can actually do something bigger.
I think you can do that separately. I think you can let staff know you want to assist when it comes forward. So maybe it wouldn't even be available. So that's my mission.
Yeah.
If I could, Madam Mayor, I'm just a little uncomfortable with that, given that this is straight abandonment. I'm not saying that that's not doable. I'm just concerned that that's maybe a little bit beyond scope. The agreement component, I mean, can you give me a little more on that, Councilmember Bright, so I can just understand how that fits in here?
Well, we sure did it 2020, and you guys sitting at the table, and we're fine with that direction, and it's the exact same direction. We want to tie any abandonment to a development agreement that holds them accountable to develop that western portion.
And I'm trying to understand what that looks like. Are you saying that staff, it's up to staff terms now for that?
Bring back the development agreement because council adopts development agreements.
I get that, but that's to me kind of part of a field of an abandonment. Now you can do a development agreement and then work abandonment, but I'm afraid doing the development agreement or this specific title
I think they're used together. The timing of the abandonment, the order of the abandonment is going to be done based on the perfection of the obligations in the development agreement.
Or could we, to your point, if I may, Madam Mayor, perhaps we could continue abandonment, right? Is that where you're going?
That's another way to do it.
If you're going to do it, thank you.
In the interim, direct staff work on a development agreement. I wouldn't tie it necessarily the way that Councilmember Brecht is, but development agreement that brings benefit to both city and developer and holds us both accountable, producing outcome.
Can I bring this to, as we can take, Ms. Ferguson, I love the fact that everybody loves the vision we get here. It's like, you know, what imitation is the best form of flattery. We love it. We'd love to see this, whether we go with your version of how it shows up or our version. But there's ways to get there. Look, I'm a developer. I was the first investor in the Renaissance. Got that going. I put the mod 2,000. We do what we say, Mayor. Mm-hmm. Don't delay or drag or back on our promises. We deliver. Okay, we did mod 1, mod 2, mod 3, mod 4, and the Reno Renaissance. We will do this. We will pay for it. We will give 5 more feet of access to make this park there.
Yeah.
We do it fast, so we can have it on our time with more space, with all the beauty we all want to see, and we'll pay for it, we'll maintain it. If the city wants to do it, wonderful, please do. But that will be your development speed, and it may take a while to get there. I don't know. I think somebody mentioned, Kathleen mentioned, I'm hesitant to throw money at this. It takes money and time to do it. We're ready to go. Pay for it. We'll get it done. It will look beautiful. That's the version we're proposing tonight. But if the city wants to do it, we'll walk out here going, great thing for the city. It's beautiful.
And we would love to. It will take some time, and I can't tell you when.
It will.
Yeah. Well, we can get money from DA1.
So perhaps we could do what you say without abandoning the street. I think you get your outcome You get more parking.
Never wanted to
I
abandon
mean,
Middle
we
Street.
have the example where it's an easement, not an abandonment, to do your project.
Proposed a version which was you keep the center street. We don't abandon that, but there was some rule we couldn't do that for the width rules, we had to do the thing.
But why don't you continue to look into those options and bring it back?
One option, too, yeah. Because, we'll do it fast, we'll pay for it and more land.
I think my heartburn is abandoning a city asset could be sold to someone else for something else. Doing this project, I like, but I am concerned about privatizing the parking and charging $40 an hour, a day instead of 18. Those are equity issues that I think we need to look at. But
That way,
anyway,
and that's what was proposed?
yeah, 24 hours a day, $2 an hour.
So it would be 18 to 48? See, no, I don't love that either. Mr. McCardle, will you please come here and talk about, because Councilwoman Freck is the RDA 1.
Yeah, Brian Bartle, Revision Manager. There are no funds in RD1 currently.
And RDA 2,
There are funds in RD2, yes.
and that can be spent in RDA 1.
Okay.
Just in the same way we're paying the debt for RDA 1 out of the RDA 2 DEF.
You'd have to make claim that this investment in RD1, the investment in RD1 is to the benefit of RDA 2.
I think that is an accurate, because they're both blighted parts of the community, and we want to alleviate blight throughout the community. I think it's consistent with our past practices of spending within both the RDAs, and I've been around, since 1998 with the RDA here. It was my idea to pay the debt from RDA 1 to RDA 2.
If I may, Mayor, I think the redevelopment plan for RDA 1 or RDA 2 does allow loaning now since we amended that. So I'm just offering
So
it.
if
We need
that
to look
were
at
the
it to see if it can be done is in
So
there.
if that were the case, how long would it take to get those funds, to get a project like this done?
The funds are an issue, right? RDA 1 does not have funds. So in the participation program that we mentioned earlier, there is a part of that restore program is we wrote something in there that a private party can do up to $200,000 in public improvements on a dollar-for-dollar match. If a property owner came and said, I want to redo my sidewalk, I want to plant trees, I want to do all the public improvements on our dime, we would match them dollar for dollar up to $200,000. That is currently in the participation program. The challenge is we don't matching funds. Second part of that is we're currently conducting a parking study with somebody in town. Who's looking at all the parking challenges. We have 7,000 parking spots downtown. However, some of these units have challenged, some businesses have challenged treating their clients. We're looking into this, but I'll leave that.
Didn't you say coming forward with a capital improvement plan to the council for RDA?
For the redevelopment, yes, a 5-year capital improvement plan. The challenge is RDA won't have probably no project year 1 because there's nothing available.
Madam Mayor.
Is the the police station in RDA 1?
No,
It's in
it is in
RDA 2. We can't.
We could loan ourselves money, and we could do the matching program.
Again, going back to, I think there's a big conversation here that we all need to sit down and talk about. I just would feel much better, and you guys, what you want, if we do and pay for it, you get what you want. We should hold on to that asset. Who knows what happens, some of the land we end up giving away. You don't know. We've seen it before.
Maybe part of development agreement, Mr.
However,
Crum.
I like developer a lot, and he's exactly right. He is what he puts anywhere his mouth is. Beautiful projects. He's not new at this. I have a lot more confidence in him by far, but I also, there's a better way to get here that's going to be for all of us. I just believe that. I think it is. I think it's late. We've been sitting here all day long. Everyone's cranky. You've been sitting here for hours and hours and hours. I'm sure you never want to come to a council meeting ever again, as long as you live. Oh, you stick in the 70s.
Shipments chair for the Reno City Council, Ed Bigliere and Janet Pine and Carl Bolger and
I love it. Oh, Devatano. Yeah. Okay. Councilman Reese.
That's what
I'll move to continue.
He's gonna, yes, and we're gonna move on because everyone's late. Hold on.
Is there a
But I
reason
have
we
you speaking.
Yeah.
Hold on that thought. Go
Madam Mayor,
ahead.
we'll
Councilman Burse.
agree to continue. It sounds like everybody's working in the right spirit.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Mayor, a
Go
couple
ahead.
of things for make my brain function more. One is,
I know,
I think
right?
that Councilmember was on to something, and I believe worth exploring about whether or not we can, whatever we do, we try to hold on to if that includes a lease.
Yeah.
So option 2, I wanted to just say is that maybe what Chrome needs to hear from us is that RDA 1 also is soon to be open for business,
Yeah.
and perhaps what you need, but for RDA's Jess, is to use it as a way to get your project off the ground, hoping that it would be affordable housing, right? And then the last thing I'll say is, I think it is important that we continue to come back to the concept that there are these parking spaces downtown Reno, and the ideas that I thought we might be able to do for the building and for site is commit some space in our parking garage for some period of time, which we own. And so just an idea that also could be part of these discussions if they're.
Yeah.
it's
Why
business
can't we
owned.
put pickle carts on Mr. Palmer's temporary? Come on.
Thank you so much. I'm
Let's
happy
do
to hear
it.
that
Love
Ms.
it.
Breckus' work
Well, I
continues.
just wanted to.
Okay, go,
Okay,
Councilwoman Ebert, get
Yeah,
away.
so again, I like the idea of leasing it out for, just $1, whatever, and letting you guys move forward. You obviously already have a plan. I am always trying to find a way to put more trees in. We had a lot go on today about trash cans. You have trash cans included. And I know that, we can do the RDA stuff, but anything that the city of Reno doesn't have to pay for, I'm in favor of. And I know that, people don't necessarily like driving. I have to drive. I have to come down here from the North Valleys, and I know a lot of people do, especially when we go to the river and stuff. So parking is still a thing that we need to consider, for anybody that doesn't live in this immediate area. So I just, in the interest of getting the project done sooner, I would like to really look into how we lease this out and let you guys move forward with your plan, since it seems you have a great one, and, just
Madam Mayor?
move forward with that.
I have a question of
ahead.
Councilwoman Ebert. So when you say lease, saying keep it in public ownership, the parking swaps would be leased on some,
Just the area would have been abandoned, just you leased instead of us.
and then you have control of it
Yeah.
as the private property for public access,
Yes.
right? That's the concept, but the
Yeah.
ownership is your
Yeah.
change of ownership, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, trying to understand conceptually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion continue.
Second.
So a motion and a second. All those
Madam
in-
Mayor,
Matt-
real quick, are
Go
we
ahead.
talking time, date certain, or it's
Yeah,
just?
that's what I was
a-
going to ask too, or do we have a time and date certain for the continuance?
Oh, because
It needs to be
Yes.
renoticed, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but it's probably going to be noticed an abandonment, so
Yeah.
Also, can,
You guys are.
we have someone more or less.
I think we should leave it open and we come back with something.
Do you want to leave it open until you want to come back?
Can we, they were hoping that we could just put days on it, can we do that?
Sure, yeah,
Is
that's
that
good.
okay? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you
Wait,
so much.
hold on, so that would be 1, 2, 3, like the first meeting in January?
Yeah,
Good,
Oh my
good
God,
time.
it's almost
Yeah.
January.
Thank you.
John, looks good, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Appreciate the
much. Good job.
coordination and, yes, thank you.
Do you know what that date is?
All right, I have a motion.
It said January 9th.
January 9th, DM?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So motion is, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carried unanimously. Mr. Wright, we'll work on some dedicated parking for you. We will figure this out. I have a few ideas. Now, whether they work or not, I don't know, but I run them by you, and we will figure it out, and it won't probably be over there, but we'll work on something, all right? Thank you for joining us. We always love to have new faces.
Amazing how you guys work. Those guys did the same thing. They were sometimes late and late.
Well, we try hard, we care, even though we're told otherwise that we don't. Every time I get on, which I don't do often anymore. Thank you, and glad you came.
Hey,
It's so
Madam-
nice meeting you. I'm stopping your building too, by the way.
Otherwise,
I'm going to come by. Love that building.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you're ready, we're moving on to item G1, which is an appointment to the Urban Forestry Commission.
thank you.
Sorry, not
Dewar?
Brecken, Dewar. Go ahead,
Okay,
talk
thank
about
you.
this.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, we have 7 openings on the Urban Forestry Commission out of 11 positions. So we only have 4 urban forestry commissioners now. I asked, a number of people applied. I asked our Tyler, who's liaison, the Urban Forestry Commission staff called all of these applicants, set up interviews with myself. Only 4 of them agreed. And I interviewed them, and I'm going to make the appointments. So I'd like to appoint Megan Dietmeyer, D.B. Fennell, Gary Gentick, which is a reappointment, and Constance Taylor. I met with each of these, and that still leaves 3 openings, and I encourage anyone who is interested in applying to reach out to Urban Forestry Commission or myself for an interview. So with that, thank you.
All those opposed? Carries.
Item H1, City Council comments.
Yeah, I have one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to follow up on your idea, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to request that staff work with me and whoever wants to participate, on developing some master plan findings that relate to feral horses, and any other kind of changes that we need to provide clarity these issues that we discussed today. So it's just an announcement, not a memo?
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
just to
good.
get the ball rolling, okay?
Great, okay. What else? Councilman Ebert?
Just announcements, no. I don't have any, just that, I mentioned earlier, the festival was great in Ward 4. Senior Advisory Board, the cooking classes for seniors, great. Having them every month. You guys should come if you can ever make out to the Elks.
Terrible at cooking. I'm afraid even be at worse.
Oh.
That's why I don't go. I'm so bad at it.
Well, it's an instructional
So bad.
class. They show us, and then when they're done cooking, and everybody gets to eat what they cooked. So it's really a lot of fun.
Beginners,
Very
though.
social.
Beginners.
Well, yeah. I have tips and tricks and stuff. You're not up for doing the cooking, so you'll be safe. If
Oh,
you wanna
okay.
come. But
Because
it's
that's
a
why
lot
I
of
never
fun.
go. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
guys
doing
should come, and then we're gonna have it's a little ways out yet for the December class. Chefs have got a choir that's gonna come in and do some holiday singing and
that's
stuff
cool.
for seniors. So.
I love that. Why don't you do baking cookies?
We wanted to try and do something like that, but we were told due to like health code stuff, we can't have people bring stuff in because we don't know,
No, but I mean, you guys bake the cookies and then you give them out.
Oh.
I don't know. But
Yeah.
cookie bake is the best at holidays, I don't. But, okay, anything else? Nothing else? Okay. Anyone? What about you, Councilman?
Just quickly, hope everybody has a great Nevada on Friday, and we have Dia de los Muertos celebration for anybody who wants to join. Latin Arte and Culture putting that together on Sunday the 27th from 11 to 4 p.m. on East Pueblo Street.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, good. Will you send us invites? That would be great. Thank you. Okay, anything else? No? Madam Clerk, motion to,
Oh, just for the record, we received 5 letters of correspondence after 4 p.m. yesterday that were either general nature or received after 4. So those part of the record and have distributed to the Reno City Council, and now I take a motion to adjourn.
okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thanks, everyone. Oh, that was a long one. We're out of practice.